magical. Go over here, type in marker with a slash. I would like to figure out a way to end this fortress and be happy with it. Sooner than later. Because this fort's been going for a while. That being said, we have completed a lot of goals. I don't know if it's obvious, but I didn't sleep very well last night, so I'm a little loopy still. Here's hoping we wake up a little bit here. I think either today or tomorrow I would like to either have like a goal in sight or have finished this fort. Or at the latest by Friday. We do have 6 contenders over here. We did send out one Forgotten Beast who died. Who was a fire-breathing otter who actually equipped a weapon because it was an otter. We also have all of these dudes in cages up here. And some of them have just been moved down in here for more contestants. This whole... Whoops, these all need to be unforbidden. This whole area, the arena, is now ready to go, by all intents and purpose. And we have cleaned up some really big piles of bodies. Oh yeah, we also have this guy. I forgot about you. It does have a poison sting. As for other beasts, let's see. Ashtom, Stozu, that's me, that, this guy, Pife, and then that. If I go up to here... I think this one? Yeah, this is the one that we don't have captured. This guy is kind of stuck. He does have webs, but he is stuck in a tree. We could go kill him. I'm not sure how else we can get him. Yeah, exactly. I need to figure out some way of ending this fort. So I think kind of what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the entrance of this down here. And I'm going to put a bunch of flooring out here because I always get a lot of like zombies and things coming in from this side. And I think that if I put a bunch of flooring out here, I could pretty easily set up a whole bunch of cage traps and just catch a bunch of zombies. And then we could use all of those as part of a big finale, potentially, like as part of a big ol' free-for-all or something. So that's kind of one thing that I'm thinking about. And I'm just going to go make some wood cages to get ahead of that a little bit. Let's make 30 of them. That was not the one that I wanted. Oh, no, it is the one that I wanted. 30 tower cap cages coming right up. Let's also unforbid all these and set all these to be melted. That's not the button I wanted. That's the button I wanted. And that. Oh, that's a steel spear. We can just use that. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Maybe take the route into your fortress and go through that. Make the route into your fortress go through that arena somehow. I mean, it kind of does. It kind of does, but... like, this door goes right up to the entrance of the fortress. To the entrance of the arena. We sort of did that with the last siege that happened. I... had a bunch of things that were getting into my fort, so I just released one of the I released one of the Forgotten Beasts, and that was pretty entertaining. I want to finish that up, make that look all nice and pretty. I kind of would like to finish this up. As for up and in here, we've got this. This just feels very unfinished. I guess I could continue this walkway over to the end here and then just wall the side off, maybe. I could just do something like that. But yeah. I guess a 220 sized orc siege, only one swordmaster of ours died. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, I would agree that defending the walls is a fool's errand with odds like that. As for named dwarves in the fortress, we do have Philly Mukau, as well as Zoestra, and Nut Dealer, and Blazon, and Bone Doll, and a Devilish Potato, as well as Stone, Pilot, Cyril, and, of course, Wolf. Iron, Goober, Amethyst, Raging Cave, Zoreza. Sorry, I've got two names that are very similar in this fort. And that one always throws me off when I get to it. We got Serverlord, Kronos, Darut, Dwarf Lobster, Tiny. Famine Noir, Clockwork Dragon, Rolf, Beardorf, Moreb, Potpourri, Bootlegger, Ice Blue, Saltmar, this guy, Jody, Asylum, Inner Bunny, Gib. We've got Darius, Degasperi, Necron Tyr, Burton, Q and Green Tea, Caesardes, Magnifier, Dulcan, Snail, Jerry the World Eater, Esven, Eye Lady, Diebustin, Beer Hunter, Ankh, Poobert. Edict. That name is shortened in the weirdest of ways, let me tell you. We got Dr. Silk, Fooljaw, Sage, Bagged Moisture, Cricket, Tome the Turkey, Greza, Lanix, Arga, Spookiest, Skeleton, Vincent, and then Judosi, and then a dwarf who's running around naked. Neezer, Necron Jr., Self-Titled, Delkin Jr., Lightning Roger. So something else that I was thinking of is this faction was all out against necromancy, right? Like, that was one of my big goals for this fort, was to take out these necromancer factions that are next door to me. The game's lagging kind of a lot. Are there birds on the map? Hold on, let me just do something for all of our sanity. Is it bird underscore Kia? I'll get to that in a sec, Urist. Aha, the frame rate's back. Urist, what kind of dwarf would you like? Hold on. I may have just missed you. Yeah, Ice Blue, you're there. I don't have any dwarves named Urist, so no, you can't get a Urist. What kind of Urist would you like to make a Urist? You need to give me more information than that, Urist. I mean, I've got a big military. It's a multi-weak dwarf, isn't it? Just like, what kind of military dwarf do you want? Beard or no beard? You got it. Like I said, you got to give me more information than just a military dwarf. If I am to suit your fancies, you know? Beard, please. Okay. Maybe not the new recruit. Let's give you this one, who's been around for a while. Urist Games is greatly moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is always tense and jittery, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He often feels lustful, often acts with compassion, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and doesn't hold on to grievances. He is very humble, and he is curious and eager to learn. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. He dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized, and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, values independence, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. He likes selenite and silver, and lace agate, as well as citron wood and donkey leather, giant eagle bone, hemp fabric, and the color brass. Cows for their haunting moos, monsters of brine for their horrifying features, and the words of the play of couples, and the sight of the earth and aquamarine. And when possible, prefers to consume durian and pomegranates and absolutely hates hamsters. Welcome to the fort. You do have a mother and father, but they don't live here. And you're in the walls of color, and you have 9 kills, and you've got 1 notable kill. Also need to refill my squads, because a lot of dwarves were lost relatively recently. And also, I've had a lot of kids grow up, and I tend to just kind of throw them into the military. Let's update all of our equipment. Set everything to training. Is there a way to get a pet dragon? You could, in theory, tame a dragon, but you have to find a dragon and catch it. These are cave dragons, which are not dragons. They're kind of a different thing. They don't breathe fire. And in real life, you could get a bearded dragon, which is kind of like a dragon, but still not a dragon. Seems like I also need more crossbow bolts. Let's just do steel bolts. We've got tons of those. But yeah, so one thing that I was thinking of is we are starkly against necromancy. And because this faction is starkly against necromancy, what I could do is I could, you know, blame everybody else of being evil and causing all of the necromancy problems and just attack a bunch of people. I've taken over a lot of these helixes and taken back a lot of space down here. And personally, I think that that's been a pretty fun little side project. I'm actually going to go try and raise some of these up here. But what I'm thinking, let's go to both of these and just actually, please don't steal the livestock because I don't want to have to deal with it, is we attack these humans, these dwarves, these humans. These are also necromancy destroyed dwarves. So maybe not them. These dwarves. And then the next fortress we do in this world, we play as one of those factions that's at war with this faction, because I'll start a war with them. No, Komodo dragon's too big as pet. That's like having a small crocodile as a pet, man. And then the next fort I do in this world, we go to war with this faction. Either one of the struggling factions that like has been taken over by necromancy, which could be fun. Or alternatively, build like, you know, use it as an excuse to make like a fucking giant volcano fortress and just steamroll everybody. I was thinking that a type of fort I've wanted to do for a while that I haven't done is I've wanted to do a no digging fort because it's been several years. And I've got some ideas of how I could do a no digging fort that I think would be really fun, with one asterisk. If I'm allowed to melt down metal and use metal like goblinite and stuff, I think a no digging fort could be really interesting. So that's something that I've been thinking about doing, especially with like the changes to crossbows and stuff. Like wooden bolts are not effective, but like, yeah. No, we are the anti-necromancer towers. We're not an evil necromancer tower. We are the dwarves that are exterminating necromancy. And by that I mean exterminating their source of bodies. That's what I'm doing. That's some knife-ear shit. You need to realize that we don't accept anti-species slurs in my chat of any kind, directed at anybody, fanciful or not. Oh yeah, also I built a side gate over here. So that is an unacceptable phrase, and please apologize immediately. How long have I been playing this world? 20 years. This is the first fortress, and we are now on year 300. We started on year 300. It is now year 320. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking that, like, we do another no digging fort, because it's been a while. I mean, it's just basically no pickaxes. Can't dig. You can do whatever you want, just can't dig. Your ukulele real quick? Okay, I expect an apology song within the 24 hours. You're all good. But yeah, please don't say that. I'm not a big fan of the slurs, memes or not. They just kind of suck. Meanwhile, the surgeon has created Edod Tekud Avuz Nagrumlush, a malachite bracelet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Lorbam Tombsboards. Bracelet? Malachite. Psycho Mantis. Metal Gear. Let's go over here. Oh, right. I was making more bedrooms, wasn't I? It's good to remember what the hell you were doing. This is where I was going. Do I have any displays? Aha, I do. Don't dig December. We're not quite into December yet, though. We're have to be closer to no dig November. Necro Ghost Fort for Halloween? I mean, for Halloween, I want to do the, like, don't memorialize your dead fort again. Just because that was such a fun, like, thing. I would like to do that again. How you doing, DJ? But no, I mean, we're not even into October yet. We've got a little bit of time before I need to think really ghosty. I think we've got time for one fort in the middle. I have a question. Have you disabled this task? Or have you disabled something to do with this task? Because this is the task that does engraving of memorials. Unless you've, like, got custom stuff. I highly doubt it's bugged. Unless you've, like, done something crazy to your game's RAWs. You don't think you did? Go check. This is a malachite bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval malachite cabochon. Otherwise, you can use DF hack to just exterminate this with the ghost selected, and it'll go away. It is encrusted with oval malachite cabochon, studded with iron, and encircled with bands of oval malachite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of malachite, turkey, leather, and cat leather. On the item is an image of Maffel worked lancer, the dwarf, and cat leather. On the item is an image of a blood, amaranth, and steel. On the item is an image of a cushion-cut gem in steel. That's cool. Kiddo, get out of here. Lightning Roger, vamos. Upscon. Geet. Scram. Get out. Audi. Zip it. Leave. Stupid kid. I mean, fair. I mean, it could just literally be like, ogres are dumb. You may actually be onto something with that. That wouldn't actually surprise me all that much. I'm just going to give these two spaces cabinets so that they can put all the clothing that they've stored in there away. I'm in an ad break. So the question is, we've got, I think this is actually an empty cage. Yeah, it's an empty cage. We've got a cage. Two empty cages coming in here. I've screwed something up, I think. I could throw, I could throw some cave dragons into these. I taught you everything you know about Dwarf Fortress? Man, that's a lot of pressure. Hopefully you enjoyed the process. Let's throw that zombie into here. Let's see what I'm missing. Human. That's not what I want to do. Dwarf. These are all zombies. Dwarf. Human. This is going to be the next fight. Then we just need some bait. And so for bait, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a chain down in here. And I'm thinking we throw one of the unarmed goblins in there. Well, good luck. Peace. In YouTube chat, who says, I was watching your return to the Cursed Embark last night and it inspired me to create my first new fortress in a couple of years on a volcano, building an empire of obsidian and green glass. If you haven't seen it, I played a fortress a while ago called Fire Orb, which ended with me building a giant ball of green glass and filling it up with demons from the underworld, and then dropping the giant ball of green glass into my library. It was a great time. But that particular is this set to everybody does this? Yeah, it is, but I would like to oh wow, I literally have no good engravers in this world. That's unfortunate. That particular fort was made almost entirely out of green glass and obsidian. Telling Artho, thanks for the raid. Check, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Mods, can I get a shout out for Telling Artho? How was the stream today? What were you up to? Were you dwarfing today? I didn't see you in the directory if you were. So now that I've got this chain down here, I need bait. How about this Goblin Master of Beasts? All kinds of things today. Sounds exciting. Over here in this cage, just for some chaos, I'm going to put a cave dragon. You know, just for some chaos. And in this one, I will put another random human. Released hell into hide tunnels, the truth of ages. Oh! Finish the succession fort at the end, last 20 minutes in Dwarf Fortress? Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. What'd you do before that? Also played some Battletech and did some writing stuff. I will say, low-key, the writing in Battletech is kind of amazing. Like, actually might be one of the best parts of that game. How old is this fortress? 20 years. Probably like 60 or 70 hours, maybe, worth of gameplay. I haven't looked, but... we got an in-person event this Saturday? Oh, really? Well, best of luck. This is a sentence that was written by Gandhi the Slav in the YouTube chat. Green class farts are the best. I have no words. At least it's not a blue class fart, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's go up here. Let's grab cage traps. At this level? Well, probably, but what trading looks like is literally just search by all clothing that I don't need or want, sell all of it, and then buy whatever I specifically want, which is usually just gems, like books and the fruit and vegetables that they have, and then ignore the rest of it. There's almost zero thought put into it aside from, well, whatever they happen to have. Like, I almost completely ignore trading. So don't think too much about what I'm going to do for trading. It's not like a particularly important or interesting portion of gameplay in the slightest. Just getting rid of this so that the dwarves stop using it as a walkway. It's basically sell everything that I don't immediately need or want. Why are you running away? Oh. This guy's scaring everybody. Ah, even better. A force of vile darkness has arrived and is parley seek. Just in time for our next show. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I like the idea, chat, of figuring out some way of making them enter the arena. Because I could probably make that work, actually. All I really need is I need a drawbridge, like right here. Maybe not diorite. Let's go malachite. Yeah, I think we can do that. Yeah, also we won't be trading this year. Because we're gonna fight those goblins instead. That's how we're gonna make this work. Also, speaking of fight, my squads did come back. Let's see how those two fights I did went. We attempted to raise two necromancer-owned dwarven sites. Pooberts, the awe-inspiring canyons of voicing, a dwarf with 250 kills, outmatched the dwarf we were fighting with a cunning plan and obliterated them from the looks of things, and also a bunch of wasting corpses. The dwarf Maffel was struck down by Pilot. Dwarf Tholtig was struck down by Ashen. The dwarf Yushrir was struck down by Yushrir Castle Safety? Not so safe there in that castle. Poobert strikes down another dwarf. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's taking me a little longer to wake up than I'm wanting to. Bunch of books were stolen, which is really what I sent them there for, because they had books there. We rampage throughout the place. Yeah, a whole bunch of books were stolen from there. Let's head up here. That's what I was thinking, Schmitzel. That's what I was thinking. Oh, did you raid into Telenartho, since you're in here? I hope your stream was good today as well. Mods, can I get a shout out for Schmitzel? Schmitzel. I can't words today. I also can't brain today. Told him the turkey. Struck down a wasting corpse. That's good. And a lot of things were looted from there. Factual music. I like factual music. Rather than non-factual music. Ooh. Lots of artifacts there. It's 5 days travel. I should have time to send 2 squads up there real quick and just do a quick lootery-dootery. We'll do what we can. Because we do have a little bit more time. Okay, so now up here, we've got a dragon, a dwarf, a human, Tommy Tallarico, Ikem the leader, Edom the spear dwarf, and you know what? Let's not put you there. Let's put just a turkey here. Let's just go with a turkey. Turkey seems like best option. This right here needs to be closed. Before I make some grave mistakes, I need to figure out where these are going to be connected. Thinking maybe just a lever right here even. Just nice and easy, nice and close. So essentially what this is going to be is this is going to be a lever right here connected to you, or connected to you, you, and you. So I can just seal all of this off and then have full control over what goes in and out of the arena from there. We are going to build this so that I can release as many, or as few, of these beasts as I want directly down and into the arena. I'm going to open up this, which will open up those 2 series of openings. That will allow me to close this, and then release the Forgotten Beasts down and into the arena, down here. I just need one additional lever so that I can release all of these friends into the arena as well. So you're going to link to this, you're going to link to this, and then we're going to make one final lever here, which is going to be the show starter. Will I give them a victory turkey? No, the turkey is the signifier of the beginning of the battle. The show starter, if you will. Not quite a show stopper, it's the show beginner. But no, we're going to do a show and a fight in the arena really soon here, actually. Because we just got to get the rest of this all hooked up. And there's a siege here, so we can make it begin. Some sort of prize, though? I mean, sure, why not? Statue or an engraving? Or mayhaps I just simply put the body of the victor on one of these pedestals. That was kind of more what I was thinking. Also, let's make some more rock pedestals on that subject. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. So once all of these are connected, I will get all of the dwarves sectioned off and into their own portion of the fort. Then from there, we will wait for all of the constructions to be done, because there's a lot of them. Then, once all of the dwarves are safely locked away inside in their own section of the fort, I'll release the Goblin Siege, presuming my squads are back. I'll release the Goblin Siege. I've got some yaks I gotta eat. It's already set to be eat. Good. When the Goblin Siege gets close to the inside of the fortress, I will begin the arena battle. And when the victor begins to emerge, I will then release a Forgotten Beast. So we will have a Goblin Siege potentially fighting the remnants of the battle and the finishing up the remnants of a battle, as well as a Forgotten Beast. That's my hope. That's what I want to pull off here, because they will have to go through the arena to get to me. And then I'll just make them go back out and come back in the entrance. And when they do that, I'll just simply, you know, melt them in the front door. Should be fun. What do you think, chat? Sound like a plan? Because I've got all my toys ready. I might as well use them. Another thing I can also do is, well, I know where the cavern layers are, right? So if I wanted to, I could probably dig too deeply and greedily pretty quickly. Depends on... Yeah, there's one. It depends on if I want to leave this fort alive or not. I kind of want to leave this fort alive because I think that that would actually be kind of really fun. To have this fort as a villain is kind of what I'm thinking. Because I don't know about you guys, but this fort is kind of evil. I guess the question is, how do we want to end this fort? Because that's really the plan for today and maybe tomorrow. Is, how do we want to end this fort? Do I want to watch it crash and burn? Or do I want to give it an ending? What's up, English Dragon? Well, I mean, absolutely. I mean, that's how every fort works, right? It starts off small and then escalates quickly, right? Like, that's just normal dwarf activity as far as I'm concerned. Are we getting birded again? Doesn't seem to be it. Oh, it's probably my squad's coming back, actually. Oh, we got another artifact. Let's just go over to here. But chat, come on, I'm trying to get like some discussion as to how you guys would like this fortress to end. If you've seen more than one chunk of this fort, what do you think? Should this just be kind of like a quiet... Uh-oh, something died of something. Well, that's unfortunate. Should this be a quiet ending of a fortress, or should this be a more violent eruption? Like, what would you guys like to see as an ending for this fort? Because I'm trying to get some conversation going, because I'll be honest with you, I have no frickin' idea what to do with this fort. As much fun as it's been, I don't really have a rock-solid plan for it either way. I just kind of went into this fort, like, messing around and going like, yeah, let's do some stuff and see where it goes. I never played Warcraft. Any of them. Fun fact. So... to me, it's just a vaguely aesthetically similar to Warhammer thing. First fort in the world it should stand. Okay. It's not going to be a free-for-all. We're going to take a little bit of our time with the Forgotten Beasts, but the question isn't like, how do you guys want me to end it? I kind of know what I want to do because I know it will be fun. But it's a, do I end this fort with everybody in the fort dying, or do I end this fort with, you know, me starting a bunch of chaos and then kind of standing back and letting the world take over? That's the question here, is which direction do we go with the finalization of this fort? That's the artifact right there. You don't have that yet. That's the final one there. How many more do you need? Quite a few. All right, well, as always, chat, the only request I really have of you guys is just help me keep that conversation going. Because it doesn't matter how big or small a Twitch stream is. Believe it or not, it's kind of tough sometimes to keep the chat moving. So that's my only real request, is just help me keep that chat moving. Can the next fort tame unicorns? Why does everybody like unicorns so much? Fuck, unicorns are kind of dumb. They're kind of useless. You can't use them in combat. War unicorns aren't trainable, and why? They're just horses with swords equipped. Bump, bump, bump it up. Of all of the animals that are interesting to tame, unicorns are not the most interesting. Jabberers, on the other hand, now we're talking. Appreciate it, Ice Boo. I do appreciate it. I need to get this Bungmo guy dead. You? Because he's technically not a prisoner. And because they're technically not prisoners, it's causing a shit ton of job cancellations. Do you know what a Jabberer is, though? No name? I kind of wish that Dwarf Fortress had a Jabberwocky. That would be really cool. That would be a good, like... Because, like, Dwarf Fortress has sea monsters, right? All the disasters, though? Relic for later is neat, though? Well, the thing is, if I don't kill everybody, Elith, then we have reoccurring characters for future forts. Like, I agree, but, like, in SimCity, if you could then trade with your previous failed cities, that would be even cooler, in my opinion. No, there isn't one in the game. But Dwarf Fortress has sea monsters. It would be really cool if there was like a Jabberwocky sea monster equivalent, but for the surface, because they don't really exist. We don't really have any like super rare mega monsters for the surface that, like, you know, outside of maybe giant elephants, but... Yeah, most of the dwarves are just hauling wood at the moment. Yeah, because it looks like all this wood over here finally got chopped down. So it's all getting transported. Got a bunch of construction jobs I gotta unforbid. Do I not have... No, I do. Yeah, tons of cages. So... Oh, maybe... Oh, I know why. Definitely have disable cage traps during sieges on. Definitely that. Let's see, how's that linking item to trigger go? It's getting there. No. Most of the bigger mega creatures are not tameable like that. I mean, you'd have to catch it in a aquarium. Good luck. No, sea monsters are like basically finding a demon that happens to live underwater. Although I may actually be totally wrong. Let me look up if sea monsters are terrible. Sea monsters are one of those things that I haven't seen since version 34D. Because they used to be... Uh-oh. Chat, the Dwarf Fortress wiki is 404. Hold on, let me use this command and jump to this page. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress Wiki is just 404ing for me. Can anybody else get to it? Is kaput? Someone must be harassing it again. Panic. Oh no, run around in circles and scream. Dwarf Fortress Wiki is down. Mass pandemonium. All of our knowledge is a lie. Bah! It was slow. No, it's still 404ing for me. Actually, no, never mind. It is up now. Let me see. Sea monster. Oh, now at 404. It's certainly having an uppity-downtity problem. I'm looking at the YouTube chat. I just don't respond to the YouTube chat as much, Nikki Bling. Nikki being Nikki. Like, I can see it. I just, the reason I don't generally respond to it as much unless I feel that I need to, is because it does kind of confuse the busier chat over here as to what I'm saying, what I'm responding to. But if I respond to something in the YouTube chat, I read it out specifically. So I do see it. I'm just not responding to it as often. So step one, which is task almost impossible, is finding one. Like, you know what that fortress would be, Generic Dwarf? It would be settling in 200 different worlds in 400 different locations, trying to find one, seeing one, leaving the map, and you'll never see it again. That's how those would work. That's how that would go. I would largely argue, unless you're using DF hack to cheat and spawn one into existence, waste of time. This is one of those stolen artifacts we just stole. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with Sangaro rib wood and encircled with bands of elk bird antler. The subject menaces with spikes of donkey hoof. Neat. Let's see how this raise attempt went. Yeah, loading other pages loads really slowly, and the main page is 404ing for me as well. Map size only ever has impacted my saving and load speeds. And it's a large map. It does impact the loading and saving speeds, but that's about it. I just find the world's too small. I think that the sacrifice of the bigger save files and slower load times is worth it. Yeah, this is a pretty small location, too. It's just dwarf zombies and normal dwarfs. This is an attempt to raise it, so it might be kind of a long fight. Yeah, but then at that point, what's the point? I've made the decision I'm never going to do a fortress focused on mer people purely because I don't want chat to be insufferable. And it would make chat pretty insufferable pretty quick. I mean, if you're just spawning creatures, like rare creatures into existence for the sake of breeding rare creatures, to me that's just kind of cheating the point, right? Like, they're rare for a reason. If you're going to do that, I think what you would really have to do is probably mod your save file to make their occurrence more likely. I think that's more interesting than just using DF hack to cheat them. Like, if you're going to make them easier to find, change their spawn rates in World Gen. Like, like mod your game in that way. Don't, like, just spawn them into existence, because that just kind of sucks to me. I don't know. But maybe I'm the odd one out there, but that's kind of my take, is just, you know, make them more likely to appear instead of forcing them to appear, I guess. Judosi, it's good to see you. How you been, mate? Got 2 more to link up, and then we can make the fights begin. Oh, certainly, yeah, but I've got a pretty thick PC, right? Like, I've made the decision relatively recently, not relatively recently, over the past, like, I don't know, 2 years, to just not talk about, like, how things... Oops, you might be in an ad now, shit. Probably could use Lua modding to make all aquatic creatures into sea monsters. Or you could go into your raws, increase the spawn rate frequency of sea monsters, and delete all other sea creatures. You could just do that. That would actually be kind of neat. Generate a world and then, like, just verify game files and put everything back. But I'm just waiting for the ads to end, and then I'll finish my ramble about world size and FPS. That was me, not yesterday, but the day before. I had a pretty bad splitting headache all day. It kind of sucked. See. So hopefully it passes quickly. Although often I find if I just chug like several liters of water, it makes my headache go away if I have a bad headache. But what about embark size? I mean, you gotta remember, mate, nope, that I'm not playing for performance. I'm playing for impressive streamer cred, if that makes any sense. So if I was playing on my own time, I'd do 4x4s and just kind of not worry about it, just the default size. I play on bigger size maps at the risk of shitty performance because I want to make a big cool map that look cool. And also I have a Ryzen 7800 X3D, which improved my performance for Dwarf Fortress so much that Putnam bought one after I got it. She was in the process of building a bug testing dev rig and bought that same CPU because it gave me 100% frame rate increase. Like, I don't know. Like, I get some hitching sometimes. Like, this map gets frame rate issues when there's a lot of Kias trying to steal stuff. That's it. Like, there's 200 soldiers on the map and 200 dwarves. As far as I'm concerned, I don't really get frame rate problems anymore. There was certainly a time where I did, but that time is pretty long past at this point. Can I increase this? Yeah, let's just increase that. That's the issue there. I could care less about boats and ports. There's way cooler things that we need before that. The 30 door. That would be a big waste of development time. In regards to limiting yourself to fortresses with only 75 doors, yeah, you just got to remember that, like, a lot of the decisions I make on how I build my forts is purely things that will look good in videos and on streams, performances be damned. And also I have a computer that's kind of factory built from the ground up to run this game well. So asking me about frame rate specificity is maybe a bad idea at this point. I made a video about 2.5, 3 years ago, back when I felt that I could still do that. And I've made the decision that I can't do that and shouldn't do that anymore because I've had enough people say, yeah, that didn't help at all, that, like, there's no point in me trying to help people with their frame rate because, frankly, there's too many variables for one thing. And also just, like, what's the point in saying what works for me when it's not necessarily going to work for anybody else? But yeah, things flying like Kias, Ravens are the only real impact on my frame rate at this point. Outside of, like, something stuck somewhere, which is just a matter of, all right, I need to find it. So. And as a reminder to everybody, because I haven't actually said this yet today, if you just got stuck in ads here on Twitch, or if you're watching on YouTube and wondering why I was talking about ads, this is a crowdfunded stream. I make all of my money from people who subscribe to the channel via my blog, through YouTube memberships, through Twitch subscriptions, primarily through Twitch subscriptions, and through bits and tips. If you want to help keep this channel funded, if you happen to have a Prime sub, do think about me because clicking that and giving me the $2.50 or whatever is literally what pays my mortgage. So remember that. That's why this channel exists and why you don't get HelloFresh ads constantly. You do get the scheduled ads, but at the very least, you don't get a 3-minute sponsored segment in the middle of my big videos. Which, I'm losing a lot of money doing it this way, but I personally think it's better for the audience. It's up to you guys, though. Just do recall that that is how this channel exists. What was I looking for? Link. This. Why would I push everyone to Linus Tech Tips? People already think I look and sound like Linus Tech Tips. The number of comments I've gotten over the years from people saying, is this Linus Tech Tips' secret second account? Will never cease to amaze me because I bought a motherboard from him in like 2011 or something. I walked into his NCIX and bought a motherboard while he was working. And then saw him on YouTube like 6 months later. Was a weird moment. I also ran into, shit, what's his name? I always think of him as Slick because I don't watch their stuff anymore. The guy who runs Float Plane now, who's the other guy on Wan's show. Why do I not know his name? I should know his name. Anyway, I ran into him at PAX recently. Not this year, but the year before was when I ran into him. All right, dwarf, human, dwarf, cave dragon are all now connected. All of these are also connected. That is locked. That is open. And I say... we turn this on now. And the dwarves should stop going up here. And I think some more birds just appeared on the map. That or we're getting attacked, one of the two. Do I have Kias? Aha, I was right. I'm just going to start doing this whenever Kia's... just for frames. All right, so now that I've done that, I'm going to go down to here, grab you, click this, click that. You are just in time to witness a fight, that's for sure. It's a pretty big enemy, too. This is now open. All the way up to here. There's one other thing I think I need to close. Which is this. No, I need to leave that open. It's this that I need to close. So, at what point do I just go, yeah, all the dwarves are inside probably. Maybe right now. They might already be dead, but they never show up as dead, because sometimes they just get executed or converted. So if it's a lair, like depending on what kidnapped it, it's really hard to say. Is there hope? Absolutely. Are you able to do it? Only if your dwarves are good enough. So it is possible. It's just always going to be really difficult. So now that I'm just presuming all of the dwarves are inside, I'm going to turn all this off. And then I'm going to actually go finish up some bedrooms real quick, because I got some bedrooms I got to finalize up here. Let's do this. Let's go to here. And then let's do this. Just make sure there's no exits. And then just assign all these. Do that. These are mostly just bedrooms for kids. They're the only ones that don't have their own designated bedrooms yet. All right, so now that all that is done, now we just click this and deny the parlay. As for the actual siege, it's over here. I could kill them all almost right away right here, where they are. Almost right away. It's also kind of fun that they have trolls. You don't see those super often. It's fun to actually have building destroyers, you know? Cat trap, it's fine. There's more where that came from. Luke, yeah, that's his name. I also happened to grow up... Okay, to give you an idea on how close I grew up to Linus Tech Tips, just because Linus Tech Tips came up. Linus Tech Tips, when he was running a Windows server and doing a series of videos on Windows servers, for a period of time, I don't know if it's still named this, but at least for a minute, it was named Wannock. I grew up in Wannock. Wannock is a town with a mayor and an elementary school, and a population of like 600 people. I think it's probably higher now because they were building some suburbs when I moved out. But that's where I grew up, man. So, like, when it comes to Linus Tech Tips, it kind of makes sense that people would think that I sound like him, because it's such a small part of the world that it is 100% possible that, like, we straight up brushed shoulders at points. All right, so this is a siege that is coming in. It would be really funny if one of these trolls, like, topples this bridge, because I think they might be able to, actually. I think they're all trying to topple these cage traps. Yeah, they broke one, I think. No, no, there just wasn't one there. Kind of looked like they did. There's so many dudes, like, right there. I just want to burn them so bad. So with, like, if I pull one lever, I could kill all of these goblins instantly. And I'm so fucking tempted to. I literally just need to pull a lever for this, and all of these goblins are dead. We literally both grew up in the same part of the lower mainland Vancouver. And he's like a couple years older than me, obviously, but not by that much. Chat, do I pull the lever? Yes or no? There will be other opportunities to make goblins fight beasts, I think. Also, who hasn't seen the great lever of next to Jeff get pulled before? Oh, they'll all be inside him. Uh-oh. I didn't do it. I did nothing. So, okay. Let's unpack this for a second. One of the trolls toppled this grate. Standing in that grate was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goblins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 beak dogs. And now them falling in caused lava mist to spray into the air and everything right here to catch fire. That is incredible. Can I just get, you know, a round of something? Just a round of something. You know, a little bit of a something something. As the frame rate go goodbye. What are frames? Who even needs those? What are they even for? That's too fucking funny. So this is going to be like at a frame per second until the fires burn out. So we're going to be here for a minute. Or until I just create a lot more fire, which is, I think, what I'm going to do. I love it when people call this frame rate death, and they're like, oh yeah, no, my fort's done. I can't play the game anymore because, like, fire caught, and now the game won't run. It's like, no, just walk away for 20 minutes. It'll come back. Let me just wait until this is paused. There we go. We also need to get that pulled, which is going to take a little bit. The game just says, oh, trust me, no, they're doing a lot of thinking about the fact that they can't see through this. If I wanted to, what I could do is I could type in the df hack command, extinguish all, and clear smoke, or just clear smoke. And that would also fix the problem temporarily. Unless they catch fire again, which, you know. Oh, that's kind of amazing. Yeah, cave dragons, trolls, amongst other things, can all do that. Oh, boy. Also, thank you very much for clipping that, by the way, Darius. Chat, if you click on clips, we do have a clips leaderboard. So you could compete for the top of the clips leaderboard every week if you wanted. And big thank you to whoever clipped the Forgotten Beast coming out of the well the other day. That short got like 20,000 views overnight. So we're at like a frame per 10 seconds right now. It's good times. It's good times. You know what? I think I'm going to give the game a hand here. I am going to clear the smoke once. I'll let stuff keep burning, but that'll just bump us back up to like 10 frames for a minute. Otherwise, I would just like get up and leave. I mean, hey, we now have 5 frames a second. Well, we had it for a second. It's probably back down to 0 now. Oh, okay, the game's paused again. Oh, that's so fucking funny, man. It's specifically smoke and fire's blocking pathing that is so tough on the frames. But in small corridors like this, need more grates for next time? Maybe. Or I just need to make it less accessible. Or I just need to not have a grate there. I mean, I'm not going to get wagons. We did lose the Baron. Although we are getting a frame per second now, which is pretty good. Duh. Actually, I think it's like a frame per 2 seconds, but... It's visibly moving now. Let me just pause the game again. I want to see where my dwarves are at for pulling levers. Spew boiling silver at enemies and catching moss on fire in choke points, which causes the FPS to drop to 1. There was one mod that somebody was asking me about recently, which was the mod that makes rain actually pool. Yeah, about that, Christopher. Which is a mod that makes rain pool and, like, cause puddles of 1 deep water to spread everywhere, which I think is broken for a billion reasons. But imagine, like, if that stuff freezes in the winter. Okay, so this dwarf right here is trying to pull the Jeff lever, which is this. Which will help the frames a bit. But did somebody already pull this? No, okay. So nobody's even, like, tried to start pulling that one yet. Let's just clear the smoke again. I'm actually just going to put them out, because there's still lava mist everywhere there. So let's just clear smoke and extinguish all. What I would do if I wasn't streaming is I would just get up and make lunch. Clear smoke, and let's do extinguish all. Now, anywhere that has lava mist will reignite them immediately. So it's about to start up again, but we should get a moment's respite here. While the game thinks about it. It's doing a lot of thinking at the moment. As in trying to decide who's about to catch fire again. Spoilers, most of them. They're also all... Oh my god, they all just died anyway? Or wait, are those just the ones that have died so far? Yeah, those are just the ones that have died so far. That's incredible. And here we go again. That is amazing. Okay, hold on. I need to see the dwarf who's pulling the lever. Of Dungeon Master stress? I would say checking the rule book, right? Like trying to just like flip through like the pages of the massive like appendix explaining what they should do. Dwarf hasn't even moved. For whatever that's worth. This dwarf is trying to pull the lever. Oh, see, like that this is about how quick dwarf is moving. Oh, we're actually getting a bump up in the frame rate, but it's about to drop again, isn't it? So, pulling of that lever will simply we'll close this bridge. So there's blood evaporating now, which is putting out the fires. That's what those little pssts are. That's blood evaporating, most likely, if I were to bet. Let me see. Is it blood mist? Oh, come on, game, tell me. Is it blood mist? Yeah, no, it's... okay, it's lava mist, smoke. I don't see any blood mist. I was presuming that was blood mist. I need more blood mist. I need some blood to evaporate, game, so I can figure out if that was blood mist or not. Because evaporating blood can actually, like, cause liquids to dissipate. We got a frame per second now, we're good. Or maybe this is not like, oh shit, like I need to flip through the page and find it. It's more like your healer in the party disconnected from the Discord call for some reason, and nobody's quite sure why, but somebody got a text message from him saying that the cat chewed through the internet cable and he was trying to get his Wi-Fi card working on his laptop but couldn't get his login to work. That's more what this is. Like, if we're using, like, modern D&D statements, it's probably a little closer to that. So for anybody just tuning in, that was a grate on the ground in the middle, and one of the trolls toppled it, causing about a dozen goblins and beak dogs to fall into that hole, which is how I eject lava into this tunnel. So, we sit here and we witness this. Also, hello, some otters. Some otters, were you here yesterday, by the way, when the Forgotten Beast that was a giant fire-breathing otter arrived, and it equipped it a mace as a weapon and was trying to breathe fire on things and whack them with its mace simultaneously? Were you around for that? Because it was pretty glorious. Let's see how far that dwarf has made it, if at all. Okay, so we've got two dwarves now pulling levers. One of them is literally about to pull the first lever. And for the second lever, they've got a long way to go. I kind of wish I made that lever closer, but... All right. Which means it's probably within, like, I don't know, the next 30 seconds that bridge is going to close. That's Jeff, that bridge. Sup, 94 Tails and Vicar. Nothing. This is the most dramatic slowdown we've had in this fort so far. I think it might get me frames, yeah, because it'll close all of them in. They won't have anywhere to go anymore. Let's try pausing it again. The goblins did it. I didn't. Unemployed Chaku. One of the trolls broke my grate, which dropped like a dozen goblins and beak dogs-ish into that hole, which splashed lava up. And so now they're burning. They did it to themselves. They had the ultimate strategy of showing up and smoking up my hallways and wrecking my frame rate. It's kind of hysterical, actually, when you think about it. And I'm just trying to pause the game again to see if the lever for that drawbridge on the right there has been pulled yet. Okay. Yes, it has. So this drawbridge should close anytime now. Anytime now. Anytime now. Anytime now. Anytime in the next... now or later. Anytime now. Doop, 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 dip, dip, dip. Anytime this year, maybe? Hold on. Actually, I have a concerning thought. They didn't ultimate Jabberwocky ruin my plan, did they? No, they didn't. Okay. I was thinking if that one is closed and this one is open, maybe these guys are like stopping it from closing somehow. All right. Man, 10 ticks takes a lot longer when you've got less than a frame per 10 seconds. We've got an ad break incoming. If it closes during the ad break, I will pause. Which means at most you'll miss like a dozen frames. Yeah. Should be fine. Nikki being Nikki. Should be fine. It's a raising. Retracting bridges look much flatter, Devilish Potato. So it'll probably launch them straight up into the air.
Orange_TJ cheered. X100. Can I buy more frames?
No, but you can buy me more RAM, which is actually something I might need because I may have a third stream sooner than later. As in, like, a third feed for the stream. Currently there's two. It's YouTube and Twitch, but there might be a third one soon. No, it won't be Kick. Looking into self-hosting stuff again. Is Mixer coming back? Fuck me, that'd be weird. Didn't they sell the FTL protocol to Facebook? Also not Rumble. Nah, it would if it happens, it'll be me streaming to my own website. And that's primarily for people who you know, maybe you can't watch from work and maybe you can't watch from somewhere else without like
joining the prayer for more frames.
Having to turn over your ID, perhaps. All right, well, the ads are running now. We have to be getting close to 10 ticks. So it's about 15 seconds per frame at the moment. You know, the day that the entire universe simultaneously agrees that referencing OnlyFans and feet constantly on live streams as sexual harassment will be a good day for the world. Not that I really care, I just think it's kind of distressing in a weird way. I don't know. It's mildly gross. Aha! What would you look at that? Hey, this is me. Now, you might be wondering, how did I get here? I've had one hell of a week. One crazy week. Speaking of one crazy week, now that the gate is closed, I can go one frame at a time because our frame rate's back now too, and watch this goblin go, wee! Okay. Meanwhile, the beak dog over here on the right is the lucky son of a bitch. He may actually live. Is landing. Oh, there comes another goblin too. And thunk. Yeah, no, is okay. And is okay. Then down in here, this is going to get pulled in a moment because the frame rate is now back, which is lovely, might I add. The goblins are like, oh my god, what in the truck just happened? All of our friends in front of us are in fire. Whatever shall we gurgle? And now, once all these guys are done burning to death, I'm going to throw them a bone. Instead of sending them all in, I'm only going to send in the ones who make it out. So what that means is I'm actually going to open this up once more. Which may be a bad idea because it might wreck my frame rate again. Hopefully not. And close this. Why does lava cause less lag? Because what was causing lag was the things outside that were trying to get into my fortress. When I removed the walls into my fortress, it stopped them from trying to get into my fortress. Smoke is not a wall, but they can't pass through smoke, so it makes their brains malfunction. That is a hype train. Chat.
For the Gobbo barbecue.
So now that this is off, they have no way into the fortress, and they know that. So because they have no way into the fortress, it stops them from trying to path, so now they no longer path. So if these guys can outrun the lava, they get to enter the fort. New challengers have arrived for the arena. Hey, chat room. If you want to make noise during the arena or cheer, now's a good time due to that hype train. And here come the gobs. Do-do-do-do.
Over here, he has a sword.
Actually, hold on. Let me just double check something. How many of them have made it in? The siege is over. 94 tails. Thank you very much for checking out a gift. Let me just open this now as well. Which will drain this mighty fast and give the rest of these guys a chance who are still trying to leave the dumb way. Hype Train needs to complete the first level in order to earn emotes, which means it needs 800 more bits or 2 subscriptions. Or resubs. So now these goblins have a clear line into the fort. Well, into the arena.
Cassido cheered. X100.
So it's time to begin the fighting, shall we? So if I go over to here, which one, chat, do you guys think looks fun? Which one should we release? So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. 1, 2, or 3, 4, 5, or 6. Which one would you like to see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Nikki being Nikki, thanks for the 5 pennies. Hey, Tacito. Appreciate you for the $1. Two minutes and 50 seconds left on the hype train. Seeing a lot of 6s. Now we release the first beast. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the 5-pack. The hype train is now rolling. 6 is the vomit one. I'll read its description once I release it. This is Ashum Chilled Greeds. It's a great blob composed of vomit. It has wings and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poisonous vapors.
Cheered. X100. In a fight between the gobos and the beasts. I'm cheering for the fight.
Over here now I pull this lever, which is the last lever. This lever, which is in fact accessible, releases everything else into the arena. So, we've now got a Forgotten Beast, who's slowly making his way towards the goblins. We've got goblins that are climbing out of the stairwell that are very confused about where the fuck they've just arrived in. Because this is a strange place indeed. And over here, we've got Id coming to start the fight for the arena. Now, in the arena, we have several creatures, or several main characters, shall we say. And I'll introduce them in a moment once we see them. The first of our main characters is one of my tame cave dragons that we stole. The second of our main characters is Kib, the Dwarf Rotten Butcher. Kib, the Dwarf Rotten Butcher, was stupid enough to try and steal some of my stuff once, and so I gave the only appropriate response, which was arrest him and send him to prison. Over here we have Giddo, the representative, who managed to run a criminal mastermind group within my fortress and convince multiples of my dwarves to commit crimes. We beat the ever-living shit out of him in his hemp skirt and dress and put him in prison. Next over here, we'll do him last. Next over here we have Ikim, the leader, who is a member of the competitive kingdom, who I arrested unprompted with no actual real reason behind it, because they didn't do anything here, but they did commit a lot of crimes elsewhere, so I convicted them of a lot of crimes because they seemed fun, and we're definitely here to commit crimes. Over here we have another zombie who also worked for some necromancers and attacked us once, and then lastly we have Tommy Tallarico. His mother is very proud. He's also a mummy, which means he's a necromancer, technically, and he's got a pike. And then, of course, the future victor, who is the turkey gobbler. My money's on Tommy. And it seems like down in the bottom is the first fight that is breaking out. And it seems that the goblins are just kind of unhappy about this whole situation. Maybe I should close this so that they don't just leave. Down here we have this fight breaking out. And is Tommy going to go actually fight somebody? I wonder. Because not all of these guys are necessarily against each other and hostile. It appears that the butcher over here has now killed both you haven't killed anything. What have you killed? You killed both the cave dragon and the turkey. Are you two now fighting? Nope, these two appear to be on the same team and are going to head south, probably after this fight. Most likely. Oh, here comes the first real contender. Let's close this. The hype train is still running. It's got a minute left, chat. It needs 4 subscriptions or $20 in bits to level up. And here comes our Rotten Butcher, who almost immediately kills the Forgotten Beast. Do we throw in another beast, chat? What do you think? Where did Tommy go?
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Oh, he's up here on the wall. We can't let an undead become the winner of the statue. So the question would be, which beast do we release? More beast, more time? Okay, but which one? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Who do we release, chat? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Thanks for the 6 subscriptions and $5.05. Preach. I should leave the game paused for this. Seeing lots of 2s. Big snaky it is. Except the way I'm going to let it in this time is I'm going to open this.
Dwarf cheered. X100. The thing about having an 8-foot tall mist generator is, at night, I have to go to the bathroom. My mother is very proud.
Everyone should have an 18-foot tall mist generator installed in their house. I mean, it's the first thing he did when he bought the place. Okay, so none of these guys seem to be super hostile with each other. Here comes a goblin. Are you two gonna oh, now we're talking. Now we're talking. So, he gestures and the cave dragon shudders and begins to move. And the turkey's mutilated corpse also begins to move. And Tommy Tallarico begins fighting with the first goblin in the line. The question is, are you also fighting... What is you fighting with? Okay, so he's fighting with the goblins, as one would expect. We've got a snake up here who's being released. And a giant has arrived? Can we just agree to worry about that later? A giant named Amul has arrived. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. I will see if it has any items in its inventory, but... Ooh, it does. This is a perfect... So, I saw this video that blew up on YouTube relatively recently of a person who tries a different hobby for every video is like his shtick, and he did one which was polishing clay balls. Never 404s, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You are definitely not the Dwarf Fortress wiki. This is a perfect clay. It's a polished piece of clay. That's really funny. It's literally a clay ball. Chat, can I get a big round of beers, by the way, for the dollar bits and the $4 404 Prime sub from Never 404s. That's funny. It's gotten this object is adorned with hanging rings of electrum and menaces with spikes of wood opal. Polished clay, anyone? That's fucking funny. And now we get banger music for the beautiful fights, you know? Which is a good time for everybody. Just realized I've got 2 extra tabs open. Hold on, let me get rid of these. All right, well, we'll let you do whatever you do, and we'll figure that out later. Okay, so Tommy appears to be building an army.
Good evening, all.
Rotten Butcher, Maceman. Okay, so it's like all of these dudes here versus the Beak Dog and the Rotten Butcher. Okay. Porcelet, it's good to see you. Thanks for the 25th month. Welcome back. And then up here we have the pretty unsuccessful, but has killed one Forgotten Beast so far, who is... Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So, this Forgotten Beast has deadly spit. It's shooting its fat at things. What? See? What?
Nani?
I've never seen that before. Can somebody please clip that? What the actual? I'm baffled. All right. Anyway, down here we also have a once resting goblin. Please tell me you're friendly. Nope. Tommy Tallarico is building an army. Arrows are being fired. And he's continuing to fight with the remaining... Are you fighting alongside of those intelligent undead? I think you are. Oh, that's pretty awesome. Okay, so up here... I don't actually know how many more goblins there still are. There's quite a few still. Tommy's got a little bit of a fight ahead of him. Yeah, there's still actually a fight left in him. Meanwhile, back up here, we've got this Forgotten Beast who's in emotional shock. After killing a goblin, I presume? This arena is starting to pay off, shall I say. And, you know, doing a lot of the inflating of kill counts. Yeah, a lot of that. So Tommy seems to be aligned with these other rotten butchers that we have here. Here comes a Forgotten Beast, who is currently fighting over here, which is now a undead Forgotten Beast, which I would love to read. Actually, something else I need to do real quick. So I need to go down here and close this. I don't want them to escape. I want to be able to recatch them. So if they don't make it in, too bad. I will burn the last of them. I need more contestants, you know? The thing is, Tommy may escape. So over here, they're just, you know, inflating kill counts as they do. How many kills do you have at this point? A good couple. There's an undead Forgotten Beast in the corner. They just need him to come back and be friendly at some point. Same brain? Wait, what? Oh, yes. Yeah, I wonder what causes that. Him being... Because usually it's like, it's their goop that they're shooting. But I've never seen... Like, have you ever seen them shooting, like, parts of themselves or their own fat at things? I mean, the idea is... The reason I was talking about what to do with the end of this fort is because me kicking off the party is kind of like me ending up or figuring out a way to end the fort, Brian, in YouTube chat. That's why I was talking about it. Okay, so there's a zombie up there. That's just ahead. I think I can probably turn off the burning now. Yeah, that's probably enough to fill this. Maybe not. We'll let it run a little longer. Wait, really? So since specifically 52.04 all deadly spittle is fat? Is it specifically deadly spittle then? So is this the one that they keep? Yeah, let's just... Okay. Blowing them up in a puff of smoke should be all I need to do. And now you... are taking the strangest way out imaginable. Although there actually isn't a way out at the moment. But the dragon seems to think there is. Who has 22 kills of the same corpse. And has found a very wounded goblin. So something I could do is I could open up these two doors. If I open up these two doors, I have two options. One, I could try and catch them in these and recatch them. Or two, I could catch what I can in the cage traps and then just let the rest leave. Yeah, no, that would make sense why it wouldn't happen in older worlds. And then there's just that beast over there in the corner. Have they earned the right to leave? Well, the goblins are still here. No, I'm just thinking of other ways that I could end this fight. Seems like the cave dragon has now fallen. And this goblin has now fallen to the intelligent undead here, who, by the way, is very notable now. I think these ones will just be trap avoid. Because they're technically only visitors. Nope, never mind. I lied. Okay, well, we've recaught one. Now that I've done some more burning of the thing, let's open the gates. Yeah, I think I've burned everything that's in here. There is still a giant on the map, by the way. In case anybody's forgotten. There's still a giant on the map. Just in case anybody forgot. That's still there. There's still a handful of invaders. I have a handful of goblins. I could release another Forgotten Beast, though. A gigantic buzzard. It has a long, straight horn and a bloated body. Its mahogany feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poison sting. I think I'm going to release this guy. Let's send in a third beast, chat. I already have an Etten and a Bronze Colossus sitting around DS. Let's see what next friend can do. What do you think, chat? Does this one fall as well? How long have I been working on this? I'd need to look at when the first VOD was uploaded. This guy can fly, by the way. No. Don't you dare, game. We may have to do this all again. It may have all been a dream. It was all a dream.
Bring out your dead!
I don't think the game saved once.
No, 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 no! No! No!
If you have to ask me that question, then I don't think I have to answer it, Robert, on a whim. Because if you don't consider magical items that do magic spells, necromancy of various kinds, and other kinds of usable potions, magic, then I can't help you. No, it did save once, actually. Hubbity bubbity. Okay, but this is before the siege began. Is this before or after I put all this stuff? Okay, so I've set everything to be placed in here. I just haven't actually started the siege. Well, that was a wild vision of the future, chat. Now we just have to make it happen. They can shoot ice balls. Are you capable of asking, like, are you capable of doing any amount of research about a video game or just asking questions? Like I said, I'm done asking your questions or answering your questions. They can shoot ice bricks. You can mod in fireballs if you want that. All right, well, we get to go again. Let me just check something. What's the name of that dwarf? I know where you are. Is this one? Okay, so no, this was after one save. Because some of the dwarves got named. Aye. Encore, yeah. You know, I'm just gonna, honestly, at this point, when people ask, does this game have magic yet? Just not acknowledge. Because, like, I just kind of, I get it. I mean, some people just have zero interest in actually looking into anything themselves. And I feel sorry for you in that case. That sucks. As a person on the internet, you're perfectly capable of looking through the last half dozen patches that you missed or watching my videos. Not bugging me about it. No, I get it. Toxic D2. But, like, if you pop into my chat and ask how to get through an aquifer, or if you pop into my chat and you ask how to, like, solve an issue that is a solvable issue, something that I can actively assist you in figuring out, totally fine. Absolutely get it. Makes 100% sense to me why you would pop into my stream for that. But if your question is, does this game have magic yet? I literally can't help you. Quite literally, because you can figure that out in about 10 minutes, not even, by just simply control Fing on the recent patch notes. And you'll answer your own question. And if your definition of magic is every single thing Tarn has ever promised, that's literally never going to happen. Not in our lifetime, anyway. I'd be willing to bet. That's like asking, is Star Citizen out? It's like, well, what's your definition of out? Is it playable? Sure. Is there magic in this game? Absolutely. Is it your specific definition of magic? Fuck no. No, I'm saying I'm tired of answering the question. Like, quite literally, that's what this is. It's like, it's a, I don't want to answer that question anymore. I can fucking tell you're fucking with me. Now fuck off. No shit, Sherlock. Captain Jackass. No, quite literally, like, it's an unanswerable question. Right? And that's why I'm tired of answering it, because, like, is there magic? Yeah, all the prereqs are there. Are they working on it? Yeah, they've been working on it for the last year. That's what the Lua rewrites are. Are you capable of reading patch notes? Because clearly not. If you've been playing this game for 15 years and you have to ask, does this game have magic yet? You haven't been playing this game for 15 years. I'm sorry. Streamer quits content creation after getting repeated questions that can be answered with a Google search. More news at 11. All right, you, this, you, deconstruct this. Or like Dwarf Arcana is a really good mod for that, especially on the adventure mode side of things. That lets you find runes which are equipable, which let you like use magic spells like lightning bolt and firewall and shit. Like if that's your definition of magic, that is available to you if you care. I had an adventure with 4 different versions of Force Push, which was really fun. I could just like perma-stun dudes against walls, and that was in the vanilla game. And then shoot lightning bolts, or not lightning bolts, ice bolts at them. Which like, you know, made their heads explode. It was a good time. Okay, let's go through here and get rid of all these. The reason I'm doing this is so that I have some mechanisms that are closer for this. So I can go you, 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 you. I can't remember if I did that first one or not. I did. It's not possible. No name. So it's nice when it happens in World Gen. I think it's a neat storytelling capability. I wish that we could do it. Unless that's the question. If, like, would I like to be able to do that? That's, like, one of my biggest complaints is that we can't. Maybe not with goblins. Goblins are kind of like the built-in antagonist for the game, but when it comes to, like, neutral factions, it would be nice. That is planned. You can do it, Generic Dwarf, if you go into adventure mode and you grab a bunch of potions and you stick them in barrels and then leave them in a fortress, or stick them in any other container like jugs, pots, and leave them in a fortress, just not equipped to your adventurer. And then you reclaim that fortress, they'll still be there. That's one of a few ways to get them into a fort. And then if you lock a dwarf in a room with them, they will drink it when they're dying of thirst. And then that will still heal them. Same with and you can also raid the mysterious sites in adventure mode or in fortress mode to get the magic weapons from the mysterious sites. And they do work sometimes. They don't usually use the powers on them though, I find. Lastly, the plan for the potions, supposedly, according to Tarn, is it's supposed to be a thing that you'll be able to somehow acquire and use in hospitals, and he said that that'll the one time he mentioned that, he said that that was going to happen sometime around the Siege updates, but that was a while ago. So I don't know what really the plan is there. I wouldn't say I'm grumpy. I didn't sleep great last night, but I got like 6 hours, Elfie. No, I'm just really fucking tired of answering if this game has magic yet. Because it is quite literally the equivalent of like, is Star Citizen out? Like that's an unanswerable bullshit question at this point. I think like as somebody who plays this game for a living, I'm allowed to be tired of 1 or 2 questions. And that's one that I'm very fucking tired of. I'm still not sure if I should ban you or not, Toxic D2, because your name is Toxic and D2s don't exist. So it's a coin flip as to whether or not I should just ban you. Because if you're just here to be a shit disturber and try and quote-unquote fuck with me forever, I just change the subject or shut up. Those are your options, really. Because quite genuinely, I'm a nice person, but I have a very low tolerance for people whose entire lot in life is here to fuck with me, right? And the first thing you really did in my chat is fuck with me. So don't do it again, please. That is all. At least not on this topic. The joke's over. Because I will ban you. When I'm in one of these, like, I haven't had enough sleep days, I will just do that. Also, there's some residual salt right now from the game crashing. Grr. So that was a good event. I hope it goes this well a second time. I don't feel like I am properly equipped to make a decision either way, Alfie. How about... I don't know. I think Devilish Potato made a good choice. How's it been going? Great until the game crashed. Now I'm kind of, like, cranky. Masterwork DF was a fraudulent mod pack that stole a lot of other people's mods and installed old mods, and most of those mods still exist but have different names, Brian. It was mostly just a launcher that had a bunch of built-in mods. Like, since the Steam version launched? 3,592? No, it's a coin. Probably Jody. I was telling somebody to quit fucking with me. Like, what I say in that kind of moment is not really a conversation starter, I suppose. D2. What was it? D4? Dark Days Don't Die, or whatever the name of that game was? I'll tell you this, when I'm like in a nippy mood like that, if you push my buttons, that is how you get unexisted from my chat. I have a pretty thick skin, but I can be an emotional person sometimes, and if someone's annoying me, I just make you go away. So, that's it. So D2s are throwing weapons. Got it. I mean, I've said this before. It's the one thing I truly don't like about this job, Elfie, is the fact that I'm not permitted to just have a bad day. Or just have a day when I'm grumpy. Because if I'm just grumpy, then everything is worse. And then people remind me of that one day that I was grumpy 6 years later. There's that one person that pops up in my YouTube comments every now and again who's been unbanned for literally years. Who occasionally will just tune in and, like, in the YouTube comments and leave a string of, like, obscenities and slurs as to how I banned them 5 years ago over a question. It's like, no, I get it. But, like, also, come on, man. Fortnite Jonathan, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Also, I'm gonna be nice for a minute here. I believe you that your name ain't ironic. But, have a sub. Got one. That one's done. Is it? Yes. That's done. That's done. Okay. Let's do that. And then let me just zoom out a little bit. Scroll up to here. I'm just going to make sure all of this is acceptable. Or accessible, not acceptable. In that burrow. I'm going to make sure everybody's in this burrow. I'm going to place beds in all these. Shoutouts to the dwarf who put their chest in front of their bedroom door. It's not permitted. Silly. Okay. Down to here. Over to there. Up to here. Clean all this. Do this. Just give all these kids bedrooms before they're adults. They'll love this place. All right. Now that I've done that, let's let everything come inside. I convinced you to buy it. Depending on how late Dwarfs go today, I might play some more tonight, because Cogmind is fun. And I do have more time to stream today than tomorrow. Tomorrow I do need to end kind of early. Depends on if the mood strikes, though. Also, shoutouts to the person who left a dislike on the YouTube stream. It's funny. After me being cranky for a moment, got a dislike. Thumbs up. Bless. It's the reason that I've always taken, or not always, but it's the reason that I've taken issue over the past few years in hindsight over Masterwork DF, Brian. So they say, I always liked the magic part of Masterwork DF, so it sucks that it's not an original creator. The issue with Masterwork DF is that the person who made it didn't credit most of the mods that were in it, and also had his own tile set in there, which was factually proven to be traced from other tile sets, and ended up actually getting a job working on Steam Dwarf Fortress because of his history with Masterwork DF, which is not a good thing, purely due to the fact that Dwarf Fortress more or less was delayed by a year, because I had to redo, well, maybe not quite a year, but it was delayed by a pretty considerable amount of time because they had to redo almost all of the assets. So yeah, not really a good situation there. Let's just wait for the rest of these dwarfs to get inside. Yeah, they had to redo a whole third of the tile set. And we also lost a lot of things that were, if you go look at the early marketing images for Dwarf Fortress, it included proper sprites for things that have been killed. There's a giant sprite that's decapitated and stuff. And all that was just cut and they never got back to it. It's also why a lot of this stuff is still missing. Item variants and stuff, because that was his task, was doing item variants. So stuff I don't know for certain, but I'd presume stuff like the segmented metal stuff and the stuff that never got fully released was, all of that art was being done by him. But now there's different artists working on the game. Because originally it was Meph and Mike Mayday. Meph was the one who did Masterwork, and then Mayday did Obsidian? I think he made one of the other original tile sets for the game. Or maybe it was just the Mayday tile set, and then Obsidian was made by the guy that they hired most recently. Anyway, yeah. Happy to help. It is a lot of unlearning if you're used to other games. Albert Otis in YouTube chat who says, thank you for the videos. I understand how to play now. After RimWorld, it's not easy to learn the mechanics and features of this game. Yeah, it's a little bit unintuitive when trying to unlearn all of the habits you've learned from another game. That is very much true. Okay, so it's this one. Once this has been pulled, we can begin the games. Now let's see if the goblins break the thing again. I'm also going to do this, because I don't actually know what caused the crash. Goblin Invasion 2.0. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I don't know who did it. Robert. on a whim. No one will know. I just think it's funny that I got one. That's all. Also, a good shot, Fortnite, with the gift membership over at the Musketeer. The Musketeer's been around quite a bit over the years. Wait, streamers are human beings? I'll have you know that I'm an intergalactic cyborg that was built and perfected by Amazon Game Studios and is built to advertise products directly to an unsuspecting audience. Audience? What? Audience. What are words? How dare you think I'm human? Anyway, let's let the goblins invade. Here they come. I'm not gonna lie. This is like a pretty big army. There used to be like a running joke, which I wish would come back. It kind of went away around the time people started streaming like Pokemon Go. And the running joke was streamers don't have legs. But now that people walk around outside with cameras and stream, the joke's kind of gone because you see streamers' legs all the time. But when like, you know, the biggest people on Twitch were streaming League of Legends, it was a bit of a different time, I'll put it that way. And I miss those days. Those were good days. I mean, VTubers are their own thing at this point, right? So are they going to topple it again? Oh, there it goes. Oh, this time they didn't all fall in. Well, you look at that. Magical. They did a better job of the breaking of the thing. No, they didn't. They just got lucky. It does mean that we'll be able to catch up quicker this time. Let's see how this goblin here gets launched off of Jeff. If this goblin here gets launched off of Jeff. I do want to burn some of them. Whee! Nice. All right. So I'm gonna burninate some of these goblins. Let's get some lava emotes up in here, chat. Please and thank you. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, no, they removed a few saves ago, or a few updates ago, Spectre. Apparently, Soapture? Yeah, there's a thing that makes saves portable, which allows you to move them from older versions of the game to newer versions of the game, but also moves their save location. And apparently somebody in YouTube chat managed to delete all of their save files because of that, which actually really sucks. Okay, so that's enough to end the siege. Then I just need to pull this lever again, jump down here, jump up here, and pull this lever, jump down here, and lastly, pull this lever. So these guys will all make it through, as well as some of these goblins at the front, assuming they run. Nope. That was a very successful unexisting of this whole siege. Holy shit. They start digging down into your fort. I'm very curious to see what all that stuff's gonna do. Like, all of that has me so fucking curious, man. Okay, so this over here should open up. And we'll go in the same order as previous. Okay, let's just do this. Just so that they don't have an exit. Don't care if any of them get stuck. Actually, hold up. Let's also close this. Now let's go up to here. And it was the snake that we agreed to release first. So we're going to release the snake. And open up the gate. when a goblin pops out of those stairs, I'm going to release... Well, actually, fuck it. Let's begin the fight. This is a very funny question. Or funny statement to me. Robert on a whim in YouTube chat says 15 years of just learning the game is DOS. Do you know how long ago DOS was, like, discontinued? Alright. So it seems like Beastie here goes straight through this time. And collides with the goblins. Is still shooting its fat at things. Up here in the arena, the fighting is breaking out. We've got... Where's Tommy? There's Tommy. I'm gonna follow Tommy. Tommy's my bet for the victor. The first of the fighting is coming to a close, most likely. It seems like the Forgotten Beast here is doing some work against these goblins. Which is a bit of a shame. On top of an army, they all go flying. Like, it launches them into the air. Which is really fun to do a couple dozen times. And then it gets kind of boring. Okay, so we now have... I don't know what... Oh, I see. It was probably the beak dog, right? Okay, so we now have a turkey gobbler head zombie, which is really funny. We've got a beak dog. So Tommy Tallarico's a mummy. For those of you who don't know, mummies are basically just necromancers. The Titan is now dead. And we've got some trolls coming up here. Let me just lock these so I don't need to fix them later, although that might still break them. We agreed to let the vomit creature in next, right? Round 2 of the fighting shall begin. And then after that guy leaves, I will send this one in. Tommy's just simply exploring. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Tommy just immediately kills that one. Well, that's funny. Okay, let's open this up. Mummy with a U, not an M. Just want him to leave here. These guys are real bad at toppling doors, hey? They did break down those 2 statues over there. Okay, so maybe what I should do is give him an exit. Or rather, let in more of these. I may have to start the lava geyser back up. Just so that they can't leave. Apparently the dwarves are having a party somewhere else in the fort. Okay, so there's now more ways in. They've also toppled my trade depot, which is fun. Let's also close this, lock him up here. Watch him get crushed by a drawbridge. Hey, Chad, can I get your favorite dancing emotes? It's party time. Okay, so Tommy is fighting with the 2 trolls. Stabs it with his pike. tearing the muscle through the leather tunic, fighting with the two of them. The dragon is still down on the bottom. Now he has a zombie troll, and is now resurrecting and killing a zombie troll on repeat. And now we just have to wait for the additional critters to come up as this friend here starts to build his army. And I'm going to release the next Forgotten Beast. Although, my frame rate went to 0 again. What did I do? Is it this? Ah, yeah, it's probably this. It's a new round of the Lava Geyser. Let's turn that off. Yeah, they're trying to leave and are mildly perturbed by that. Zolok, the troll. Have you killed anything? Have you killed anything? Nope. Okay. Let's go down to you and release you. I mean, the giant from the last portion of this attempt hasn't arrived yet, but we'll see. So my frame rate's down to 2. I'm not entirely sure why. Actually, hold on. Let me check something. Turn this off. It may be them resurrecting this, but I kind of doubt it. One thing getting Infa resurrected shouldn't do that. I mean, maybe. Okay, there we go. It's picked back up. I don't know what caused that hitch, but... I'm also going to do this really quick, just because... Actually, I'll do it when the ad break starts, because an ad break's going to start in 25 seconds. So I will do a quick save when the ad break starts. The last crash happened in late autumn, so we do have a little bit of time. Hello, Dima. Enjoy your lurks. Also that J-Sheep Herder. It ran in terminal, it never ran on DOS. Those are two very different things, Robert, on a whim. Okay, let me just do something real quick. Exterminate. Are there Kias? Ah. That's probably the thing that's pitching it, and then let's do a quick save. The Kias are coming. They're honking at me from a distance. But yeah, good call, Tarantos. Although, to be fair to everybody involved, a lot of people have always just called terminal DOS and vice versa, not really knowing what they're talking about. I got kicked out of a Starbucks in Seattle once for being told, for loitering and looking homeless. That's where the security guy literally told me, he's like, we're not allowed to let homeless folks loiter here. I was like, I've been here for 30 minutes, and also, what? I'm just from Canada, excuse me? I was waiting for a friend who, at the time, worked for Facebook. On terminal over on a separate machine over SSH. You can still do that with the older versions, right? But, yeah. Thanks for the DF Let's Play. Cheers, Milk My Cow 111. Seattle's wild for that. Yeah! Although, admittedly, I was wearing a very shitty-looking used jacket that was covered in coffee stains at the time, and it did look kind of ratty. But it was a unique experience, that's for sure. So I just released another Forgotten Beast, who is right here at the moment. This is Unu, who's killed a peacock, and is a gigantic buzzard. It has long, straight horn and a bloated body. Its mahogany feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poison sting. which is going to show up here in a moment and cause some chaos. But first, it's killing that beak dog zombie, and then it's chasing that zombie, and is either going to die to that zombie or be killed by that zombie. And it's going to die to that zombie, I think. The zombie may actually be besting it. I mean... Yep, it's just repeatedly stabbing it in the lung. Here, I was hoping that would get resurrected. Instead, we just have some chaos up here where Tommy's getting thrown backwards and falling. Tommy, did you resurrect it? Please tell me you did. Yes, there we go. Tommy now has another friend who's very, very friendly looking with his rolling guts. You'll love to see it as he slowly walks up the hill. Got some more chaos entering the fray, and Tommy is building a bigger army. Should we permit Tommy to leave? Or do we fight him? That's the real question that I'm struggling with right now. Because I could line my military up and just fucking charge him and win. But, like... Where'd he go? He's chasing his way down through, resurrecting more goblins. And that one troll who's too dumb to die. I mean, if we release him, then he's another villain character, right? I mean, how many kills does he have at this point? 150 others. Granted, it's just killing the same trolls and goblins over and over, but like, dude right now is padding his skills like crazy. Although actually, I don't think he can gain them because he's technically undead. Okay, so we've got this troll's once resting corpse. Two of them are friendly. Let's see if any of them have joined me. Sag. So we've got this friendly troll corpse. And apparently there's another one somewhere. Because he's technically undead. Undead can't train skills once they're dead. I think. This is one of those instances where they can't. I'm gonna open this and see if I can catch anybody. So, 211? Anybody? This is the other friendly one, I guess. This thing hasn't been resurrected yet. Come on, dude. Go further down. He's literally got an army of forgotten beasts that's following him. That is dope, dude. That is so cool. What's he up to? The pets list? No, they're listed in... Well... No. No, friendly does not equal... pet. It would say that I could assign a trainer if they were a pet. Oh no! Did you just kill the Forgotten Beast? Who did? The Forgotten Beast troll died. Hold up. What got him? Oh, there you are. The troll miner. You're a miner? He's a competent miner. Huh. The troll killed him. Wouldn't that be a wild change of events? He just gave up? Well, I mean, his guts were hanging out. He didn't have much left of him. Tommy either got thrown down the stairs or jumped down a bunch of stairs. The problem is they keep coming back as, like, just normal undead, which means they're hostile to everything. Very similar situation right there. Oh my god, he's dead. Who killed him? The Goblin Spearmaster once... Oh, no, because, like, the Goblin here, this guy, does gain skills, whereas Tommy can't. So this is now a Spearmaster, apparently? I don't know if they had a spear equipped at one point. No, they just punched him. So by repeatedly resurrecting him, he eventually trained the zombie enough to kill him. Why is Tommy so crazy? Because they're just not friendly. Because there's a hostile... So Tommy was just a random visitor, is a mummy. Mummies have necromancy powers, but they don't have to learn it. It's an adventure mode thing. It's very rare that they show up on your map. We named him Tommy Tallarico because lol. And he just trained that zombie by repeatedly resurrecting him enough times so that the zombie could kill him. I consider that like an intentional self-sacrifice. And then the zombie walked over and was killed by the cave dragon zombie. I need to make a statue of Tommy Tallarico. I think, is what we need to do. I mean, I'm not going to make an oof, but chat can oof for Tommy. He'll fasten to the lessons. Just one. Tommy got killed by a zombie that he resurrected like 200 times. And then I guess it's like falling under your own lies, right? And then one of his zombie cave dragon, who's been here for a minute, was then captured or then killed the zombie goblin that killed him. Yeah. He liked Tommy. It would have been fun if he came back as another creature, but he died due to his own hubris, which is oddly fitting, actually. So now I just have a bunch of zombies down here. A whole bunch of zombies. They could die young. That wasn't young. I'm trying to think, what can I do here? Probably the thing to do would just be to run in and kill them. But I think Tommy won regardless. Chad, who do you think won that battle of the arena? Also, where did that giant arrive? I'm not even sure. No. Joey Caress. Yeah, that's the actual answer, is Joey Caress won. Go watch oof.mp3 on YouTube. It's a good video. I did catch one of the zombie spear dwarves. Let me just go here and type in friendly. Okay, so there are some friendly. The rest of them are not friendly. The other thing I could do is I could teleport them into the arena using DF hack and use them as part of the next fight. That's the other thing I could do. Because I doubt I'm going to be able to get them to path anywhere. Later, generic dwarf. Take care, man. What do you think, chat? Do I kill the zombies that are remaining? Or do I teleport them into the arena for the next fight? One requires using DF hack to cheat, in quotes. The other would probably be the legitimate response. But they're not going to move. They are definitely a hazard. That is 100% for sure. I mean, the trolls can stay. What do we think, chat? It's up to you folks in chat. So, kill them? Or cheat and move them in? I think I'm going with the legitimate response. We're going to just go kill them. See what happens without cheating. I don't really have a way to seal them in. Oh, well, I mean, that helps. The rock Sunko has come. A bird of prey so large that and ferocious that it dwarfs many dragons. All beneath its mighty wings shall fear the sky. Okay. Change of Dwarf. Hold up. It's going to send all of the squads right there. Lock this door. I need you to turn around, Dwarf. I may actually just lock this if I need to. Just lock this. Milk My Cow, thank you very much for the tier 1. I think we'll see if the rock will kill them for us. Get it. So, it sucks to be these dwarves stuck in here. Chat, remind me to let these dwarves out, yeah? Can you do that? If you can do that, please do that. The next thing I'll do is this. Actually, no, not that. I can't do that. Next thing I'll do is this. Pull that. Let's open this and see where this burb is. Okay, that's kind of crazy. It's covered in ice. Because it's raining, but we're into freezing temperatures. So it's covered in water and its ice is all freezing. I'm also going to do another quick save. How goes the fort? Pretty good. We're in kind of a finale sequence right now. If we don't end this fort today, we'll end it tomorrow. And how can it fly? Sheer will, I guess. I mean, like, I've been on hikes with my friend Kevin, and he has a beard, right? And I've seen him get, like, icicles in his beard and still be able to walk, so clearly, Bourbon, similar situation. So what we need is we need this. Oh, is this still? Oh, this is still filling. I need this. Shut this off. I need to pull this. Absolutely. Just sheer force of stupidity and will. It is unaware of the fact that it should be blocked by the ice, so it just simply doesn't care. Okay, so this will drain all of this pretty fucking quick. And now in theory, within like a minute, that rock should just be able to fly in here. And this drains by slowly spilling over and into here, which does allow this stuff to... That looked really weird for a second there. Which does allow this to cool off and drain out naturally. They wreck stuff hard. Yeah, sometimes they become gods after causing the apocalypse in dwarves. Is that a testing? Test received, Necrontier. I mean, I've seen rocks with hundreds, if not thousands of kills before. This is a pretty young one, too. It's only 99 years old. I mean, it does have a mom and dad and 2 siblings. If it wins, then we can catch it and try and use it as part of future fights. Welcome back with the successful Wi-Fi reconnect. Yay! My building president signed the give us fiber upgrade deal. I don't own a printer, so I couldn't do it. Now, I could let it in this way, but I can't actually get to these levers, so that's a little bit inconvenient for me. I should probably make another way across this in case of emergencies, but it smells good in there. Or maybe like put like a trapdoor on top of this or something. One of the two. But the front door should be open. My big hope is that a dragon attacks. I mean, look at the value of this fortress. There's a very real chance that could happen. I wonder if they made that platinum statue. I'm placing that statue of Tommy over there. Once they move it. It seems like a devilish potato is getting the honor. The item is a superiorly designed image of Tommy Tallarico by Uvesh Magnifier. Tommy Tallarico is surrounded by the humans. The artwork relates to the ascension of the human mummy to the position of lawgiver of the Union of Controlling in 159. Before finally dying of his own stupidity in the current year. Yeah, cheers, mate. It was a peace offering. To be honest. I was kind of being a dick earlier. Alright, let's see. It should be able to get inside pretty soon. Keyword here is pretty soon. Well, I mean, if he was alive in 159, humans only live like a maximum of 80 years in Dwarf, so... While that might be plenty of time to walk around the world, it's not plenty of time to do much. I love this fact right here, is that the steel bridge steams because lava's touching it. So because lava's touching it, it like gets water or snow in this case falling on it, which causes steam. So there's steam coming off of the bridge as long as lava's touching the corner of it. It's just like me, Snurgle, in YouTube chat. Snurgle says it's crouchy. So, yeah, we still need quite a bit of this to cool off, but it shouldn't take too long. Most of the dwarves is over here just reading books. I mean, how many books does the library have at this point? 280. Yeah, nice. Let's also do a thing. Whatever is accessible to the dwarves, they can just get to working on now. Because they've kind of been on break for a wee bit. Break time's over, dwarfs. That just gets the manager to reassign all the tasks, and then they get back to work generally when you do that. This is all accessible up to here, so that needs to melt, or cool off. Those need to melt. I keep saying melt. Cool off. Needs to cool, needs to cool. Yeah, we've got plenty of blockages still. Lots of blocks are going. Clothing's being made again. Do I have peach wood? No. I need to do a bunch of tree cutting when this fight's over. No, I know I still have 3 dwarves locked up. I don't have a way of getting to them yet. So yeah, I'm still aware. Picked a fight with a wild boar, failed to hit it, and just... Your rookie militia dwarf picked a fight with a boar, failed to hit it, and was immediately gored in the skull and died on the spot. The mom of holding a just-born the plump helmet patch baby proceeded to then punch the boar to death while holding the baby. Not a scratch in either of them. Fun fact, babies are an indestructible, unflammable shield. And in older versions of the game, also a melee weapon, but they don't really do that so much anymore. How's it going? I'm waiting for this giant bird to go kill a bunch of zombies for me. Aside from that, chilling, you know. Dwarves are mostly working on crafts. They got a lot of them to work on. Oh my god. Okay, all of this actually can be melted down. Except for the bin. Melt a metal object. Repeat! Just go back and forth, please. Let's look at all this. Maybe you too. Single arrow is now being melted. Let's go down to here. It's just that. May I ask how prevent Necromancer from resurrecting? Don't let them get into combat. They resurrect things as a point of self-defense. So if they're under attack, they will resurrect something, which is how you get those infinite loops of them resurrecting something that's hostile to them, killing it immediately, and then resurrecting it again. So yeah, if you don't want them resurrecting stuff, you need to not let them near combat. What's my preferred starting livestock? None. Jokes aside, depending on the embark, usually pigs or turkeys. If I were to say playing, like making the game easier for myself. Unless there's something interesting like elephants. But they're so expensive, they're not usually worth bringing anyway. So yeah, I need one of these two or one of these two to cool off. I need one of... No, those are fine. I need... Ooh, yeah. No, it's literally just that one spot back there. It's like this. That's all that's left blocking it. Although, actually, these are not blocking it, so it should be accessible now. Let the deadly games begin. Once more. I won't forget to free the dwarves, Vicar. It's descending. It's ascending. It's descending. So I'm thinking one of the things I could do here to tempt this thing let's turn the burrow back on. Well, I mean, I'm not going to do that specifically, but I will tell them to run over here and pull this lever really quick. Some ads are about to run. I'll pause the game when the ads run. The rock is killing an eagle. Huh! Well, that's interesting. Got a dwarf running back. The dead walks, so we shall hide while we still dwarf. Okay, that's now done. Fuck the cats, it's fine. As for the siege, I need a Vile Force of Darkness, chat. Where's the rock? I'm not sure why the rock is down and in here. What did you kill? Okay, so the rock was fighting with a mutilated corpse. But I'm not sure why it's down here. Oh, did you fly the long way in? You took the long way in. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Okay, so we're in an ad break. I will pause for a sec. I will pause. So right now it's in the drain of my lava moat for lava overflow from the entry tunnel. That's pretty rad. This is an undead forgotten beast. Which admittedly has no shell nor tongue. What a sad snack. We also have this. Rock and roll indeed, Blazing. We also have, I guess, the additional zombies just heading directly towards this, which are currently over here. It's Puff the Magic Dragon, yeah. Well, did Puff breathe fire? I don't know. It certainly has a level of whimsy to it. I will say, Shouka Robota, this is a game that generally you should read a little bit of how to do things mechanically. As far as enemy threats, there you can learn from failure. But as far as like basic game mechanics, I would recommend not trying to play this game without any like outside help because you will never get anywhere. Well, maybe not never, but it'll take you a very long time. You'll make your life unnecessarily difficult. So the rock flies away in fear, but is actually stuck, I think. Yeah, because it can't get through these. These are just blocking its way. I could release another Forgotten Beast. Keep on expecting it to get hit by one driplet of lava and catch fire. Okay, so Scaredy Burb is Scaredy Burb. Zambies is coming in slowlies. What do you think, chat? Do we see if the zombies fight, or do I release another Forgotten Beast? I think I release another Forgotten Beast. Which one do we want to release? We got 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3. I think that's all of them, yeah? Yeah. 1, 2, or 3. It's like almost overwhelmingly 3. There was 2 calls for 1. YouTube chat said the left one, and Darius said 1. Everybody else is saying 3. I have no way of releasing the Snatcher. That's bait for another one, who's probably about to die, actually. I should close that first. No, I'm using him as bait. Just wait for that to close. He's a turkey. He might look funny, but he is a turkey, trust me. Also, one of my dwarves has been taken by a Fey mood. Who's actually a boyer? Meaning I should probably make a boyer shop. Because I don't currently have one. This one looks cool. We need to release that one. But for right now, this guy's getting released. So this is an enormous blob composed of ash. It has a gaunt appearance. You guys officially selected the Forgotten Beast. That does nothing. Why are we releasing the beasts? Because we are being sieged by the enemy. There are 3 zombie Forgotten Beasts, and I'm trying to add to the fun. But chat selected the one beast that literally does nothing. So why are we releasing the beasts? Fun. Dexclamation point. Dexclamation point. Or I guess the other response would be, why not? Dwarf has claimed the boyer's shop. Good luck. I will say, I do think it's a wee bit of a shame that you guys selected literally the weakest one. But uh-oh. Can I close this before he kills it? Or is he just gonna go kill another... He's just gonna go kill another turkey. That turkey didn't have to die. It was a mistake. Cancel that. He's just gonna stare at it. Okay. Where's the rock? The rock is still flapping around in fear. And is also getting shot at by the zombies whenever it pops up here. Oh man, this guy's having a rough day. I don't think that Forgotten Beast is going to do anything really of value, by the way. I thought that we were releasing him. Why would I close the gate? Gigmoth, hello. I think I'm going to release another one after it. How goes the war? Chat, give our friend Gigmoth here a 10-second recap of what's happened today. The arena's been fun. You're not gonna make it through that, are you? Oh, no, you did. Okay, good for you. Big ol' clunk, ash clunk. Ash thing? Yes. He pushes the troll corpse and the injured part collapsed. I'm impressed. Any casualties so far? In my fort? I don't think so. Lots of enemy lots of enemy casualties though. Okay, where's the rock at? That beast is dead. Rock is still alive. Rock is flying around in the drain still. Plenty of zombies incoming. All right, we need a stronger beast. I'm gonna make the executive decision, I guess, to open up this rather than releasing more. What this will do is it'll give all of the Forgotten Beasts that, you know, aren't currently accessible, that are underground, access to all of that chaos down there. And any of the zombies that get stuck in those cage traps, So up here we have two Forgotten Beasts. We've got the one that starts with the letter A and the one that starts with the letter L. Oops, wrong screen. Which means we have... Nope. We have this guy. Doesn't seem super interested. And this guy who's literally stuck. I'm going to help this guy out. Because I would like to see something happen here, and this is fun. Thankfully, we have hacks. So I'm going to teleport you up to here. This is Piware the Forgotten Beast, who is obviously a skinless ceratops with two stubby tails and a gaunt appearance. Beware its webs. Wish it luck, chat. Beware the natural forces of nature. And up it goes. Oh, he's going. Also, what about the other one? Has the other one moved? Nope. Doesn't seem to care. He's fast, yeah. The dinosaur, the four-legged dinos tend to just immediately eviscerates that first one. All right, he's got one. There goes two. That was a zombie left hand. It wasn't very threatening. Now has a name because it just killed Soak Flyers, which was the goblin, I think, that killed Tommy Tallarico. And now is going through the siege, one at a time. Getting hit by bolts, has 16 notable kills. I think the plan for this would be to catch it, presuming it, if it wins, we have to catch it. More entertainment is being had. Good times for every dwarf. Now, where is the rock? The rock is still down here. However, the zombies appear to have moved up to there. So these are zombie Cave Dragon and Zombie Forgotten Beast. Cave Dragon has a couple kills. The Rock is just terrified and over there. Beware here has charged down, who's now Gnarled Crevice. The old gnarly crevice. Am I gonna fix his wisp? What do you mean by fix his wisp? I don't know what that means. He charges in. Lisp? Oh, I don't know. It's an Elvish word, so probably not. I feel like that's the proper pronunciation. Catches the rock. Kills the cave dragon. Kills the rock. By kicking it repeatedly in the head with his rear foot. I might give him a full heal, though, if he wins. And now we're getting a Migrant Wave. That's not good. Thankfully, everything appears to be in the tunnel way, so let's lock this. Let's also train these. He's colored red because he has no skin. Over here is Pife, that Forgotten Beast zombie. So it's Forgotten Beast versus Undead Forgotten Beast. The Undead Forgotten Beast probably doesn't have a whole lot left of him. Now, Forgotten Beasts are immune to webs normally, but because this one is a zombie, he shouldn't be. Forgotten Beast kicks the corpse in the head. Okay. But they both seem to be pretty evenly matched, I have to say. Let me just jump up to here real quick. Okay, you just pulled that. Let's open this and let those migrants in. They're just in time to help us prepare for the next battle in the arena. He's already off of his feet. Well, he does keep kind of falling over. I mean, it's somewhat impaired. He must have, like, an injured leg or something. Yeah, he seems to just be really bruised. This guy, on the other hand, is mostly just a giant scar and mangled ball of whatever, which he is a skinless serpent with a spiral shell that is ravening and his eyes glow scarlet. He also lost his shell in the fighting before he died. It's like a hermit snake with a giant snail shell. And they seem to just live down here now. Unstoppable force versus immovable object? Meanwhile, Catan the Boyar has created Kagithatbalrur, an Ashen blowgun, and claims it as a personal treasure. What a useless pile of I will look at it, though, because that's kind of neat. You don't see those very often. This is a Ashen blowgun. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned shirt cabochons and encircled with bands of dog leather, and this object menaces with spikes of ash and pear wood. And chert on the item is an image of a beetle man. In ash on the item is an image of Saigon wheel phrases, the dwarf and dwarves in rope read. Saigon wheel phrases is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Saigon to the position of count of the strategic boots in the year 70. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in lignite. On the item is an image of id spell towers. Chat, how do you spell towers? The dwarf and Rith strike clasp the confident tundras in copper. Rith, the confident tundras, is striking down spell towers. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf spell towers by the wasting corpse. Rith, the confident tundras, in the clawed Clan donned the communion of the rhyming in Learn Pick. Of rhyming in Learn Pick. I do actually know where Learn Pick is. I think we actually took over that place, didn't we? In the scintillating mountain in the midwinter of 292 during Debasherist, the crazy assault. On the item is an image of Vukar, earthen ruler, the dwarf in shirt. That's kind of a lot of lore on that. Yeah, generally, like, kobolds use blowguns. It's not a dwarven weapon, usually. Trying to think what I can realistically do. I could leave this open. We can also... Oh. I found a troll. We'll just get rid of you. He's very slowly trying to kill my cat. Good luck. I could send a couple Mark dwarves down here to kill these guys. Oh no, they're pretty terrible. They only really exist to poison, which you can't do in fort mode. But yeah, no, they are pretty terrible. A straw? Are you saying that this is a draw, or are you calling the blowgun a straw? Because I guess so. Yeah, I would say it probably is. He kicked him in the body, and the body collapses. Got him. Does he deserve a full heal? What do you think, chat? No, I'm going to recatch him. Use him for the next fight. Toxic. There's nothing else for him to fight. Everything else is dead. Except for, like, maybe 1 or 2 more trolls. I mean, how many kills does he have now? I mean, he killed a rock. He killed a zombie cave dragon. And a goblin. Oh, shit. This is how he learned that he fucked up. Well, that's his reward, I suppose. They killed bagged moisture. The lever's been pulled. Whew. Dr. Silk is done. Honestly, I think he deserved it. There's Aiton. Can I close this? Closing this will maybe save that dwarf. It may also kill him. Ha! Teehee. Let's go over to here and seal this. Lock this and open this. So I'm gonna lock this off, open this up, and tempt him in with this goblin. And I'm also gonna need to open... No, I don't need to open that. The power of make-believe, totally. Slightly stunned, and I think lost some teeth. Did you? Nope. Skids along the ground, but it was deflected by his rope reed cloak. Now I just need to close this to lock him in. Yeah. Oh shit. I fucked up. There was another door I needed to lock, chat. The kid is gonna die anyway. Run away, kiddo! Oh no, well. Hold up. I got a few things I gotta do. This guy's so fucking fast, holy shit. Okay, that's closed. He doesn't have a way out. Beware indeed. Where the hell are you going? Oh no, never mind. He didn't actually kill it. There was another child in there. Okay, unrelated. Okay, so did... Wow, he actually made it across before it closed. And now fights this guy who I need to close again. That's still not closed yet, so he may turn around. But maybe he stands? Eh? Come on, just stay there. Yes! I love this game. Okay, so now that I almost fucked everything up, we lost Tiny, Helmet, and Bagged Moisture. Total of 5 dwarves. Honestly, that could have gone a lot worse. Like a lot worse. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no kidding. All right, let's unrestrict the dwarves. Did I? Yes, I do have that open. The Forgotten Beast, anywho, that's not what that says, but that's what it looks like. The Forgotten Beast, Anyu, has come. And an enormous feathered petrosaur. It has a long straight tail and a bloated body. Beware its poison sting. Where is it? Sweet, it's on the upper levels. Pretty easy to catch, actually. Let's open that gate. I need to go up to here real quick. I don't actually have a hotkey for this area, I don't think. Well, it's now F8. That was one hell of a round of entertainment, eh? And we're only like... That was just round 1. That was just round 1. You know what? Let's actually open this. And open this. Because I don't want to crush that dwarf who's hanging out by that drawbridge. Will there be a worthy challenger? I have very strong creatures. I wouldn't be too worried about that. Okay, 5 dwarves found dead. 6 dwarves. 7 dwarves. 8 dwarves. Elith was dead. Was killed. I think because they died near the entertainment district. Let's do these out of limestone. I don't even think we need to become, like, necromancers. I think these dwarves are just evil, personally. I mean, like, with activities like this, how are they not evil, you know? Let's also close this. Two dwarves were Def Atom smashed? None of them are missing. They've all been found. So I don't know where you got that number 2 from. Let's just do this. Yeah, no, they've all... Oh, there's one. Attis the child was missing for a week, who we haven't found yet. I don't know about 2. It wouldn't throw me off, though. Or rather, it wouldn't surprise me too much, though. I didn't see anybody get Atom smashed. Go back and look? Oh, you'll go back and look? Because there was one right here. There was one playing Make-Believe who I bounced up, but I didn't see any of them get hit by a bridge. Like, I believe it, but I didn't see it, I guess. Which is fair. I mean, read my username. Yes, I do still have a Bronze Colossus, yes. I also have an Etten. Also, how much bigger is that migrant wave? 38. We got a few. I think, let's see. Those went fine, probably. I'm looking for dwarven fortresses over here. Oh, actually, let's just go start wars. The Dark Human Fortress of Fed Maligned? I don't know what that means, but we're going to go attack them. We're going to go fed their malignment, because I'm fed up with them. I think that this lower layer down here, chat, I forbid everything that isn't like a cage. And like a mechanism. And we just let this area become like a pile of bodies. Because I think that's fitting. Complain if you disagree. Up here, I'm going to just say... This is a animal stockpile. Sounds racist? How so? How does Fed Malign sound racist? Or right, are you just saying because I'm attacking a goblin, a human dark fortress? Also, we're in an ad break. We'll pause game until ads are done. Like a glowy fort? I'm not sure what we're referencing here. I think, like, I mean, in a world where it's just copper, and also the amount that this fort has, it's absolutely worth just building with it, generic dwarf. I think it was closer to 10 dwarves, actually, Goose. But, you know, is what it is. Wait, hold up. Oh, right, yeah, we're collecting webs because of the webs down there. Makes sense. That hasn't been deconstructed yet. Let's get these linking. We'll link up you. Link up you. I think we need another challenger. We also need bait. Let's throw in you. Oh, that's not good. There's just a rotten troll hand right there, which is just going to scare the dwarves. All right, so back here is where I've got my big boys. Let's grab one of the big boys. I think we'll save him for the finale. You know? Just one? Oh, did I actually hit one? I thought I just slapped one into the air and not killed it. Let me double check. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, I did hit one. I didn't even see that. Yeah, that was very quick. This dwarf right there. Smack. Yeah, no, you are correct. Thanks for checking. I have like 200 something hours in Songs of Six. Yes, I have played it. First time I played it was back when it was a free game on itch. So I played it kind of a while ago. Let's wait until all of these dwarves are buried before I start chucking stuff into the minecart. And if you're asking what I think of it, I tend to bounce off of it. The game is kind of balanced in a way that I don't find super fun, to be honest. It's not to say that it's a bad game. I think it's perfectly serviceable and actually quite interesting most of the time. But there are some development choices in that game that really kind of boggle my mind that I don't like. The simple short version is I really, really, really like the gameplay and the city building part. I kind of fucking hate the combat. I don't like how much that game directs you towards combat without any super viable alternatives, and that really bothers me. It's not what I want. I want to select manually. Okay, that's everything that hasn't been constructed yet. No, I mean, it's definitely a city builder. I mean, it's got a lot more in common with, like, Pharaoh and stuff like that. It's a really cool game. I kind of wish it didn't have the combat. Or rather, I kind of wish I had the intelligence that whenever I go to play it, I just turn off the combat. Because I think I would like the game a lot more if I played it that way, but the result is I usually just kind of ends with a sick, like, kind of a icky taste in my mouth instead of, like, actually having a good time with it, which I think is a bit of a shame, but that's not to say that it's a bad game. I do think it's quite good. There's certainly a lot to love in that game. Let's just make copper tombs. Because these dwarves are apparently super fucking slow at this. Can you turn it off? Yeah, you can. I just never think to, because I don't play it super often, because I usually get kind of mad with a city and then quit. I also think that its failure states kind of suck, because it's, like, on one hand, extremely easy to bounce back, but on the other hand, not. in older versions of the game for Songs of Six, it was, how do I put it, very viable to just kind of keep perpetually expanding and building the way you wanted to. And as long as you had food and decent like opinion of your city, you would continue expanding. And now the game kind of hard locks you out of expanding unless you participate with every single mechanic in the game. And I think that kind of blows. Like, and there, from what I can tell, there really isn't a way around that. Like, and it's very mechanically obvious. Like, you'll be stuck at like 3,000 people, and then it'll be like, oh, you made the new bathhouse with heated water. Oh, now you get another 400 people, and then you get stuck at 450 people, and then it's like, okay, what fucking thing does the game want me to build next? And I think that sucks, personally. I used to be able to build cities in that game and pretty quickly get up to cities of like 15,000 in older versions, and I think that the way it kind of is in the last few times I've played isn't really my bag. But it is a really cool game. I think I just need to tweak because like there's pretty expansive like gameplay options when you start a new settlement in that game. I think I just need to tweak it to the point where I find like a formula that works for me, I guess. But yeah, I wish that there was either like a only auto battle option where you never actually needed to do the fighting, or that I would just like have the sanity to turn it off. Yeah, also, if you want to try the game, don't bother buying it. Just go play the demo, which is just an older version of the game. Path of Acrid does the same thing. I like it when games can... I will always be baffled with developers that think that not offering a demo is a good thing. Like, I'll be honest, demos drive me fucking nuts. Not because I think they shouldn't exist or anything. I'm not crazy. But genuinely, demos drive me fucking nuts. And the reason demos drive me fucking nuts is because the number of times I've gotten, hey, would you like a key for our video game? And then it's just a key for a demo that's already out and has been out for 6 months. I don't ever respond to emails about keying keys anymore, which I realize is like a very oddly specific thing. It's just me being silly and nitpicky about my industry more so than anything. But genuinely, like, I find that to be a huge fucking bother. It designates all the tombs for me. Okay, I think we're caught up. Okay, so now that all these are in, I can go over to you. Close you. I can go over to you. Close you. I can go up to you. Close you. I can go to you. And close you. Oops, did I not click the button? If I go up to you, you have a way in and out. Let's find a turkey. You do not have a connector or a way in and out. You do not. You do not. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Renfield. I don't think there's ever been a way to do that. Although I've never really tried too much. Actually, let me test something really quick. Blocks. Okay, so that's a 6. That's an 8. It's a chart. 6 and an 8. 6 and an 8. No. No, there isn't a way to hide them once they're in use. I just had an idea of maybe a method to work around that, but... It sure as heck doesn't seem like there's one way. There's a way, which is kind of a huge bummer, actually. Let's get this opened. Saying that demos are useful for them because the data doesn't show it. I remember listening to a game dev saying that demos are useful to them because the data doesn't show it. They are or are not? That reads like they wouldn't be, but... Like, I don't know. Are not. Okay. I mean, I would have agreed with that a long time ago, but... Okay, let me put it this way. If a game released on Steam and had big bold letters, the developer of this game is not permitting the 2-hour refund window, which I don't actually think is a thing on Steam. I think you have to have at least that 2-hour refund window. But if a game showed up and had that, would you be willing to even look at it or try it? See how this raising attempt went? We attacked that human site. Okay, so Steam has set a precedent where any game that you buy, it is presumed and permitted for you to get a refund within a 2-hour window, regardless of what the game is. That is the precedent. Steam has now set a precedent that the vast majority of new indie games coming out have a demo. That is the precedent. When consumers are used to having something, if it's not there and not present, and they're used to having it, they're less likely to make the purchase. It's sort of like if Steam got rid of all user reviews and they got rid of refunds. Would you still buy games on Steam? Or would you be a bit more hesitant? Would you look for more coverage? Well, Skate is free, so Skate, I guess, is a bit of a less of a good example there. But if anybody's putting money into Skate, I'm questioning you. Anyway, the dwarf Pubert, the awe-inspiring canyons is voicing, is attacking, and a goblin led the attack. Pubert outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. And here I was thinking that Power Lobster, the Goblin Earl Power Lobster was struck down. That's a great. So yeah, basically that means that you'd be less likely to buy it. At least that's how I'm reading it. So like, you might not ever get data stating that something is more or less likely, but if people aren't used to something, it's sort of like if somebody releases an informational documentary on YouTube, but they don't allow comments or likes. Some people are just going to presume it's fake, which is fair. Because that's the precedent, right? But what if there's no content creators who made videos of it, right? Like an example of this is Jupiter Hell Classic, right? Which is a game that basically I've covered. Power Lobster is like absolutely like a Dragon Force cover of Rock Lobster. That's what Power Lobster is. Whimsical immortality, the righteous amusement. Do I go full balls deep in on this? Let's go full balls deep. We're not going to try and raid or pillage or raise it. We're just going to pillage it. We're going to send my best 2 squads, who's fronted up by Pubert, who has a couple kills. And the second squad is run by Diebustin, who also has a few hundred kills. Meanwhile, the Forgotten Beast Neckhole Orozgathotak Methimus has come. A huge hairy petrosaur. It has a short trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Let's see if we can catch it, motherfucker. Let's see where it is. Although I need to close a window pretty soon here. What? I'm always amused when something arrives and is already bleeding. Oh, it just killed the other forgotten beast. Fatal Spurt the Gristly. What a good name. Alrighty, Mr. Fatal Spurts. Are you gonna bleed to death or are you gonna make it into the fort? Okay, well, he walked out of my line of sight, but we still have his thingy up so I can see if he dies. Still bleeding. Oh, he's back. Oh, still bleeding. Oh, he's black. Still bleeding. Hold on. Let me just... Let's see if we can let them in. I realize I have to lose track of them, but maybe he'll pop up again. Okay, this is about as good as it's getting. Now I just need that closed before somebody steps on it and does a dumb. Don't do a dumb, dwarves. I said don't do a dumb. This is why I have this artifact door over here. Okay, this is still open, though. So now I need to do this. And this. So let's leave this locked for a sec. I mean, back then there legitimately was zero proof that those increased sales, or were alternatively your only way of getting sales. But anyway, yeah, I will just say that in the current year, most games are free. So in a world where people are largely used to games being free... Oh, is that all three of them? Shit. So in a world where people are largely used to games being free, it's not ridiculous to presume that nobody's going to be interested in buying your game unless it has some variant which is free and or accessible. Purely because if your game isn't free to play and isn't accessible via a demo, then the standard precedent of the vast majority of the industry makes it not accessible to anybody. Unless you play consoles? Yeah, nobody does that. And if you're still playing on PlayStation, you've got other problems. I'm not really talking about people who play on console, specifically because I don't play on console, so I can't really speak to it, like, legitimately. And I'm not saying games are free as in, like, you're stealing them. I'm saying that everybody's playing Fortnite. All the people that used to go out and spend $20 on a game every 3 months, buying used games from GameStop or, like, whatever the British equivalent was. Game, I think, actually. Or EB Games. All of that portion of the video games playing community basically is no longer a going concern for most of it. Stozu and Ishtam. Like, it's quite literally a non-starter in the industry at this point. Agree with it or not. Because they're all just playing Fortnite. Or some other free-to-play game. Or Call of Duty Warzone, you know? Pedestal. So no, I would actually kind of, or World of Warships, sure. I mean, I would kind of argue, or like War Thunder, that to a point, even on consoles, I presume that they still charge for PlayStation Plus. Games are free because like the most popular game on a lot of consoles is Fortnite, right? Like there is actually a line that you can see of the Switch continuing to perform as well as it did when Fortnite released on the Switch after Fortnite was taken off of phones. Like Fortnite was on phones, then it was on Switch, and then sales of Switch continued to be consistent. I would say that there is almost a direct line there. If not a direct line. So what you're saying is you should buy hard copies of 2K games as an investment, Romanoid? That's what I'm reading. Okay. I think what I'm going to do for the next little bit is just start wars and try and catch beasts. That's what I'm going to do. That is the plan. And also get these bodies thrown out and dealt with. No, I agree, Grave Anderson, but you know who isn't? The vast majority of the people who play games that are using those launchers, right? Like, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I'm tired of kernel level anti-cheat. I'm tired of everything being always online. I would like to play that new Skate, but I can't because it's got kernel level anti-cheat and it's, you know, an always online game, so I don't really feel good about putting time into it anyways because I don't trust them to not turn the servers off. And like that is the reality. Is like if you're watching a Dwarf Fortress stream, I hate to break it to you, but you're not in the vast majority of the video game playing population. I mean, I have no interest in installing Windows either, so like that's kind of a non-starter for me at the very least, but no way, right? Yeah, but find me somebody who's 10 years old, Gib, who has a Humble Bundle. Well, maybe not 10 years old. Find me somebody who's 16 years old, who's playing Fortnite, who also has a Humble Bundle subscription. I mean, the actual terrifying thing is look at the player numbers of, like, Roblox. Like, if you... Okay, here's the reality of the video games industry. If you grow up with something, you expect that thing to continue being like that thing. And you have memories based off of what your memories were of that thing, right? I like Lego. I kind of don't like modern Lego. You know why? Because I can't just go and buy a box of 1,000 bricks for 50 bucks that comes with a base plate the size of like a dinner plate. I can't do that anymore because Lego doesn't sell those products. At least not at the price point and the way they did back then, in the colors and shapes and sizes they did back then. I'm not going to do that as an adult because I'm less interested in the way Lego presents itself and serves its products now. I presume most of us here grew up in arcades, early home consoles, and early PC games. Or like, in my case, mid-2000s PC games and a few earlier than that PC games because I got them for free. If you are used to that era of video games, it is extraordinarily likely that you are now disenfranchised with the way games have gone because we no longer own them. We no longer have access to them. You no longer buy a disc and put it into your computer, install it, play it. You no longer go to the store, buy a cartridge or disc for your console, put it in your console, play the game. You have to, at the very least, install a huge patch that makes it playable. So you probably feel kind of upset and disenfranchised with the current wider game industry. But, riddle me this. If you grew up playing nothing but Roblox, and you are used to all of your games existing within one game, and you are used to assholes nickel and diming you the entire time, are you going to stay interested in video games after you kind of get past that weird point in your like middle young adulthood era where you just played this thing because all of your friends played it? Here's an example. I played a shit ton of League of Legends at one point. I also played a whole lot of Counter-Strike. I also played a kind of ungodly amount of various other free-to-play games. Why? Because they were free, and I was broke, and that's what my friends played. Do I play those games now? No, because I grew up and got new friends. And I moved on. I'm not saying that Roblox is going to cause, like, the next video game apocalypse. But it could. Because, like, if you spend, like, the majority of your elementary school into high school life playing shitty games made by shitty children that treat you like shit, are monetized worse than most gacha games, and have the option of maybe making some coin off of it, that you then get ripped off it in the process, I feel like that's just gonna make kids not want to play video games. So now the result is you have, sorry, I'm gonna refer to myself like this, burly old curmudgeons who are going, I just wanna fucking download the game and play it, guys. And we're all buying games on good old games, itch.io, and DRM free when they're on Steam and complaining about launchers. Meanwhile, the majority of the people playing video games are just installing Fortnite on their 13th device that they own, signing into their Epic Games account and spending V-Bucks. Or playing Roblox. And don't care. Here's the difference, though, NME. Here's the difference. You can install Minecraft, host a Minecraft server, and play Minecraft without messing with any of that stuff, because that Java version still exists, right? Minecraft is kind of in a weird microcosm. Like, I would love to know, one, how many people are playing Bedrock Edition of Minecraft versus how many people are playing Java. Because I think that Minecraft is like kind of that last bastion of that kind of community that's still holding on. Also, I need to go close the blinds over here because my camera's about to get fucked by the sun.
Cheese for everyone!
So yeah, no, I realize it sucks and it's kind of sad and it's a big old bummer, but Zoomzang, hello? Yeah, I saw this morning. I got an email about it. Because I'm one of the organizers, I do get emails. We'll have to look. Thanks for having a Linux version, by the way. Camera babies. More like camera artifacts. Go stand out in the sun and get a sunburn. You'll get the same effect. Wretched television. Although, I feel like, considering nobody bought Apple Vision Pros, yet there's already a porn site dedicated to just Apple Vision Pro, I feel like that answer is actually probably accurate. The cameras are getting more action than all of us. Anyway. Should do it, Peace. What's stopping you? Oh, no, absolutely. Also, sorry, after that, like, one random side tangent about cameras, your name being Hot MILF Nearby is very fucking funny. Hot MILFs in your area? What? I mean, it's not that they don't make video games the way they used to. People absolutely still make video games the way they used to. But there's never going to be a reality, and there never has been a reality, where you can make video games at the budget that they do, make the profit that they need to legally to continue being publicly traded companies that are profitable, and continue to grow in the market currently, which equals one of two things. The Ubisoft model of just, like, high-paced tosh that, like, nobody actually wants after a while, and the, like, Fortnite model. You either win and become the biggest thing going, or you lose, and then you're one of the rest of us. Like, that's basically it. And yeah, there's small indie markets keeping things up and running, but like, okay, so I'm a content creator, right? I don't like that job title, really, but it is the reality. I am a content creator. I am an influencer, if you will. If you will, pardon my terrible language. And in this industry, we are incentivized to play the biggest, most popular thing on stream. Because that's what people watch. Period. And people find new games from their favorite influencers, who are often paid to act like they like games more than they do. Or they're told that they don't have to act like they like the games more than they do, but subconsciously they act like they like the games more than they do, because that's how you get more gigs, is you get a lot of clicks. And you get a lot of clicks by acting like you like the game more than you do. We don't have any kind of press that anybody reads anymore. It still exists, but just like every other market, it's lost all of its corporate funding, never made enough money, wasn't profitable enough, and has fallen into either obscurity or irrelevance, which I guess is kind of the same thing. Dumb sentence. But at the end of the day, if you want to have a healthy, stable, growing market, you need to have some legitimate coverage of the thing. And we don't have that. So when parents think to themselves, well, money's tight, I have a few options. We could just let the kids keep playing Roblox and give them some money every now and again and then not worry about it. We could... Man, that fucking thing. We could buy this $20 game that turns out it needs an internet connection, and the kids are pretty young, so, you know, we don't want to pay for this PlayStation's internet. Okay, we're just going to not buy that then, and then the kids just don't get games. And that's, like, honestly, that's just the direction I see things going. As time goes on, I just see people getting further and further away from video games. Like, the industry is just starting to consume itself at this point. Hell yeah. Planet Zoo is a great game for kids. I mean, I had one of those CD organizers for a while, packed full of discs. It wasn't super organized, though. It also had a lot of CDs in it. So yeah, no, I definitely feel the frustration with, you know, the everything requiring a separate launcher and a login and ID and everything. I absolutely get that. I'm just gonna kill these, because these guys are super weak. I absolutely get that frustration, and I feel it too. But at the same time, like, it's never going away. Although I do say that at the same time as, like, didn't Bethesda got rid of their launcher, right? It was Bethesda that got rid of it? One of them did. I killed a human. Starting wars with more humans. Also dwarves, too. What a name. Nita Willful Riddled. This is a very, very, very large human settlement of 4,000 that we are attacking. Plenty of notable kills here. Well, I mean, we are it's our fault. Oh, it merged with the Xbox app? Gotcha. It's our fault that, by our fault, I mean PC Gamer's fault that everything went digital because we accepted it. And thankfully, like, well, I don't know if thankfully is actually the right word to use, but fortunately, the people who won, at least initially with that, being Valve. Oh, the Dwarf Necromancer Suxel attacked us. Okay, so we are attacking the right people. We may be just randomly attacking humans, but clearly they have necromancers and we're striking them down. Good stuff. But, was it... Oh, no, actually, maybe it's 2K that I'm thinking of then. Failsafe deadline. Because I know somebody else did recently. Or Riot, where you pivot to merchandising your game in media and other shit harder than actually working on your dog shit game. I mean, I don't know. I haven't played or consumed anything related to League of Legends in, like, years, so... No, they didn't. I mean, they did, but they didn't. If you launch a Ubisoft game now, Spooky, it still runs. I had 12,000 hours in League of Legends at one point, but I haven't played it since 2014. 2013, maybe? One of those two. But that was from 2009 or whenever beta started, because I actually got a beta. I remember when Jin Zhao was added to the beta of League of Legends. I'm old. I almost bought the box copy at one point. I played Dota for a bit. It was okay, but I stopped because my friends kept playing League. This is a big fucking fight. These are all notable characters that we're killing. Welcome to the club, Shinda-kun. I remember the first ever payment I made on my PayPal was sending $4.99 to Notch. Clashed with 156 goblins in Raven Circled, slaying 10. Clashed with 156 goblins. Okay, that's not too bad. They have like 200 goblins there. Okay, we are now at war with that human faction. Excellent. Who to next? Elves? What do we think, chat? I think we go for the elves next, but first we got to deal with this. I just saw something run by. What the heck was that? No idea. About corporate products and corporate journalism isn't true. A lot of people are reflexively repulsed by that. I'm generalizing, mate. But, like, when you look at who is playing what and where in the industry and at what amount and what products are getting accepted by the wider game-playing public, of course, there's exceptions to every rule. And yeah, lots of people are repulsed by it. I completely agree. But I've had people, like, sit in my chat and unironically gloat about the death of Polygon. By that, I mean Polygon becoming like 80% AI-generated articles and losing most of their staff. Because for some strange reason, they hated Polygon. As to why, I don't know. It's a good question. And there's a lot of people unironically praising various different corporate, always online video games. And playing a lot of them. Lots of people playing like Fortnite. Oops, there we go. My dwarfs are into the fighting. So no, absolutely. I mean, I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm simply stating that that's where the money is. And that's where they're going, because that's where the money is. If the money wasn't there to keep their companies open at the size that they are and the scale that they are, then it wouldn't be the case. Well, we're starting wars with everybody, Kylon, so we ain't discriminating here. I'm making this fort into the bad guys. Let's go pillage them next. Go get him, Poobert. Trust me. I'm not stating that everybody loves those products and everybody agrees with them and everybody thinks that that should be the case and everybody thinks that always online games are good. I'm not saying that. And if you think that I am, then yeah, I can't help you. I'm simply stating that that is where the majority of the money in the industry is right now. And I think a large part of the reason for it is people are fucking broke. Like, if you have no money to put into your hobby, what are you more likely to do? If you really want to play video games genuinely, what are you more likely to do? Spend $80 on a game that you're interested in? Or download Fortnite? And maybe in 6 months spend $15 on a battle pass? Okay, well then you've just removed your entire self from the validity of this entire discussion, Transistor Fist. And also, please use words such as Swedish Public Library. I'm gonna bop that. Don't take this as a BAM. I can't legitimately permit promotion of theft in my chat without potentially getting in trouble on various platforms. So, if your response is to steal it, okay. But you're no longer in this discussion because you probably would have done that anyways. It also doesn't matter when both of the games are always online and require a server to connect to. Many people chose to play Destiny. Yeah, and that's a fucking stupid reason to hate a lot of really talented authors who write at a website, Danny Scar. That's all I have to say, mate. Is or isn't Sheep Herder? The reason they're brainless and soulless is because they're chasing get-rich-quick schemes the same way every industry has as long as humanity has existed. Once upon a time, it was snake oil, and now it's bigger budget snake oil. Yeah, it's nothing personal, sort of like Stone is saying. I've never actually even installed Destiny. I thought about it once, and then didn't. It looks pretty. That's all I really have to say about that game. No, people enjoy games that they're used to, Baruz. Like, genuinely. People enjoy what they're used to. Yuvesh Dignified the Stability has been appointed to the position of outpost liaison of the strategic routes. Did I just gain an outpost liaison? I think I did. Was that one of my squad members? After polite discussion with local rivals, Athel Granite Fence has claimed the position of king of the strategic boots. Well, ain't that interesting? When did you get here? Several years ago, it seems. I guess the king died. Long live the king. It seems like it, yeah. Let's go take a peek. Hold up. It wasn't Sense Nets, because that's been down for a while. It could have been Cloister Axes, actually. Yeah. Wow. Okay, then. Did he die in the raid? It's possible. Also, see that we're not the capital. Because we are also at war with the goblins from the other end. That had a vote for the king? No, I mean the 14th cousin of the king, maybe. Dwarven monarchy isn't really a traditional monarchy, shall we say. All right, well, we get to build a space for the king. Long live the king. That's not what I wanted to do. Wrong tool. I'm thinking we put the King's Halls down here. But we'll have to see when the raid comes back. Actually, maybe bars. Do have enough steel. But yeah, anyway, all that I've been, like, word vomiting, I guess, over the last 30 minutes, you gotta remember, is my personal opinions. I don't know everything. Far from it. I've just seen this industry change a lot, and I've been plugged into it for more or less my entire functional brain existence life. And it's very, very difficult to not just kind of see the writing on the wall for a lot of things, especially with, like, the way I see nostalgia for video games and the way a lot of people I know see nostalgia for video games, and the way new video games that young people are playing treat them. Like, I see it as very unlikely that kids are going to want to keep playing video games with the way video games treat them. They don't respect their time, they don't respect their wallets, they don't respect each other within it. And that's going to lead to bad associations, bad memories, and lack of interest in the hobby. It's period. Quite literally. That is the only, like, logical outcome I see. So. But I digress. They tend to die in accidents? Not in Legends so much. I have zero intention of killing this monarch, though. This is actually kind of perfect for me. The reason this is perfect is because I want this fort to be the bad guys. And it would make perfect sense for the monarch of this faction to move in as we're starting wars with everybody for us to be the bad guys. So from my perspective, this is fucking perfect. I don't agree so much about that, Jay Sheepherder. I think that the addition of AI does one thing. Cheap shit content has always existed, and I don't like creative jobs being replaced by AI in the slightest. I think that that's a really shitty kind of future. I don't think that has anything to do with public or the next generation the next generation's public perception of video games, because Roblox was made by people. Fortnite was made by people. There are some games out there that are made by AI that are making money. And most of them out there exist because a certain CEO of a shitty car company retweeted it to promote his companies. And so they're circle jerking each other. There really isn't any breakthrough, popular, big game that's been wholly made or majority made using prompts that I'm aware of, there might be, that exist currently. I don't think that's got shit to do with it. Like, sure, there are some games that use AI voices that have done fine and whatnot, and like there's questionable things to do with like lots of stuff out there. Tools are being used. Tools are going to be used. I don't think that's really got much to do with it at this point. You returned from class? Welcome back. And I think that indie games sell well enough to support a niche market. I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon. Unless, like, another world war starts. Genuinely, like, indie games will continue to sell and will continue to support a niche market. But if that niche market isn't attracting enough new people to have interest in the niche market, that niche market will simply stay a niche market and eventually shrink. I mean, to give you an idea, there was 4, by all counts, pretty good Metroidvanias that released on the same day as Silk Song. Fucking Atari published one of them. And on one hand, that's a really fucking stupid, like, marketing move. But on the flip side, you can only have one Silk Song, and it doesn't matter if you make a pretty good game. You can't compete with that. And for every Silk Song, there are 15 games released by Atari. And I say that because they've released 15 games that have all failed in the last, 2 years. So, you need to realize this. You're just more anticipating a flood of AI slop coming. Go to Steam, search by new, search by most recent releases, and search by adult content. That's all you'll see. It's already here and it kind of sucks, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, there ain't much we can do about it. It just is what it is. This right here is going to be my king's throne room. There you go, Kingy. No, don't despair. Just play good video games. But just realize that, like, if you are... I guess here, let me try and make a point here. If you are feeling disenfranchised about video games, requiring their own launchers, not treating your time particularly well, being crammed full of crappy things that you didn't ask for and don't really want in your video games, realize 2 things. One, you could just not play those video games. That's the first thing. The second thing is for every person who complains, there's dozens of people who could care less and don't even notice or don't even think about it and have fully accepted it. Your energy and time is better spent just playing games that interest you than complaining about launchers. If the game interests you, then play it. If not, then that's a decision that you need to make. My decision was to install Linux. I don't need any of those games. Like, it's just going to be the rest of my life now, probably, that every couple months, a game's going to release and I'm going to be like, oh, well, that looks interesting. Oh, never mind, actually. Because I can't even run it. Still holding out for Laserdisc. There's actually been some interesting Laserdisc archival efforts happening recently, which is kind of neat to see. Converting Laserdisc to digital is a fucking thing. Fascinating stuff to read about, actually. And, you know, this whole discussion isn't meant to make it sound like, you know, the industry is dead or something, because that's far from the truth. It's just that the vast majority of the people playing games don't really care if EA Games puts a launcher on their games, or if EA Games has a shitty business model. Because the vast majority of people playing video games that are the people that are going to keep this industry alive in 25 years are playing Fortnite and don't fucking care. Because everything that we have that we bitch about is 15 times worse in Fortnite. That's all. And the big companies that make money off of us, you know, like 15 years ago, I would be lining up to buy the new Battlefield. If I had the money, at the very least. Are trying to make money off of an audience that they are rapidly destroying. That the remains of, you know? No, not really. See, like, this is the nuance here that you're missing now, that I've been trying to restate multiple times. Quality of games is still just as high as it was before. Corporate mandates for success mandates that you make game like Fortnite or Roblox. There's many, many developers out there that are capable of making and designing the games that you're talking about that you like. But those developers have to be willing to accept that they will never make as much money as they could if they happen to be the CEO of a big studio who releases the next Destiny, or the next Roblox, or the next Fortnite. Quality of the game is still there. Quality of games is still there. The money isn't as high as it could be if you take a bigger gamble. So you have to appeal to more people. It's like saying music is dead. Music isn't dead. But in order for Drake to make his trillions, he has to release generic stuff that appeals to anybody who just happens to be passively listening to the radio. That doesn't mean that music is dead. It just simply means that in order for Drake to continue making the amount of money that he's used to making, he has to write shittier music. You know, it's like Justin Bieber just put out a new 2 albums, actually. And not that I give a shit about Justin Bieber's music, but hear me out. I'm cooking here. He had to release 2 albums. And by all counts, if you like his music, which I don't, really, one of those albums is pretty okay. Well, half of it is. The other one has one good song. The total runtime of the 2 albums is almost 3 hours long. Because how do you make money in music? You release on Spotify and get a lot of plays. How do you get a lot of plays? By being in a lot of playlists. And having fans that just put on the album and listen. How do you get into playlists and have a lot of plays? Have a lot of fans that listen. How do you have a lot of fans that listen to a lot of your music? Have a lot of music. So people are releasing more shit when they could just be releasing like one really tight 10-track album. Instead, they release a 42-track album in 2 parts to get into more playlists and get more plays. In video games, you could release a 2-hour, 4-hour, 6-hour campaign game with a small multiplayer portion, but then you sell 2 million copies, and those people play it for a while, and then they stop. But if you make Fortnite, you could be making billions of dollars a month. If you make Roblox, you could be a billion-dollar corporation. I'll have to think about that very generous offer, Shinekin. Yeah, but Tool is so not the mainstream, you know? Tool's fun and all that, but Tool ain't the mainstream. Are you the person who left me, I think, at least 2, maybe 2. There was I saw 2 different comments about that. Yeah, I've seen that. I haven't read it, though. It's on my list. I have it bookmarked. I remember vaguely seeing it recommended years ago, so the name's familiar, but no, I haven't read it. I mean, so I had an interesting discussion with somebody recently at the bar that I'm a regular at. And it was this, I don't know, 50-something-year-old gentleman. And I'm not even sure how it happened. There was another regular who I sort of know who was there. And we started talking about music because the other regular knows that I go to, like, local music shows pretty frequently. So he asked if there was anything coming up. And the other guy just kind of, his ears perked up. And he just started talking about music and mentioned that he liked heavy music. He considered himself a metalhead. But then, like, started lamenting the fact about how he hates concerts. And this isn't me, like, just making up a bullshit story like some comedians do to, like, make a point. No, this actually happened. He started lamenting the fact about how he hates concerts. And how he just can't stand going to concerts because, like, you know, he's never had a good experience at one. And I was curious about this, so I kind of picked his brain a little bit. And admittedly, he was pretty drunk. But it kind of came down to the fact that the only heavy band he'd ever seen was Iron Maiden. The only tour he saw, the 2 times he saw them, I actually saw them at those same 2 shows, I think. The first one was specifically announced as, like, a reunion, or not reunion, but, like, first time touring in a while show where they're going to play a lot of their old music again. Pretty cool, right? And he really liked that show. The second time he saw them was... Oh, yeah, also, the sidebar about this was his wife apparently travels a lot for work and goes to a lot of concerts. I'll come back to that. The second one he hated when he saw them the second time because it was specifically for their new album that had just released. And they announced as part of the tour that they weren't going to play anything I think it's Brave New World. So there was like 2 songs from Brave New World that they played and the rest was all new stuff. And what's fascinating to me about this guy is, one, that's fair to not enjoy a concert because you don't know any of the music. I get that. But then I asked him, I'm like, so what other shows have you been to? And he was like, well, I saw the Rolling Stones a couple of years ago, and it was an awful set. They could barely, like, stand up. They did not put on a good show. Me and my wife saw Mariah Carey a couple months ago. It was an awful show. Like, she could barely stay in tune, and she, like, actually cursed out the city after the fact that the fans were booing her. And it's like, well, we couldn't hear her, and when we could hear her, we wished we couldn't. And then mentioned that he saw Iron Maiden, not Iron Maiden, Metallica, and he said that they were just a bunch of prissy boys. You couldn't hear any of the openers because they were too quiet, which is something that Metallica is pretty notorious for doing, actually. And then proceeded to put on a terrible set, and he's like, and it was $500 fucking for this show. Like, why would I pay that amount of money to go? Basically, He'd been to a lot of shows. They were all like aging pop acts and aging late metal, like early metal acts. And they were all too expensive at big arenas, and he had a horrible time at all of them. So, according to this guy, likes heavy music, likes new heavy music even, was like bringing up recent bands, but hated live concerts. And I had a very similar discussion with him before he got too hammered to really functionally speak, and then his wife showed up and took him home. Which was kind of funny. But like, how is that any different though? Really? Like, if your only touch point for is music something that I like, or concerts something that I like, but you've only been to the biggest, most manufactured pop acts, and in some cases, aging pop acts. Like, I saw ZZ Top this year. It was awful. Like, genuinely horrendous. I can't play guitar and but I can play cello and could probably just like by ear figure out their songs without much trouble. Like, that shit's easy. Genuinely. Like, that's kind of the point, right? Like, their music is simple, but we had a great time because the show was like $40. So we had an awesome time. We had seats in the nosebleeds. We like heckled the entire show and had a great time. But at the same time, also Brave New World is my favorite Maiden as well. But trust me, there's lots of people that like the pre-90s Maiden stuff, and that's all that they know. And if that's all that you know, then fair. So like, it's not that video games have no passion behind them. If your only experience with video games is Far Cry 3, 4, and 5, I would believe that you have that opinion. That makes sense. Maybe FIFA? Or Assassin's Creed? Maybe all you've played sorry to just like randomly jump in and out of Iron Maiden, but Wicker Man is maybe one of the most formative metal, new wave British heavy metal, like that kind of music. That is one of the most formative songs of me for just period. Anyway, like, it's not that video games are dead. It's not that the industry has less creativity behind it. It's that if your only experience with it is the most corporatized, highest budget, highest risk, highest expectations of payout portion of the industry, you should expect nothing less. Really, it doesn't matter what the state of the industry is currently. I mean, back in the day, in the Xbox 360 era, or was this even 360? This may have even just been the Xbox era. I think the Xbox 360 era. I might have my dates wrong. Like, fucking games like Haze released. Like, Haze was like a corporate shitbag game that was marketed as a Halo killer and was literally just like insufferable, like borderline unplayable schlop where you get to listen to a soundtrack by Korn, or subjected to a soundtrack by Korn, should I say, and get to wander through this poorly designed nightmare video game. Also, I think I stole a table artifact. Or no, not an artifact, just a wooden table. Let's see how that fight went. Except now, instead of like low budget shitty campaign shooters with a like poorly implemented like PvP, you just get poorly thought out, high budget, multiplayer only, always online games that are marketed to be just close enough to everything else that you've played before that you recognize it and are willing to try it. That'll hopefully get its hooks in you so it can sell you booby physics cosmetics. I'm looking at you, First Descendant. You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't actually think I've ever seen gameplay of Concord, and if I did, I completely confused it with Overwatch. Like, everybody talks about Concord, I'm like, I think I completely missed it. Like, I've seen its logo once, as part of an article the day it got canceled. Like, shut down. What's up, Chains? What does the other mean in food tab? Other is mostly animal fat. I think, is soap still considered food? It's like inedible stuff that can be used for other things. But is still technically a food product. Mostly inedible. Some of it's edible. No, totally. Redeemment, but like... I don't know. I think that the live service games that nobody really plays but do well enough to continue existing are the ones that are more interesting. To me, Concord is just like kind of sad. Because by all accounts, that game is fine. Apparently, you can actually play Concord again, by the way. I was reading something about that recently, where there's a group of people that have managed to get a private server up and running for it. So you can if you can get an ISO for it, you can emulate it, which is really fucking funny. Which means I'd almost say there's probably more people playing Concord now than the week it came out. The strategic boots attacked the taut lions of the lovely beard at Sormoths. The dwarf Zulban Pubert, the awe-inspiring canyons of voicing led the attack, and in the early spring of 321, the dwarf Zulban outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. We struck down Kogan Bell Cavern. I need to turn on my fan, it's getting warm in here. Inevi was struck down. We took out Dodok. Oh, there's dwarves living there. In before we kill our old... Because I think it was a queen that we had previously. In before we kill our old queen here. It's very possible that the queen was either kidnapped or was living with these elves. Is that even a live service game, though? Because you can play... Actually, I don't know. Is Deep Rock a live service game? I mean, maybe it has battle passes, but I don't think that game's always online. I think the service just goes in service of funding the continued development of it, but... Maybe an independent example. It's not quite in the same field. Thunder Calms is such a good name, because I always read it as Thunder Clams. More elf, more elf, more elf. I know the name of our old queen, so I can point at it if I see it. Should you try Steam Fortress? You need to get back into the game again, and you've been off since 2014. It's still the same game you remember. There is enough improvements with the recent versions that it is absolutely worth trying it. There's still a free version. It's just ASCII, but it has the new UI and everything. You'll remember a lot of things, but a lot of things are different. Better, worse in some ways, better in other ways. Majority better, though. Do I do all my forts in the same world? I tend to spend a good couple months of real time in the same world, yes. Potato. Also, Tombs Raptor? That's a good name. Struck down another dwarf, another elf, another elf, another elf. This is a large world, yeah. There is a third-party tile set that will be compatible with the free version that is being developed right now. It's, I think, just on the Steam... It might also be on the Bay 12 forums, but I know it's on the Steam Workshop at the very least. Chad, I found the worst dwarf name I've seen all year. Datan? Glaze swallowed. Let that sink in. All right, let's continue. Justus, Risen. Cybrick, Udil. There's a lot of dwarves living in this location. Let's not let that sink in. Well, I figured it was appropriate to state. I mean, that's the beauty of it, Peace, right? Is like, if you want to play Legacy DF, it's still there. Bosa Bell Hates, Erdem Die Puzzle. Hydan Assault Saber. That's a good name. They could be refugees from the Dwarven faction up north that all fled when the Necromancers took over. It's also the fact that a lot of factions are way more multicultural than the players of Dwarf Fort give them credit for. They have really good fruits and vegetables, and they don't have to do much work, Kailan Orana, because the trees do all of their manufacturing for them. Sounds pretty nice, actually. Live in a treehouse, live forever. Sign me up. I think that I talked about this fort earlier because someone else mentioned glass. I think that Fire Orb was my best recent glass fort. Oral Power Lobster definitely beats out Glazed. No, I mean, I said the worst name. Power Lobster was great. This is a big fucking fight, let me tell you. Yeah, just settle on a desert. That's all you really need, right? One thing, if you haven't played since 2014, is nothing in workshops blocks dwarves pathing anymore, like it used to. That's maybe the biggest one I'd mention right off the bat. Also, you can construct things on floors now and engrave constructed walls. You have a big issue using the Steam version. Whenever I try to use mods from the Steam workshop, any mod, tiles, graphics will fail to find the files and crash and roll gen. Don't talk to me, talk to the developers about that. I would say go to the, KitFox Discord, Tarly, and ask there. It could have been any of these dwarves. I think we just killed our queen. Because there's enough dwarves in here, it could have been any of these. Yeah, and dwarves automatically cancel deconstructing if there's a dwarf or entity standing on it. So, like, if there's an animal or a dwarf standing on a tile, you can't deconstruct underneath their floors. That elf has a goblin name. Stozu Hate Dived? A lot of these have goblin names, actually. But yeah, I have no idea, mate. There's a lot of, like, weird esoteric issues like that, whenever people bring it up, it's like, even if I have heard of it, the last person I would have said the same thing to is just go to the KitFox Discord, go to the bugs and fixing room and just ask in there. Or the modding room, either. Either of those rooms in the KitFox Discord, and somebody will help you. Because I can guess, but or I could be like, have you tried uninstalling it and reinstalling it again? But you'll most likely have faster response times if you just go to the KitFox Discord. This is a long fight. I cannot move the map right now because I am in a fight. Potato. So no, I cannot move the map because I'm reading this fight. It doesn't even need to be a good engrave. The gib. But yeah, an engraved floor is more valuable generally than like any stone statue. Or an engraved metal floor is more valuable than a stone statue, generally. Also, Lightaran, hello. Sorry, chat. I feel like today has been very ranty. Hopefully it's been entertaining ranty. Stream of consciousness, that's for sure, yeah. I'm really curious to see what our kill counts are going to be when this is done. Also, someone who was commenting on the number of bears that we fought up here because it was like 185. That is nothing. Is there a way to make... Wait, what was the thing said? Is there a way to make dwarves construct things from a certain side so they don't wall themselves in? No. No. That's cheating. Let's not be crazy. That would be too easy. Come on. What do you want this to be? Simple fortress? It's Dwarven fortress. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice. I would like a click that drag suspend option in vanilla. But we can't have everything. I'm kind of amazed that none of my dwarves have been captured or killed yet because this is still going. I mean, we were fighting a goblin settlement up north. This is where I was going with this in regards to 185 bears. But we were fighting a goblin settlement up to the northwest from this location that had 7,500 things in it that then later invaded a bunch of my locations, and the population is now down to 2,000. But they had, it was like 1,100 trolls, 2,000 ogres, thousands of Moneras, thousands of beak dogs, dozens, if not more, other things. You don't need therapist at all now because of the way jobs have been redone. Redeemment. If you want blueprinting, that's still in DF Hack though. I basically have everything DF Hack does disabled because I've never found it particularly helpful. I find it more just annoying. It gives too much information in a lot of cases, in my opinion, but I've just kind of always been weird like that. That's like asking, do you think more people are going to buy Honda Civics and put upgrade kits on them and make them into very specific track cars? There will always be a community for it, but I don't think that the tinkery enthusiast hobbyist side of things will ever be mainstream, unless it's adopted by... Unless, like, people stop making consoles and the next big successful mainstream console is a Linux box. But at the same time... Yeah, we just killed our queen. It was Athel, I think. I don't know. It's Steam Decks are a fraction of games. To give you an idea, like Linux users in the last 4 years on Steam, like in the just scanning of who's on what OS. Okay, there's two stats people look at to like say that Linux is going to take over games. The first stat is Microsoft has lost like, that's what, 500 million users in the last 10 years on average? No, that's not because Microsoft is getting worse. No, that's not because people are going to Linux. It's because they're just switching to iPads and phones. So there's that. The second thing is, on Steam, the average OS used has gone from primarily Windows and then minorly Mac and 3.4% Linux up to just below 5% Linux, which is giant, but like, it's tiny. That and as I've learned in the last few years, much to my shock and dismay, apparently Chromebooks are being sold a lot to schools and stuff. Which kind of loops back around to the discussion we were having earlier of like, the thing that people remember is the thing that people use. So if all you've ever used is a phone and a Chromebook, why are you going to buy a desktop PC? Is Fortnite on a Chromebook? No, not Fortnite. Is Roblox on a Chromebook? Can you play Roblox on a Chromebook? I genuinely have no idea. This is the most old man thing I've ever asked. Is a Roblox on a Chromebook? Can you do? I don't know, actually, Akios. All I know is that Roblox and Dwarf Fortress are the same age. Because Roblox beta launched in 2006. It's a paperweight? Sure. I mean, you can run anything on a Chromebook. Well, okay. Roblox is on phones. Chromebook is fat phone with a keyboard attached that runs Chrome. Probably, would be my assumption. This fight is still going. Holy shit. This is the longest fight we've had. I need to go look now if there's a Roblox flat pack. Hold on a second. I need to do this for, like, research purposes and science. I'm genuinely curious because I've never looked. Just let me open up my software manager. Hold up. There isn't a Roblox flat pack available in my software manager. Moment of silence? You mean a moment of hysterical laughter for for another Google failure? You know, honestly, that is maybe one of the most hopeful moments I've had recently, No Name, in video games in general, is the fact that nobody gave a shit and nobody bothered with Google Stadia. Because there was a hot moment there where my heart sank and I was terrified that that was going to become the industry, that I was going to have to pay for a license to stream a thing to my TV, and I was genuinely scared for like a solid 3 months, and then it released and nobody gave a shit. So like, moment of silence? More like a moment of cold sweats and then relief. Disappeared. I'm upset that I know what Dress to Impress is. Awe-inspiring clashed with 161 grizzly bears. Yeah, that's not too bad. Humans, more dwarves. Elves. And there we go. Bring back Google Plus. We want to demolish YouTube again for a second time. All right. So now I can move around the map to that person who was asking, because the fight finally ended. This is us, right here. This is my faction, right here. We initially were at war with these goblins, just these goblins. And then this down here, which is largely destroyed, was discovered to be a necromancer faction that had taken over all of these dwarves. So all of these pink locations I've taken over and are now essentially blue. Same with up here. This was a dwarven faction that was destroyed by necromancy. We wanted to create a entertainment capital, but instead of doing that, it's become a very violent war fort, which is going after anywhere necromancy lives. That's my reasoning behind this, is anywhere that necromancy exists, we are invading. Okay, that's one hell of a name for a goblin faction. The Lies of Neutralization. Oh boy, there's levels to that statement. A lot of stuff there. Goblin Forest Retreat. More thing I can attack. Don't mind if I do. Although I do need to look at you. How many kills do you have? 29 notable kills, 137 others. How about you? 27. This is one of the most successful militaries I've ever built. Just second dwarf in the list. 31 notable. Also, apparently, somehow in there, we killed Ola Roseman, the horror bridegroom of evil. I don't know where or when that happened. I certainly didn't see it. That's a night creature. It's like a night troll, right? Bunch more elves, most of them notable. Also Leafbone. So funny name. Lots of goblins, zombies. Well done, Dwarf. Holy shit. I mean, it's like I said, it's probably a night creature, which is not an experiment. It's something separate. Because usually the ones that are referred to as brides or bridegrooms are night trolls. They're basically like horror witches from like the creepiest fairy tales that just go out and like kidnap people and then transform them into spouses. So they're like abusive kidnappers, I guess. You only really see them in adventure mode. Best invade and check. I mean, if I find one, I'll just isolate it and set that dwarf on fire. We are the anti-necromancy evil fort. And then I guess like the next fort I do in this world would be a pro-necromancy no-digging fort. If part of one of the destroyed factions. And see how ridiculous we can get with it. So D&D hags with the creepy factor are cranked up to 11. I don't know what a hag is in D&D, but sure. I mean, here, let me just go to the Dwarf. Is the Dwarf Fortress wiki working yet? Nope. What the fuck's going on with the Dwarf Fort wiki? Still running super slowly. I want to do a no-digging fort. It's been a while since I've done a no-digging fort. Yeah, the Dwarf Fortress wiki is still kind of busted. You build everything above ground and mostly out of wood, and the only metal you get is stuff that you harvest off of either imports or people that brought it to you. These are night trolls. They're a type of procedurally generated night creature. They are supernatural monsters which kidnap non-goblin civilized beings and transform them into spouses and then mate with them to produce young. The children are all the same sex as the original night troll and never that of the spouse, except that they breed somehow in fortress mode, which is weird. In adventure mode, because adventurer mode is hard to say, which is why I call it that. To the one guy who always corrects me in the YouTube comments, it's hard to say, okay? Night trolls and their spouses can be given as the targets of quests. They are not related to normal trolls. Yeah. Well, Toadie's talked about them before. They're like a play on, like, folklore trolls. Like, or hags, basically. Like, they are a play on certain folklore. Because that's, like, what a lot of the stuff in Dwarf Fortress is it's lifted from common folklore. And that's what those are, is they're from that. They're folklore. Yeah. A migrant has arrived. Yay! Welcome, you poor soul. But also, yes, I completely agree that folklore is fucked up. Because a lot of those stories are, like, designed to scare the shit out of children so that they don't go outside. Oh. It would help if I was actually, like, you know, using the tool that I thought I was. I mean, if, like, your goal is to scare the shit out of your children, a lot of folklore does that pretty well. Except now we just need to write creepypasta, which is like modern folklore, and reasons for kids to not play Roblox. Server Lord, do you have a dwarf? I think you do. Yes, you do. I'll give you Server Lord Jr. server lord. He is somewhat scatterbrained and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He enjoys being in crowds and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He has a calm demeanor, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He does not often feel lustful. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible, and likes a little excitement now and then. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation in the abstract. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he doesn't focus on material goods. He generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. It's hard to read with the game unpaused. He personally would have the world He personally would just as soon have the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. Values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful, and respects the development of a skill. He finds friendship burdensome and dreams of creating a great work of art. And likes native aluminum, pig iron, blue jade, naked moldog, leather, and the colored sapphire, picks, doors, and the words of the glimmer of velvet and the sound of the iron of mines. When possible, prefers to consume thrips, beetroot wine, and 2-humped camel's milk. Not 1 humped, 2, it needs the second one. The second one really adds the flavor. And rope reed seeds, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Trust me, there's plenty of Swades that watch this stream. Plenty of them. And his dad's still alive. His mom doesn't live here. He arrived in the year 310, so he's been here for 11 years, and he's 11 years old. So he grew up here, and he says it's my mess. And you know what? I agree. He's learning about dying, apparently. Should try learning about living instead. Probably better. You know, everybody talks about these Swades in my chat, but nobody ever talks about them Swedish fish. Also, I feel like I'm committing a crime by saying Swedish, so I'm never going to say that again. Let's go over here and throw some thrones. You know, like eating wax? Me neither, really. I do have a weird nostalgia fondness for them, though. I'll put the king's bedroom down here. I find that stuff pretty nice. Actually, I don't hate it as much. Like, I ate it once and, like, it was an odd flavor, but it's something I could get used to if I really tried. I also can't pronounce it, so I won't redeem it. But, like, I ate it once when somebody that I knew went to Sweden and came back with a bunch of that and was like, "You should try this." I was like, everybody else acted like they wanted to vomit, and I'm like, I don't know, it's okay. It's not great. It's not something I'd go out of my way to eat, but I certainly don't find it, like, vomit-worthy. Maybe I'm just weird. Although I like fishy things, so it's, like, kind of fine. Although I like black licorice, too, so... Sounds like durian. I've never actually eaten durian. The dyer has been possessed. And almost immediately claims a clothes shop. Also, I can deconstruct this. Okay, so let's just do... What bars do I have? Let's do bronze. And the silver armor stands. I've also never had lutefisk. Running water to deal with the smell? I can't remember how it was opened because it was already opened when I got there. It's cold, fishy jelly with, like, kind of a pretty pungent scent to it. I don't know. It's maybe not the worst thing I've had. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't go out of my way to get it, though. It definitely kind of has the vibe of, like, the sort of thing that, like, a grandparent would give a kid to be like, this'll put hair on your chest, Sonny. It's got that kind of vibe to it. I don't like the shape of this. You watched people in a caravan doing the challenge, and it was funny to see a horrible watch. No, totally. I mean, at some point, it becomes like a performance thing, right? It's like that guy that got 20 million views drinking Coke and Mentos, and then projectile vomiting. It's like, well, I mean, okay. If you insist. We all knew what was going to happen. It's like if you tell somebody this is a treat and then give them black licorice, like, obviously they're not going to like it. Yeah, I've done stuff like that. I've started on dungeons. You don't need DF hack to do that, though. Well, I mean, I started on Mysterious Dungeon. I did that in a Fort Head Punch, I think. I've intentionally settled on, like, labyrinths and caves before, but you don't need DF hack for that. I generally don't settle on big populated locations because that's a really good way to make your frame rate go to 0 before you even started, so I don't really care about doing that, but I've done it. Yeah, I don't know. It's not something I go out of my way to do. YouTube chat's asking if I use DF hack ever to settle on locations that are not intended to be settled on. And the answer generally is I don't go out of my way to, but I've done it before. And this will be the stairs up and down. This is going to be the Monarch's quarters. Howdy things, Lanix. You had cod liver oil? You know, actually, another thing is, like, canned sardines. I like canned sardines because I associate them with camping. I know I've encountered people before that have, like, this repulsive hatred of canned sardines, which I don't really get personally, but depends on the sauce. Totally. But, like, I know some people are just like, ew, sardines, disgusting. Canned mackerel and potato sauce? And potato sauce? What the fuck is a potato sauce? In a tomato sauce. I can't say I've ever had it, to be honest with you. My point exactly. DS. Thank you for confirming my statement. I appreciate you. Although, I think ketchup's disgusting, so, you know, everybody's broken in their own weird way. Well, that's because you're very far away from a lot of the, like, modern world and developed a culture that's pretty different from a lot of the modern world and continued it better than a lot of the modern world did. But then again, I would say sea anemone is delicious. I've never met somebody else who likes sea anemone. Yeah, that's fair. Lots of people do. That is the common take. I think it tastes kind of gross, personally. I like ketchup derivative sauces and sauces that use it as an ingredient. But on its own, I think it's just kind of gross. Like, I'll eat it because I'm a grown-up. I'm not a child. But, like, I don't enjoy it at all. All right, let's go down into here. It wouldn't be this fortress without malachite. Although I will say, not liking ketchup in the current year kind of sucks. Because, like, the number of times somebody sent me a street food video where they make, like, this beautiful-looking sandwich or something, like, usually somewhere in Japan, and they just make this beautiful-looking sandwich with, like, perfectly fried eggs and, like, different kinds of onions and, like, awesome-looking thick milk bread, and then they just cover it in ketchup. It's like, wow, you just ruined it. Like, why'd you have to do that? It's like, man, like, okay, if you put a little bit on there, like, that's fine. But, like, why is it swimming? Might as well have just poured a can of Campbell's on it. Of course they wouldn't ask. I know you can't make any adjustments. If the chef wants to make it that way, that's the way chef makes it. Like, if I bought something like that and they put it on there, I'd eat it. But, like, I would be mildly disappointed in my choice of purchase, I suppose. Squads are back. Let's finish building this, and then I'll see how that fight went. I think ranch is good as an ingredient. Ranch on its own, again, I'm not a fan. Pretty hard pass if I'm given the option. Okay, so you, where's your bedroom currently? I want to satisfy the king by the end of this session. To invest Robux. Good luck with that one. I had someone genuinely concerned in my chat once that that was a cryptocurrency thing. Which I still think is funny. Why do I keep double clicking like that? What am I doing? Getting tired. Oh, I like a vinegar mustard barbecue sauce, especially if it's got like some good mustard seeds in it. Thumbs up. Big fan. You need 10 chests. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Oh, wow. Actually out of cabinets. And then let's grab this, go to military. One. Actually, no, not there. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the dyer has created Emuthsosoth, a sleek rope reed left mitten, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Q in green tea. Look at that. Oh, also there's a ghost. Helmet's a ghost, apparently. This is a sleek rope reed left mitten. All craftworship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with rope reed, and it is made from rope reed cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of beak dog bone. It menaces with spikes of chert and oak. On the item is an image of an orange tree in oak. On the item is an image of a bucket in forgotten beast bone. On the item is an image of round cabochons and microcline. On the item is an image of dwarves and dwarf bone. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Colorbeard by the Mountain of Dyes of the Strategic Boots in the year 300. And who made it? But you're not related to Q and green tea. Well, all right then. I'm going to give that to my king. Got lots of random items that the king could take if they wanted them. Kind of cool. There it is. King's gonna go equip a whole bunch of items now. Yeah, we forgot which one. Redeemment. Honey is big right now? Ooh, I like honey. Honey in almost anything. Hot honey, cold honey, everywhere we go, honey. I mean, what? All right. Okay, bedroom is satisfied at the very least. Dining hall needs work. That obviously needs work. Got so many random gems around. Ooh, I could throw some very valuable bookcases in here that are very encrusted with gems. What else can I do? Got fancy altar if you want it. I got fancy instruments if you want it. Let's just throw all of these in here. So the king can have parties if the king wanted, which the king won't because the king don't want it, but what if the king did? Why are you assaulting my country? I will never take this slander later on. That is a distressing occurrence. No, you're now you're using our motto. This I won't stand for this. This is a disturbing development. First you insult my country. And now you're making excuses by using our coveted terms. Also, I'm being a contrarian bullshitter. Just please don't, please don't take me too literally. Let's see how that fight went. So he went and pillaged Leafbone, not to be confused with Wishbone. Pooper led the attack. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. This is a goblin faction that took over an elven location, so we're attacking them. I've always been Canadian, yeah. I've never not been Canadian. I live in the capital of my province, in Canada. I talk about getting paid 30% more than the number you guys see all the time because it's usually in American dollars. Or, like, subtract 30% because you're seeing the Canadian dollars. Oh, look at all these lovely books. Nice. Yeah? I think so. Grave Anderson. And if you don't like it, well then, sorry that you feel that way, bud. Yeah, well, I would say that you live in Japan, and they put corn on pizza, so they can't be trusted, but I actually like corn on pizza, so maybe I'm the problem. That was a nice, easy fight. Now we're at war with even more stuff. Yeah! Excellent. All right, these humans are next. What can I go? Ooh. Let's go bash the human town of Horsewash. Hold up. What's wrong with steak on pizza, though? You're saying that like it's a bad thing. Do I like Canada? Yes. Excuse me? Yes, I'm in BC. British Columbia, Canada. I used to live in the same place as Nardwar. It depends on where you are in Canada, but it's either like pretty close to Sweden, or Finland, depending on where you are in Canada. Like northern cities are pretty similar latitude to Finland. I'm a bit where I live, I'm a bit closer to the UK though. I think a little bit further north, but not that much further north. I would say he's a Canadian treasure, but it's okay. You can claim him as a global treasure if you want to give him a promotion. You thought I was British? I don't have anywhere near enough women fawning over me. I do not sound British. Excuse me? How the hell do I sound British to you? Well, I guess I do say I'm from British Columbia, but like at the same time, Columbia isn't British either. Probably because you said that you received healthcare? I mean, I don't think the British can claim healthcare. They've claimed half of the planet's, like, historical artifacts. They don't get to claim healthcare, too. Although it might be because, like, I've mentioned the Queen before and not caring. That is, yes, that is a fact. Yeah, there's also that. Later, Ran. Like I said a minute ago, I'm also just like high-speed bullshitting, so don't take what I say too literally. I don't say hey y'all enough. I mean, I try to like be nice to people who say that I like, or who presume that I'm American purely because like I could be like from anywhere from where I live here all the way down to like mid-Oregon and still sound mostly the same accent-wise. So, you know, and I think a lot of people like watch stereotypical Canadian TV shows and think that everybody talks like they're from Toronto. Like, my accent is similar to Minnesota? Have you heard people who are from Minnesota? I beg your pardon. Nah, mate. Nah. 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 See, you're from Minnesota. I prefer to drink Biggie soda. We are not the same. But oh, I know. But like, okay, so to me the Minnesotan accent is like, obviously not fucking Fargo. Fargo's like an overly exaggerated version of the accent. It's like somebody from Toronto, which I can detect like that. But you know, it's apples and oranges. Meanwhile, YouTube chat's all about this mega soda. Also, Biggie Soda would be my rapper name if I was like from Minnesota and was a rapper. I'd be like Biggie Smalls, you know? I don't do any of the oh yeah, sure, you betcha. Oh yeah, sure, you betcha there. Did I offend you there, bud? Sorry about that, eh? But the actual, like, reality of that stereotypical Canadian accent is... Sorry isn't an apology. Never has been. Never will be. Everybody thinks Canadians are polite. We just feel bad for you. Or it's an insult and they never detect it as an insult. It's like my favorite insult I've ever heard is, have a lovely weekend. I mean, it can be, but more often than not, it's actually an insult. You know, it's funny that like people from the Midwest refer to ope as like it's a like specifically Midwestern thing. I've heard that everywhere my whole life. So maybe it's just spread? Or... I'm trying to figure out... So every now and again, conversations happen in the chat that I want to weigh in on, and I have to think very cautiously about how I weigh in on it, because if I say it wrong, it could actually get me in trouble. Oh no! A devilish potato died to a tree. I mean, it was inevitable. Thwack.
Bring out your dead!
Yep. They're sad. The trees are on to us. Or they know that we've attacked the elves. It is a sign. It's okay, we're still going after other people. We'll get to them later. No, it's because if you have too many trees that are close together, they support each other, and when they support each other, they then cause the whole thing to collapse. We're getting a, We're getting attacked by the Confederacy of Lions, which actually is that elvish faction that I attacked, which is really interesting because not a single elf has entered the map yet. Let me just do this. It's just because of the shape of this map. It takes them forever to all get onto the map. Yep, nope, that is most certainly a human siege. Huh. Which of my pets should I send out? That's the question. Which one of my pets? It's time to prepare for the next act. So that's a ghost right there. Did you know that you can kill a ghost with drawbridge? And did you also know that you can kill a ghost with a minecart? If you didn't, now you do. You know, this is actually an appropriate parlay because I did steal stuff from them. Also, did you know that ghosts die of old age is forever and will forever be my favorite factoid about Dwarf Fortress? Hello, S. Landrum. Yeah. Ghosts that get old enough that the original creature would die of old age. Correct, Shadow, yes. Because the ghost dies? Oh my god, if my ghost dies, I die in real life? Wait a second. Just waiting for my squaddies to get big. So the throne room needs more value. Needs more value! Let's go to you. Let's go here and here. Trying to think if I have any artifacts I could throw in there that, like, I've put somewhere else and then forgotten about. The answer is probably, but there's a artifact table I could throw in there. Apparently ghosts can also grow up. Nice. So if you memorialize a child ghost, just know that you're ending its life early. And you are bad, and you don't need to feel bad, but you could if you wanted to. Why am I so zoomed in? It's hard to see. I did, I mean, I've had vampire forts. I've also had ghost forts. I once had a ghost that managed to join a faction for a bit, which was really weird because the dwarf died off map and then reappeared as a ghost. There was a zombified dwarf who died off map as part of his siege, came back as a ghost, and then wielded a weapon and trained with my soldiers for a bit and socialized and acted like a normal dwarf, and then I sent it off to siege and it never came back. Genuinely one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me in this game. No. Redeemment. If you want to see my video on ghosts, I have one. It's like an hour-and-a-half long movie. I did let ghosts destroy my fortress once. Alright, so that's all done. Now I just need a tomb. I think the only appropriate place to put the king's tomb is in here. Let's see if that's enough. Not quite. Value's a bit too low. Just because it's overlapping. Yeah, let's actually not do that. I changed my mind. Let's make this into the king's tomb. And also, before you ask, there isn't really a way to make dwarves be friends with ghosts. They will be scared shitless and hate them as long as they see them, until they become too numb to care anymore. I've seen many reports over the years of some dwarves somehow like becoming friends with dwarves and ghosts and getting used to it. They do maintain a friendship if they were friends with the ghost before the ghost died, but they will be scared shitless of it for the rest of their existence. And if you go look at the ghosts page on the wiki, there is a very like expansive science has been done on ghosts, what's possible, what causes the different ghost behaviors, how to control them, and which ones like can be mitigated or are even worth trying to mitigate. And also how you can cause specific ones to happen that you're looking for if you're trying to have like specific ghost behaviors. What's good? Rice Krispie squares are pretty good. Cake is pretty good. Reasonable amounts of socialism is pretty good. Not breaking the Geneva Convention is pretty good. Bread is pretty good. Dwarf Fort's pretty good. With or without M&Ms. Could do either. What else is good? Me not directly answering this question is pretty good, I guess. Flowers, sure. Tomatoes, yeah. My lemon tree, which I have to pollinate constantly. It keeps putting out new, flowers. Why do I suck? What? I was asked what's good, so I'm telling them what's good. Caves of Cat is pretty good. Cogmine's pretty good. Played some of that yesterday. I don't want to stream for 10 hours today, so I'm not going to do more of that today, but video games are pretty good.
Woo!
I'm not allowed to take credit for everything that my country has done, mate. I appreciate the overwhelming credit you're giving me here, but if modesty is a Canadian trait, I guess I haven't. Autocorrect is pretty not good. I will tell you that.
Over here, he has
Kenton.
a sword.
Has that army been parlayed yet? Nope. My squads are back, though. So I can see what happened. See, the proof that I'm truly Canadian is when somebody says, he's Canadian, he's the reason we have the Geneva Convention. All I can say is, I'm not. I didn't do that. Don't give me credit for that. Whereas an American would be like, yep, I know. All right. Not going to take too many pot shots, but if I want to take pot shots, I'll grab a marble and throw it directly at the ocean because that's the closest I can get it to over there. So we're fighting with humans now. Tarot. They clashed with 109 humans, slaying 3. Killed an old man. Whoa. More humans, more humans. And you know, honestly, I kind of respect the enthusiasm, Server Lord. I kind of do. It's just like when somebody says I hate this in like a Mario Maker game, I'm always kind of tempted to be like, I made this. It's like, I remember. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like we're all of those like back when I went to back when I was in Nom jokes, Mouse Peter. The human. Cheers, No Name. Appreciate it. I mean, I'm just trying to start as many wars as possible. And then I think tomorrow I'll retire this fortress. And then maybe Friday we start a new fortress. I did not lose a leg in Nam because I wasn't alive when that war ended. Speaking of human tendencies, this human here, their name is Air Conditioning, AC, Glory Modest. It's this whole conversation we're having. Can't believe I died in Nam. That's crazy, man. Well, actually, I did die a lot in Nam. I played quite a bit of Battlefield Vietnam. One of the best licensed soundtracks I've ever seen in a video game. I'm sorry, 1,317 dogs? That's a lot of dogs. Park indeed. That human settlement owns that many dogs. All right, let's just get this done, and then we'll figure out what we're doing with those humans on the surface. I need 34 blocks of something. Let's do conglomerate. And then this over here. Marble. I mean, if you want to see a dog nation, literally... dog to nation, literally just go to a human settlement. And there will just be trillions of dogs. Oh yeah, also, I don't know when you last played Redeemment, but they redid all of the AI for Mark's Dwarves pretty recently. So they act and operate completely differently from the way they used to. bucklers. So I'm just going to make 3 steel bucklers per season. Steel buckler. Okay, so then you played a different video game. Masterwork was very different even back then. Although Masterwork, as I was talking about earlier, isn't looked back on anywhere near as fondly these days. Because the creator of it, Meph, was hired to work on the Steam version, and then it was proven that he plagiarized most of his art, which means you have to throw out all of their work. Sucks. It's wanted concrete. Yeah, that's fair. So they had to throw out a lot of work that was done on the Steam version. Yeah. It's one of the reasons it actually took so long to come out. Was because like a third of the assets or something had to be redone. It was like a blog post that really announced it. I don't think they, like, I made a video about it, which got like, I think 30,000 views or something. But I think that the idea was they just wanted to part ways and just get back to it as quickly as possible instead of like making a big deal about it. But I could be wrong here, but it probably would have released earlier and in a better state if they didn't have to go back and redo a lot of the busy work of the graphics. Or it would have released with more content or optimizations. Meph has his own statements on the Bay 12 forums. Certainly, but plagiarism is plagiarism. And if you've been accused of plagiarism, you're basically unhireable in that industry. What is that? What do you mean, Kenton? The Forgotten Beast, Nithami. And also, yeah, I read all of those statements, Redeemment. I'm just giving people the 2-sentence version, which is, was accused of plagiarism, was tracing, was taking things and not crediting them. You can't be hired in an art position at a studio like this if you have those habits, regardless of if you knew you were in the wrong or not. But, like, it sucks. You don't need to go harass the guy or do anything at him. Like, he's kind of just incompetent in those ways, in that way. But it still means that you're unhireable. Sup, Bone Doll? Sup. The Forgotten Beast Nithami has come a great feathered sauropod, has a pair of long antennae and a bloated body. Its eucalyptus feathers are long and downy. Beware its noxious secretions. I might be able to catch you. Hold up. Oh, huh. Somebody killed that turkey. I didn't do that. Actually, it may have been the other guy. Yeah, when I tell that story, I try to just tell people the result. Which, that's what the result was. Yeah, no, you can fuck up and do things that make you unhireable unknowingly. That is absolutely a real thing that happens. So, Fatal Spurt the Grizzly, who I presumed was dead, is still alive. And maybe about to fight with this beast. Did I play ASCII a lot because you keep wanting to try again, but you can't stand how it looks like it's all vertically stretched and too tall? You don't remember it bugging you that much back in the day? Because back in the day, you could have square ASCII because the way the UI worked was different. So you used to be able to have square ASCII back in the day, you can't now. So it probably didn't bug you as much back in the day because that was an option. Hold on. I don't actually know if it's... Hold on. Let me just show you this. I don't know if it's on the Bay 12 forums, but if it is, you could probably grab it. But there is... this. I don't know if you can use this without the Steam version. I presume you can, but this tile set exists if you're playing the free version. So you could try and grab this. None of those work anymore. Redeemment. They're not, none of them are compatible with the Steam version. Because the way the sprites work is completely different now. Like, the entire graphics renderer was redone. The number of sprites and the way the sprites look is completely different. And the way the sprites work, so none of those old tile sets work anymore. Let me look it up and actually see if Neo-Dwarf isn't on... Which is why, like, that one tile set that I just showed for a few seconds has taken a team of, like, 12 people, like, the better part of a year to get working. I mean, it's the problem with having more detailed graphics in anything. Like, it takes longer.
Crypt Bio.
Neo Bob, thank you very much for the first notification of money in 3 hours. Appreciate you. Thanks for 21 months. I mean, at the end of the day, I would just buy the Steam version, but that's just me being a shitty sellout, right? I'm just looking. I don't actually know if that's off of the... I'm in an ad break anyway. Kenton, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate that, man. Turns out the Bay 12 forums are pretty hard to search these days. Yeah, doesn't look like it's available anywhere outside of the Steam Workshop at this point, but it should theoretically work, because it has the capacity to. Just kind of prefer the ASCII? No, gotcha. I mean, try Neo-Dwarf then. I mean, it's like I said, it's on the Steam Workshop. Thanks for the $10, Letterin. And like, if you're curious about this thing, go away. They have a Discord. And some of you who are old that have been around the forums for too long may recognize most of these people who've worked on it. And that's a hype train. Now up to level 3. Appreciate you. Thanks for $10. But yeah, no, and when they say bugs, it's literally just like graphical artifacting. Actually, that might be the issue. It's because the tile set isn't complete yet. It would probably need to be complete to be usable in the free version. Because otherwise there would literally just be missing assets. Because it's like when you enable graphics, it disables the ASCII, so like there would just be nothing there. But yeah, like, I've installed this and tried it. It, like, some things still have the premium tile set stuff to it. But, like, it's playable. When it says many, many bugs, it means, like, oh, just no asset appears when this creature arrives. With the Forgotten Beast sprites? I mean, hey, as long as there is a visible sprite, it's playable. But, like, if you're looking for something that's way specifically... I mean, literally none of them have, because they're not compatible. Redeemment. Literally none of them have. It's not even not even worth Googling. I can tell you for facts, none of them have. I saw one person once streaming with a port of the Humble tile set, if you remember that. I think it's Humble Gem Set. Was that the name of it? Jesus. If the wiki even works these days. It's just bugs. You can make a new one for the new version with the same graphics. I've explained this to people dozens of times, but while I'm waiting for this link to load, is that listed on here still? I may need to just go to the Bay 12 forums. The reality is, if you have a graphical tile set that is mostly accepted by most people, it doesn't matter what it looks like, that is mostly accepted by most people who play the game. In a world where the difference between making a tile set for Dwarf Fortress 10 years ago and making a tile set for Dwarf Fortress now, if you want it to be functional, instead of needing, like, what was it, 32 sprites? You need thousands. All right? That's the first problem. And I'm not even talking like font swaps, because currently the game doesn't support font swaps. You can't do that. Unless you go in and manually edit the current font, which can still break things. So, in a world where you can no longer do font swaps, the actual lift to do it, it's not even just oh, it's just bugs. No, like, we're talking a lot of work. And you're also in this world now where 99% of the player base are going to be completely satisfied with the currently existing, you pay for it, you have it, tile set, right? So back in the day, people like Vettlinger, who would spend thousands of hours modding, adding, adjusting, perfecting a custom tile set that uses custom code through DFHack to actually load it, to do things like layered armor and stuff that the game didn't even officially support, which made it run a lot worse and crash a lot more. Narvicious, thanks for the $1.
100.
You run into this problem where you don't have the demand for it, because in the olden days, there was the demand for it. You know, like, the majority of the player base wanted a tile set. You don't have the demand for it, and the work is exponentially higher. That's the issue. And then you throw in the curveball of, like, actually, here's a really good example. RimWorld's a popular video game. There is a lot of mods for RimWorld that change the way the game look. I don't think I've ever seen a mod that is just, I'm sure they probably exist. So someone's gonna be like, blah, 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 blah. In the time I played that game, which was from when it first went into early access until maybe a year after release, out of early access, around the time that first DLC came out was when I stopped. In that time, I couldn't tell you a single mod that completely swapped out every single asset in the game. In order for Dwarf Fortress to run properly, you need to do that. Or elements of it will be unplayable. Because of the way the engine works. Thanks for the 6 subs and the 1100 bits. Appreciate you guys. So, it can, Gib. As far as I know, it can anyway. So the result is you have a smaller portion of people who don't care about total graphics overhauls, less people asking for that, less demand, and significantly higher amounts of work. And then the other thing is, there are a lot of graphical mods. But, like, if I go to the workshop, right? And say, just go to workshop mods, right? Like, if you go to the most subscribed mods, like, that's technically a graphics mod. That's technically a graphics mod. Creature graphics extended, which adds a lot of shit, right? It adds different armor scaling and more faces and all sorts of other things. People will add, like, little things here and there, which is already significantly more work than making a whole tile set. And then, like, 99% of the people who are interested in adding things or tweaking things or changing how the game looks are going to be completely satisfied with this. And believe it or not, most of the people who made tile sets for older versions of Dwarf Fortress had Patreons, right? And, like, you put in a lot of time into a Patreon to modify the game to make it look the way that you want. If you then throw in the curveball of now, on top of needing to, you know, add a bunch of stuff to make it play the way that they want, you now also... Are they both gonna die? He might. On top of that, now, it's a significantly larger piece of work, and the audience for it is smaller, potentially. So it's even harder to get noticed in the, like, oh, I'm gonna make a tile set for a fraction of the community, and it's gonna take me a shit ton of time. It's gonna take even more time because they keep adding stuff. Like, these beast graphics for the Forgotten Beasts, that's new. They weren't colored, like 2 months ago. So now there's, like, significantly more beast graphics that you'd have to add to your tile set to keep it compatible. And it's like... we are past the era of, like, one person just saying fuck it and making a tile set for Dwarf Fortress. That we no longer live in that world. The world that we live in now is 15 people say, yeah, let's make a tile set for Dwarf Fortress. And it takes them 10 years. Oh, sure. Gib, absolutely. No, there's lots of excellent, like, aesthetic mods for Dwarf Fortress. But, like, that's the world that we live in now. That's the world that you get when you give everything graphics. I'm just rambly and like to talk, man. I ain't telling you off for being ignorant. I just like overly elaborating more than is necessary. I talk for a living. This is my job. I'm Thawi. But what can you do? All right, where is this? It is... No, I'm just babbling. Later on. That goes to the king. And this right here. I mean, it's largely a, like... The other thing... Here's a positive thing about the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, though. I have 197 dwarves, and my frame rate is 65. Okay, it just went down to 150. But there's also all of these humans on the map, and all of those horses. If this was version 47.01, I would probably have a fraction of the frame rate. Like, if this was version 47.05 with a full siege, plus everything that's going on the map already, I'd be lucky if I was sitting at 30 FPS on this computer. Lucky. It would probably be lower than that, actually, especially on a map this big. Because we live in SDL2 land now. So the game runs so much better. It's like night and day. It's wonderful. So, you know, like, we sacrifice some things, but we get other things. Yes, but your job probably in that instance, Rediment, would be to explain a thing quickly and then move on to the next subject. My job is to keep an audience of people entertained for 8 to 10 hours and try and get as many of them to stick around as possible. So if I have something to talk about and I feel like I can elaborate on it and make it interesting and or educational, or maybe I'm telling somebody who didn't ask a question something that they didn't know, or, you know, they just like hearing me talk and need background babble, I think that like having a short version of a thing to say on hand is redundant in this industry. And I know that you're not adding me, but you're in my chat, so I have the right to respond. Blah, blah, bitty, blah. Aquifers are nasty now? Squeeze me? How are aquifers nasty? They added light aquifers. Aquifers are like a non-concern issue compared to what they once was. All right, how many of the dwarves are north of this? Not many. Let's lock this. Actually, let's also close this. Many of those dwarves drowned in the water mines. Back in those days, I used to just wait for it to freeze and dig through. Literally, that's how I did it. I eventually learned how to pump them out. I know how to do Hammers of Armok now. But I took the time to learn that after they were no longer a going concern. Oh, geez, did I not? No, I didn't. Okay, hold on. I've got to actually pull this lever again. Got one other thing I gotta do. Gotta connect that to a mechanism. I got distracted by the forgotten beasts and the babbling. Roundabouts keep you talking, Zildi? But yeah, no, now we have light aquifers and varied aquifers and heavy aquifers, and mostly all you'll see is light aquifers, and you can just dig through a light aquifer. Your hospital is gonna flood? Okay, that's not a problem with the aquifer. That's an engineering mistake, California Ninja Lawyer. I know that your name in YouTube chat is California Ninja Lawyer, but you're certainly not an engineer. Because if you were an engineer, you'd know that if you just went 3 or 4 levels further down, you would get below the aquifer and wouldn't have a problem with your hospital flooding. If your hospital is flooding, that's a skill issue? It's not the fault of the aquifer. The aquifer was just there. You're the one that dug through it. You didn't even need to. You could have built your hospital on the surface. Sorry, I'm being a jackass again. Please don't hate me. Hey kids, you like Bronze Colossus? You like it when I shoot you in the head with bolts and... I don't know where I'm going with this, but... I'm just happy that your name is California Ninja Lawyer and not California Ninja Construction Engineer. Or Structural Engineer? Maybe Excavator? Yeah. California Ninja Excavator. Definitely didn't go to the school of Tonka trucks. All right, now that's done. Pull this. Now that's done. Also, click that. Can you name a beast? Which one? I just need to see this door close first. Dealer choice. What do you want to name it? Do you want it to be named after you or something else? Me? Okay, so I heard strippers. Got it.
Crypt undulates.
Trevor something. Thank you very much for the 6th month. And for the undulates. Thanks for helping keep that subscription alive. Would you like this one? Option 1? Option 2? Option 3? The deep mine of holes. Uh-huh. Option 1, option 2, option 3. Unfortunately, Tommy Tallarico died. It was a horrible, visceral murder. He rezzed so many zombies, but he couldn't make it. He got punched in the head so hard by one of the zombies that he resurrected that he died. All right, I heard Stirpers. Has a strong sense of duty, almost never feels discouraged, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is somewhat quarrelsome, can handle stress and isn't given to flights of fancy, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. That's it. Meanwhile, another forgotten beast has arrived. This one's named Samas Pastustimo. It has come. It is a towering, feathered crocodile, has wings and it undulates rhythmically, blah, 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 noxious secretions. All right, well... Where is it? Actually, hold on. Unlock this. No. Unlock this. Go here. Unlock this. And maybe do it now, actually. Ooh. The hollow seas. Pretty. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the 6 months of Prime? It seems to be heading towards the stairs. Maybe we can catch another one. That would be nice. It's killed an unknown creature, as well as a llama, a cat, and a drake at Sound Police. The one thing I really miss from older versions of the game is it doesn't say what their birthday is anymore. That genuinely bugs me because it would fit in the UI. It would go very easily right there, and they could totally add it very easily. We could have that back with, like, no trouble. Or Tribble from Star Trek. But, like, yeah, it bugs me. Literally my biggest problem with this version of the game is it no longer states what day they were born on. And you can't get any information about the gods they worship from this UI. You have to literally make a temple and look at the temple of the god, or make a statue of said god. I find that quite annoying. All right. Would you sing? Damn fucking right I would. Like, the game still accounts for them. Don't move. There's nowhere else to go. There we go. Got another one done. All right, let's follow the siege. I'm actually really curious about how they siege me. Okay, that's done. All that's done. Okay. I could just kill them, but that's no fun. Although, if they do siege like humans, I will just kill them. Because the thing about humans is they don't attack you. They're one of the few factions that have no interest in killing you. They simply stand outside until you go out there and fight them. And because this is a human siege, even though it's mostly goblins, their plan is to just stand out there and fight me. So you want me to tell you guys what my plan is for them? Check this out. Uh-oh. Surgeon withdraws from society. Ain't that nifty. See this? This is a very convenient drawbridge that I haven't needed all day today. But I do right now. Uh-oh. Dwarf has claimed the jeweler's shop. Anyways. My weaver over here is going to go pull a lever. Pulling that lever causes this drawbridge to open. Which does that. And it also cuts my frame rate by a third. Goblin Siege. A human siege? Human smeege. Psst. I'm a bad person. Got him. Siege? What siege? I don't see no siege. I actually want to see. So this spinning copper mail shirt strikes the goblin in the upper leg, but there is no force. So they're getting thrown backwards. The lava is pushing the armor and weaponry down the hill, which is colliding with them. Then they're getting caught in pool of lavas and jumping away from other falling bits of armor and gear from previous sieges that have died here, and also getting caught in pools of lava. And then eventually, like, melting, probably. The horse is no longer stunned. Caught in a pool of lava. I'm really fascinated about this one here, though, who is standing here in a pool of lava, but somehow not on fire. Or, like, these guys down here. There's got to be, like, 100 of them somewhere. Or they've already left the map. Yeah, no, most of them have already left the map. Yep, there they go. Off the map they go. Goblin Siege? What Goblin Siege? Human Siege? What Human Siege? Don't be silly. There are no goblins here. There's just a singular horse. Petrified with fear. They are indeed all fired. And if they stay around long enough, I'll have to tell them that they rock. Anyways, this dwarf down here is working secretly after grabbing a thing of rough sardonyxes. Well, that's cool. It's time to go invade some more things. I'm gonna go commit the ultimate dwarven crime, chat. We do trade with this faction, the Rainy Corridors. We're the bad guys, remember? Although I need the gates to open first. There they go. It always makes you laugh. Works secretly. I mean, are they making a big show of it, or are we just the omnipotent overseer who has visual awareness? Sieges were just deliveries of training dummies, catch them all in cage traps, and then drop them naked into the rookie barracks. You can do that now still. I once kept a fort alive for 400 plus years. 470 years. Older versions of the game. Has created Nude, is what it says. Nude and Congim, a perfect sardonyx, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Diggle Ripke. Thanks. Don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw that into the king's tomb. Actually, probably large gem, right? Yep. Let's throw another large gem over here so they match. Something that's, like, fancy. Let's grab that amethyst down there. I'm a personal fan of pineapple opals. They're just very unique looking. Made a spetzel with beef tips and peas. Ooh. It's been a long time since I had one of thems. This is a perfect sardonyx. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of emerald cut sardonyxes. Well, that's simplistic, but King's still not happy with his doom. God dang it. Typical King. In typical King-like fashion. And then you want me to make flasks. Well, that's easy. I have to be metals, so let's do... We'll just do 3, and then you queue them up seasonally, and then you'll never run out. Let's do seasonally. Set this to 3. I'll be satisfied with it forever. And then... peeking around up here. Yeah. I don't actually know how much laminate I have, but I know it's a lot, so I'm just going to make them smelt a bunch of it. I want to make this area look a little bit more presentable. So I'm actually going to go down to here. Do that. Do that. Do that. Throw these suckers in. I'm actually kind of curious as to what this floor looks like now. I actually really like all of the new color, well, not all the new color variety in clothing, because they look a lot more, varied. Well, about that. The Wereskink Child, Iteb Abandoned Tub has come. A large skink twisted into humanoid form is crazed for both flesh and also blood. And its eyes glow mahogany. Its dark brown scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware. You know why you will fear the night. Speak a new version variety. And finely minced ingredients now? There's more than finely minced, but meals haven't been changed much. Although the way dwarves respond to meals now is different. Instead of it being ingredient in the meal, it's quality of the meal. So like if a dwarf prefers to consume badger, it's no longer like dwarf actually prefers to consume badger spleen, but we're not going to tell you that. No, they actually prefer to consume badger specifically, but they'll get a happy mood regardless if it's a master quality meal. So, like, satisfying food needs are easier? Well, I'm just going to try and close this door when the ads are done. Blue-tongued skinks are cute. I love those. Since you run out of stone? There's a simple fix to that, you know, right? Just dig more? If you keep running out of stone, dig more. Make more hole. That'll do it. Okay, all of these dwarves are heading back inside, so I'm actually just going to pull this lever. Hopefully it gets distracted by that cat. If I go up here, that's still closed. And ideally, it just gets caught in the cage trap. Oh, you've been busy. Lockwatch is a good name. This thing's killed a lot of cats and cavies and rabbits. This thing is just like a petty troll. Although Construct Blockade's a good name. It kind of stopped. It is also a child, so maybe that makes sense as to why. Yes, got him. Haha! Idiot. I was gonna say, did I just squish somebody? No, stuff's burning down. Oh, I need to see how this looks, actually. I always love stuff burning in ASCII. I find the ASCII stuff burning looks a lot more threatening than stuff burning with the graphics on. Don't know why. I think it's the smoke looks denser, mostly. Which is kind of wild, actually, because it is raining. Although, actually, Redeem and anybody else who only just started playing the game recently or only recently got back into it, do you know about the bug that was discovered when the Steam version released that was previously unknown in the game, that was in the game since the beginning of the game, and I think is hysterical? And it wasn't discovered until Steam was released and then promptly became a meme. So, when Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, very quickly there was a very obvious bug that a lot of people were like, oh no, this is a problem, which was sometimes children would arrive with no heads. And apparently this bug had been in the game as long as the game had existed, quite literally, because Putnam went back and checked, because Putnam works on the game, on the code for the game now, or has for, like, basically since the Steam version came out. And, so Putnam went back and checked, and yes, it had been in since the beginning. The cause of it was there was a % chance that a dwarf could be any skin tone of their family's factions. So if the families were in the same faction, they could have the chance to be any skin tone of the family's factions that those families are from. Basically, like from whatever their parents' genetics were, theoretically. However, there was a % chance that they could be born with no skin tone. And if they were born with no skin tone, in the ASCII version, it didn't matter, because it would just be one line of text that was missing. And nobody would fucking notice, because it's just a sprite, right? And it wouldn't be rendered anywhere, so it didn't matter. But in the Steam version, they would show up with no skin. Which is kind of a problem. I was actually a little bit sad when they fixed it. The other one, which some people knew about, but most people didn't notice until the Steam version came out, is like most visitors are naked. But the reason most visitors are naked is because they don't have a culture. And the game assigns clothing based on the culture that that dwarf is a part of or that character's a part of. So poets and like visitors and everybody except for monster hunters would show up naked. So if you had like traveling poets or a musical performance troupe or something that would show up as guests before in older versions, you would be none the wiser. But in reality, they were all naked. And I noticed it a couple times in older versions of the game, and I always just kind of presumed that it was because, like, oh, well, they're going crazy anyway, so they probably just, like, strip the clothes off or something because they're babbling anyway. They're already nuts. But, like, the reality is they just don't have a faction, so the game doesn't have any clothing to assign them to because they don't have a faction. I love that bug, though. Which is why everybody's like, why it's with all these elvish strippers? It's like, well, they just don't have a culture. Be nice to them. And then people are like, are you telling me strippers don't have culture? It's like, it's a subculture. But obviously they don't get clothing assigned. Yeah, often were creatures have bizarre ages, though. This chat here mentioned it. But if they had elvish culture, then they'd arrive dressed as elves. Please. Let's not besmirch the great elvish wood, my friend. That's like saying that cheese doesn't have culture. It's still cheese. Or yogurt. You may not like it, but it's still a culture. All right, speaking of culture, the dwarves are attacking the other dwarves. And Poobert led the attack, the awe-inspiring canyons of voicing, and he unrolled a brilliant tactical plan and had a strong positional advantage in confined paints. Led by the dwarf Logan Diebustin, Tome Lulled, the influential tuft of places, clashed with a single goblin, slaying them. And then we clashed with 6 dwarves, slaying them. We searched the place. Well, that was disappointing. Hold on. Really? We showed up at a dwarven mountain hall and killed a single goblin? And then stole a bunch of their stuff? I should go take over their mountain home. Asterix and Obelix, probably. Or Demon. I mean, in some cases that might not be too inaccurate. Okay, then that or it's just we're in New York City. Also, we seized livestock, apparently. What did we get? It's probably a shit ton of cats. This is a dwarven fortress that we... A cat and a horse. Okay, well. This was the place that we just attacked. So I'm going to send one dwarf to conquer and occupy... Well, demand surrender and occupy that place. Now I just need a dwarf. Okay, who's pissed off? Who's pissed off and fugly? Lorbam, I have bad news for you. Drop that pickaxe. Actually, hold on. Do you have children or a family? It's fine. All right, I've got a very important mission for you. You're going to go be the bad guy and take over a dwarven faction that's close by. Please drop the Lamanite boulder, though. Hold up. First, I'm going to unassign you from this mission. As more stuff collapses. And then I'm going to see if I can get you to drop this again. Yep. Okay. Hopefully you drop that. Yes, and it tastes just like raisins. There you go. Now that you've done that, I'm going to put you back on that mission. Go get them. All right, chat. Is Lorbam going to go successfully help extend the unlawful reach of our horrendously evil dwarven empire and help us take over a dwarven mountain halls from another dwarven faction, instead of operating in peace like most dwarfs should, charging out with his steel, armed with nothing but his steel flask and copper amulet on his head, because they never told dwarves to put amulets on their neck. They put it on their head because heads and amulets were added to the game before necks were added to the game. Well, we're demanding surrender and occupy. We're not exterminating them. He is crying with happiness, see? After being bored due to inebriation. We've also made it to early autumn, and we almost always get invaded in autumn, so we'll see how this goes. Sure. But, like, that's why they wear them on their head. Also, like, the other little, like, silly factoid is, like, Gorlaks not having bodies, which is why they... And Gorlaks don't have bodies, which is why they wear shirts on their head. Because they don't have, like, a chest. They are just a head. So they... You know. King still not satisfied with their mausoleum. Okay, let's just make steel statue. What's the name of my king? Athel Lolol. Okay. Lol, okay. Let's make 50 statues of my glorious king. See, granite fence. Yeah, they also technically wear their trousers on their head, right? Reward off cooldown. What kind of dwarf do you want? Do you want to name something that isn't a dwarf? I mean, you can name a table or a statue if you want. You could be the king if you wanted. Or a cat. I said that just because a cat ran into my line of sight right as I said that. You could be a cat who has a pet dwarf, even. I don't actually have any glass industry. Yeah, I don't. Because there's no sand on this map. I do have several master weaponsmiths. Ah, there we go. We get attacked. But yeah, I don't have any. You want an NG? Let's see what we have for NGs. I've got Kel or Unul for NGs. Ooh. Just gonna quickly retrieve these. Just gonna speed this process up. The other question would be, do you want a beard or no beard? The big issue with this fort is because I've gone so deep. Yeah, I guess you may not know about guilds, but because I've gone so deep into guilds for dying, it's kind of hard to actually identify what other dwarves' jobs are. I could give you somebody new who's just starting out and specify them. This dwarf did make an artifact already, though. Menacing spiky balls. How about I give you this dwarf? This brand new bab of a dwarf. And give you your own workshop down here. And then whenever stuff gets signed up there, you'll go do that. This dwarf grew up here. Was born in the year 304, looks like. You're 18 years old? Yeah, it checks out. Your first memory here was in 304. Your parents are Full Joss and Mohreb. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He always is in love with somebody and always easily develops positive feelings. He lacks confidence in his abilities and never feels discouraged and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Also, because that's just popped into my head, I have another thing to say about children in Dwarf Fortress. But he doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and he is somewhat interested in what others think of him, and he can handle stress. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and doesn't focus on material goods. He enjoys the company of others and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to stretch when he's bored, and he laughs in a unique way when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. I don't actually have that many traps. We mostly just have mechanisms. He personally is affronted by the whole notion that one would find so-called He personally is affronted by the whole notion that of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. He believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, believes that peace is always preferable to war, hates those who wield power over others, and values honesty and respects the development of his skill. Dreams of crafting a masterwork, and this dream was realized. Likes ash glaze, platinum, chrysocolla, which I know I'm pronouncing incorrectly. Sandpear wood, giant moose hoof, puffin bone, giant swan parchment. I like the band Giant Swan. Color quivers, The color purple, quivers, chains, ducks for their quacks, and elephants for their aggressive sparring, and the words of the glimmer of velvet and the sound of the fabulous euphoria and the sight of the heliotrope festival and when possible prefers to consume giant cockatiel and bat ray and pendant amaranth beer and absolutely hates blood gnats. Your mom and dad are Moreb and Fulljaws, who are both still alive in the fortress, and your younger sister's Neezer, who got kidnapped for like 4 years until I got her back. Of course I've read Boat Murder. I beg your pardon? I'm also rereading it for a video. Like, well, not right now, but I'm on part 20. Let's deny that. Re-enable this. That's a horse corpse. The dwarves could just take the other way in, too. Let's hope nobody gets flattened. You know, actually, to speed up the dwarves from running here, let's lock this. I'm also just going to reopen this so that this dwarf can get through if possible. There you go. Run, run, run a dwarf. That's been asked a million times. Have I heard of it? Yes. Have I played it? Yes. Do I have any interest in it? No. I've streamed it even. I don't know. I don't like open world survival crafting games much. That game is aimless and boring in my experience. I mean, it's fun for like 90 minutes with 4 friends who are bad at it. Playing it with people that are good at it kind of sucks. I feel like the longer you spend in a particular run, the less interesting it gets because your character gets too strong. I don't find the gameplay loop to be particularly engaging, rewarding, or interesting. And that's why I don't like open world survival crafting games. It's also a game I kind of don't want to get good at because, like, as I said, for me, at the very least, it's more enjoyable if you suck at it. Also, chat room, if you're still lurking in the chat, can I get a round of beers? Curious about how many people are still listening to the stream. It's been kind of a quiet day today. So if you're still lurking around, we're about to do one final show for the evening. Project Zomboid was the game asked about. Peace in the YouTube chat. So I'm going to have to make a decision at a point, which is how many creatures do I let in? First, we must open the door and close the drain. Not even fucking close. I'm just choosing not to complain about it for a few reasons. The main one being Twitch has a big sale on Friday, so... But no, not even close. We nuked it yesterday, but... No, it's all good, Kenton. I'm just brutally honest sometimes. Nothing wrong with being in YouTube. Although if you're in YouTube, you might want to like run because I don't think unless you work for YouTube, I don't think they'd want you like hanging out in YouTube, like literally. Seems dangerous maybe. Okay, so this is all of their bait. Just that guinea hen. The question is, do you guys think it'll be enough of an incentive? I think it is. The algorithm gonna get you, yeah, pretty much. The algo gonna get you. No, 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 no. That's how I make a living. Maybe convince them to, like... I don't know, take the AI features out. It's annoying when I accidentally respond to comments by going to click on the button, and then the dumb AI feature, which, like, responds for me, pops up afterwards because it takes a lot of processing power and takes a while to load, and then it loads, and I click that, and then I have to delete the dumb thing wrote. If you could do that, that'd be great. Maybe, like, grab that hard drive and, like stick a screwdriver through it. That'd be great. Yeah, don't get stuck in the tube. You want to know why it randomly deletes your replies? Because this happens to me too. Especially if you're on mobile. This happens a fuckload on mobile. If there is an even remote connection while you are writing the comment, if there's a even remote connection hiccup, and this can sometimes just be on YouTube's end, not even like your connection dropping, but if there's even a remote connection hiccup, it just doesn't post your comment. And then the second thing that can happen is YouTube sometimes just decides that a comment isn't appropriate. A bit of an example of this is, like, I recently got a comment which was somebody more or less, how do I word this? More or less stating, you know, love your work, blah, blah, blah. To anybody who hasn't seen Krug Smash, you should check out his stuff. This was a little while ago. And linked one of his videos. Because I made a video about vampires, and then somebody linked a Krug Smash video from Honeystoker. Anyway, that got censored as inappropriate. And sometimes, like, nonsensical words that, like somebody saying fuck yeah could be, like, censored as inappropriate. So, like, if you decide to swear or something in a comment, there's like an 8 out of 10 chance it's just going to get deleted by YouTube, or not deleted, but held by YouTube's, like, like, you can't turn it off moderation system that just decided that, people shouldn't see this. And I've seen some pretty bizarre words that I wouldn't normally even clock as, like, being inappropriate or rude, but, you know, I don't speak for everybody. All right, so let's just torch these guys. That's step one. Can I get some lava in the chat, please? And then we begin the arena fight. And then we send in the cleanup crew. Generally, it's a, no, that would be Twitter, actually, Redeemment. That would be Twitter. Not going to agree with you on that one. That'd be Twitter. Okay, so that fighting begins. So I do the natural thing and go up to here. And tell them to pull this. Round 2 of the best show on Earth begins here. Can't quote reply on YouTube? Write what they said down like you did in the olden days on a forum? For clarity, how did you get here? For clarity, I'm not trying to defend YouTube. I don't think YouTube's, like, the greatest platform or anything. I don't think that YouTube is even a good platform some days. But it is the only platform, and I make a solid amount of income off of it. So I don't like just sitting here and talking shit about a platform that I do make a solid living off of. If you dislike it, that's cool. So do I. But I just did. It's like petty complaints and dislike. I wish that they would stop fucking putting all the AI nonsense that I don't need in there, because it's not useful. It's just kind of annoying and a little bit demeaning. Kind of demoralizing, too. Worst discussion forum have you ever used on a technical level? You should use a bad one. You don't know what I'm starting to sheepherder. I'm starting to believe that you are not human and are actually an AI, because That sounds like something an AI would say. All right, and as we pile through, come on, kiddo. Get it, Avos. You got this. You got this, bud. You got this. All right, so we've got that. Part 1. We've got this, which they just killed, part 2. And now we have random naked goblin master of beasts of the whimsical immortality. Not these guys, I don't think. Actually, are these guys the whimsical immortality? I haven't looked. These guys are... Oh, they don't actually have a faction. But... Okay, no, these guys must be from that, one of the captured places. And... Actually, what? No, I could check their armor. That would tell me. Assuming their armor has an inscription. Oh, helmet. There you go. Oh, this is the whimsical immortality. So I just released their Master of Beasts, which is kind of ironic. So this guy should theoretically be friendly with them. Zolak Power Hat? Hates, not hats. If it was Power Hats, that would be a better name. This guy over here is a zombie who's tried to steal my stuff. This guy over here is a zombie who tried to steal my stuff. This guy over here is also a zombie who tried to steal my stuff. And this is a Bronze Colossus. Everything is going to go just fine. The next thing I'm going to do as well is I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to ask you guys a very simple question. Which Forgotten Beast should I release? We've got, whoops, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which one would you like? Just type in the number. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Not all of them, then they'll kill each other. 1, 2, 3, or 4. The cool one? I don't have any made of ice, unfortunately. Seeing lots of 2s. Some 3s. Some 4s. Lots of 4s. Let's open 4s. So, I'm going to open up 4's Whittaker here. This Forgotten Beast is Seduce Dust. Is an enormous humanoid composed of crystal glass. It has a pair of spindly antennae. And it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison we're in an ad, so I will... No, wait. I was trying to hold up until that ad was done. Boop doop 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 doop. I wish I wouldn't get like a content ID strike for using like the like Jeopardy song, because it's just a do 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 do. I am now getting a DMCA. If the bronze man just murks the guy in front of it first in front of everyone, yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen though. The other thing I'll say about the Seduce Dust guy thingy is it's only ever killed 1 turkey here. How was your day? Been fun. Rambly. Okay. Not great, not terrible. To quote a meme. All right. Who's ready? I guess we follow Bronze Boy, hey? Runs forwards. Is fighting with the Master of Beasts. The Master of Beasts tried very hard, punched it even, but the attack glanced away. Now this Bronze Colossus doesn't have anything equipped, has no health problems, and as far as I know, these goblins don't really have much of a way of fighting back. This Cold Slayer is punching the Beak Dogs, doesn't like them very much, it seems. This Rotten Butcher over here. The nice thing about these dwarves, they could actually go into martial trances, which would make them really fucking strong. And is the Forgotten Beast release yet? Nope, not yet. I wonder how much of this is the greatest... Okay, I like this guy's name, though. Bathor Copperblade! Should be Bronzeblade. The greatest onslaught! Ability to stand lost. Well, that's not good. Dude, you're supposed to murder them. Just getting bit by the beak dogs repeatedly. Goblin Hammerman bashes it in the body with the... Oh, the Silver Warhammer. Yeah, those can do it. They can take damage from Silver Warhammers. Can no longer grasp. He's just gonna die, man. So much for 88 notable kills. And 87 others. He's just killed a singular beak dog here. We're gonna have to hope that the Crystal Beast has more luck, I suppose. Oh, starting to dodge roll out. When did you look at that? Can't grasp, can't stand. Has he killed any more? Just one individual goblin. Oh, and meanwhile, this dwarf over here, fighting still. What about the other one? I guess the other one fell. I seem to have lost it. The Master of Beasts is just happy to be back with her people now. Oh, there's the other one down here. How many have you killed? Quite a lot of goblins, actually. Quite a lot of goblins so far. Meanwhile, you up here has killed 2 beak dogs and a goblin. How's the beastie doing? Aha! Excellent. Even if you're tall? Yeah, I mean, silver crossbows were super strong against bronze colossi before they made crossbows better. Look at all of this blood, though. Because so many of them are injured. And, like, because these dwarves can't get injured and are training, these could become really fucking strong. Although he can't grasp anymore, so maybe he's done soon. Now we're just waiting for the Forgotten Beast to come in and cause some chaos. Which is up here. Is hacking his way through. Sending out the poison gas. Can't grasp that all that well, but is in fact sending out mangling and lots of poison gas. Which, hold on, did you get stunned? Oh, I see, yeah, you got charged, okay. Down here, Bronze Boy still fighting. He's killed 5 beak dogs and 1 goblin. All right, well, at least you've got something done. Down here. Aside from, you know, the upper front teeth and upper back teeth being gone and her left ear being gone and the rest of her being bruised beyond recognition, she has killed 2 beak dogs and 9 goblins. And the other dwarf who's up here, who's surrounded by winded/exhausted goblins, has also killed 5 goblins and 3 beak dogs. Also, is the Master of Beasts still alive? Yeah, you are. Is tired, nauseous, and pale, however, though. Is still trying to fight with that butcher. Meanwhile, up here, Beastie McGeastie is doing the fighty McWhitey. He's putting on quite the fight, actually. Although is kind of lying down and taking a nappy boo. Yeah, but that was in a previous fight. In regards to the 9 trolls. Okay, so I think that was one of the zombie dwarfs is now dead. Is that it? Unless that was... No, that was one of the other zombie dwarves. Where's this one? This is the one I'm looking for. Legendary fighter, that's what we're talking about. I could also theoretically end up making another blockade type thing here. What are you wielding? Bismuth bronze spear? As long as they maintain the ability to hold their weapons. Spear dwarf, rotten butcher, stabs the goblin. We could end up going that way. Look at that. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Look at this. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see, chat. Can I get a, I don't know, a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck? Because I may be making a Vile Force of Darkness with this one. You over here. Okay, you're up to, what, 5 beak dogs and 7 goblins? What about the other guys? The other guy's still up? Yeah, he is. Who's a legendary fighter as well. And is also doing all right. 14 goblins he's taken out. And this goblin just got punted by the Bronze Colossus. Yeah, it punches him, and the Bronze Colossus throws him by the upper leg, which he's bouncing off the ground now and passing out, and it goes thunk against the wall. I haven't seen the wall in so long that's why not many jokes were made there. Things are getting thrown away. Speardroft, okay, hold on. Hold on, have you named something? Oh, look at that. Their spear's actually gotten a name. The Bronze Colossus. This is one of the more impressive fights I've seen in this fort, I'm not gonna lie. Von Galactic, thank you so much for the raid. Check this out. So, this is an arena that I've built. It's full of goblins from a siege, a Bronze Colossus, and 2 zombie dwarves. And somewhere, maybe dead actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, dead. There was a Forgotten Beast as well, but the Forgotten Beast is now dead. And the Bronze Colossus and 2 zombie dwarves, who are now both legendary fighters, are taking on the entire goblin army basically by themselves in this battle arena. Also, I've been invading everybody, and I've started a few wars today. So, welcome, Raiders. If you guys want more Dwarf Fortress, follow Vaughn on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah. So here we've got, has killed 11 goblins plus 20 goblins plus 9 beak dogs and a troll, apparently. And plus 6 beak dogs plus 9 trolls. Getting busy. And now it's the question of, like, who can win. The Speardroft Rotten Butcher Bronze Colossus or the, Bronze Colossus. The Speardwarf Rotten Butcher or the Bronze Colossus. She keeps whacking it with her shield. The other guy has, like, lost his ability to hand. Where is he? Unless he's dead. Oh, shit. I think the other one may be dead. Oh, nope. He's over here. This guy is the other one. He's expert shield user. He lost one of his ability to grasp in one of his hands. But he is legendary fighter, shield user, dodger, expert in all those. Problem is he's just got a copper shield, so he can't actually do all that much, but he's just, like, thwacking things. He's fracturing the crap out of this poor beak dog at the moment. So it's going to come down to the Bronze Colossus or one of these 2 dwarves. Lost his ability to hand? Well, you got to hand it to him. Whoa, Jesus. Well, that's how you get launched. Rotten Butcher's head skins along the ground, but is deflected by a copper helm. Whew. Lucky there. And is now just catching goblins and unexisting them. Yeah, this is what just went flying. Splat. And now it's a duel. Now it's a duel. This might be the greatest thing that's happened in this fort. Like, no joke. This may actually be the greatest thing that's happened in this fort. I'm actually just going to quick save because I did have a crash once before and I do not want any of this to be lost. Because this is like kind of amazing, actually. A gift sub demanded a giant angry evil elephant that is a grandmaster fighter to be spawned in Vaughn's fort, and it proceeded to kill 10 to 12 dwarves. Oh. Yeah, that'll happen. What are they by default? Is it like an accomplished fight? Like if they're a war trained elephant, like what's their default attack skill? Because that would make them significantly stronger than they would be normally, right? You got to go to an appointment. Okay, well, enjoy appointing your mint. I would appoint a spearmint if I had the option, but the spear dwarf attacks the bronze colossus. Why do you keep hitting it with your shield? That's obviously not going to do anything. Stabs it. Okay, so like the bronze, I think it's a bismuth spear. Doesn't seem, ain't doing much.
How you get this for that?
And then you get that dwarf just pinballed the fucking. Oh shit! You actually have this dwarf has powers. Actually, has the ability to make things dizzy. Which is funny because it says that the bronze colossus looked dizzy, but at the same time, I don't think that does anything. Server Lord, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back, man. Appreciate you greatly. Okay, so now it's the 2 dwarves striking the bronze colossus in the lower body with a copper shield, but the attack glances away. Neither of these guys are friendly to me, for whatever it's worth. Yeah, they're both part of the Brass Inks, which is a nomadic necromancer-led group that took over a entire dwarven faction. Actually, how many kills are you up to? Nice. That's all. Nice. So chat, what do you think? Who's gonna win? Is it gonna be the... We're up to... This is like perfect training too, actually. Because this is a bronze colossus, right? Who has nothing equipped, can't grasp, and can't stand versus these 2 zombies. They're just gonna be legendary in everything. Or at least this one is. There's still a goblin over there. Lol. Like, eventually... Yeah, because they can't get tired, right? Like, unless this dwarf loses a weapon... Wait, where'd the other one go? Oh, there you are. What are you up to? Oh! Power hates! This guy killed the Master of Beasts. I mean, even you've got 42 kills, and you don't even have a spear. We're up to 70 now. Shame. If it has the ability to pick stuff up, but that one doesn't because it's doesn't have the ability to grasp, so it can't equip things. They do sometimes pick stuff up, though. Slams in an obstacle, stands up. Took no damage. Back at it. But yeah, it's really funny because sometimes they'll just equip something completely random. So I've seen bronze colossuses like equip a sock. Let's see, do I see Dizzy? Sometimes I'll see them like equip a sock and then be able to do no damage, and instead of like punching where they could like one-shot a dwarf that's unarmed, they'll just like whip it with the sock, which is particularly funny when you think about it. Have you named your shield? Nope, it's just a copper shield. Attached to the first dwarf you murked. Or usually what happens is bronze colossuses will try and wrestle. And if they try to wrestle, they can often end up removing clothing items as part of trying to wrestle. And so if they try to remove if they like grab a clothing item off of a dwarf and rip it off, then it's equipped. If they successfully disarm the dwarf of said item. And so them successfully disarming the item off of the dwarf puts them into their equipment, and they killed it. And so then they just use that as a weapon, whatever it is, a hat, sock, shoe, whatever. So Edom has killed it. And the Bronze Colossus looks dizzy. The Bronze Colossus attacks her, but she jumped away, and then the Rotten Butcher stabs the Bronze Colossus in the lower body with her bronze spear, bismuth bronze spear, and it is cut away from the rest of the torso. It's an image of pythons created by an unknown artisan. So that Bronze Colossus was in the form of like a writhing pile of pythons. So now we find out if these two Rotten Butchers are going to fight or not. Probably not. I think they are a team, which means these are my Power Rangers. I'm going to have to catch them in cages and keep them at it. I think this dwarf has earned a nickname. Y'all aboard! I know it's like Yell Labored is their name, but this zombie needs a name, chat. These zombies need a name. Kobo Power Bring! Oh my god, that's incredible. What are we up to? Legendary Fighter? Gotta love these intelligent undeads. Do you have any powers, actually? Because I've noticed I've looked at the other one enough to see her powers, but... Okay, so yeah, they just cause dizziness. I once had a group of intelligent undead that had, like, basically force pull. And they obliterated my archers by simply pulling them off of the top of the wall through the fortifications. Or, later, through the bars. It didn't matter what I put there. They would just, like, effectively just leave. They just didn't care. How did I end up with these zombies? Oh, I just caught them when they attacked me a while ago. Like, they attacked me as part of a siege. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, so, because I'm at war with a faction of necromancers called the Brass Inks. They're a nomadic group. And they took over the entirety of multiple dwarven civs. And so I just caught these guys in a cage trap. They're just normal intelligent undead, but because they somehow managed to take out the entirety of a goblin faction, and also then dueled with a Bronze Colossus for a while, they're both legendary now. And I'm very happy I saved because the game just crashed. Holy shit. I am very, 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 very happy I saved. I did a mid-fight save. I didn't do a post-fight save, although it's not fully over yet. Which means we get to witness more of it. No, these are not my zombies. They're just hostile zombies that aren't related to me. Yeah, so this was where I did the save. I presume it'll still end similarly, but we'll watch. I'll resave it when the Bronzy falls. Chat, cross your fingers for good luck, please. And your toes. And your nose, if you know how. The dwarf with the spear was the one that got the kill against the Bronze Colossus the last time. And I would be very surprised if the other dwarf gets it, because the other dwarf, like, just has a copper shield equipped, and you can't kill one by punching it. That's literally impossible. God, stuff just flying like that. It's pretty funny, though. Pulling them through the bars makes me think that they were dead before the fall. No. No, they were still alive. They would fall into the lava and be alive by the time when they hit the ground. But yeah, no, these two zombies were caught like way back at the beginning of this fort. There's something about entities getting kicked that will never not be funny. There he goes. Let's just make sure that this statue is the same. Okay, this time it's a statue of a beetle man. So now he takes the form of a beetle man. Because we got a different one this time. It's an image of an unknown artisan. It's a masterfully designed image of a beetle man in bronze. So much blood. Exactly, yes. Precisely. So this guy right here, 48 other kills, 4 notable. This guy, this lady right here, she's got 72 kills. I'm gonna call her, unless you guys can come up with something better. You know, up until today, I wasn't positive if I'd make this fort into a video, and now I'm starting to think maybe I should. Also, I killed her husband. I found some lore, chat. Her husband was another intelligent undead. And we killed him. That's actually really grim. We also... She was just in this fight here, was her uncle. One of the other zombies. In the previous fight, actually, I think. And and he died here too. Her cousin. We killed in a siege several years ago. Most likely. God knows when. It's not like he hasn't died before. Oh yeah, but like we unexisted his body this time around. And this goblin over here is like, oh fuck man, oh no. Alright, well, here we go again. Let's do another quick save here. Because it was the 4th that the game crashed on. I really hope it doesn't crash again. That would suck. Did they have children? Not that I've seen. Not that I saw. I could look again, though. Zombie couples cannot have any thoughts about anything after they're alive. Or after they've been unalived. Square Doodad in YouTube chat. Wonder if they'd be able to take on an entire siege without the Colossus tanking everything? I don't know if the Colossus necessarily tanked everything because they had pretty large groups of enemies against them. But did she have any children? Oh yeah, she did. Katan, Udil, Kib, Yushrir, Saxul was her mother and father, Yushrir. But she had a son and a daughter, 2 sons and a daughter. Meanwhile, this zombie has 10 children, and Kib is her nephew, who's one of my other zombies. Udil was her cousin. And one of my vampires is her other cousin? Huh. Well then. It's one big happy undead family. That is true, yeah. Will YouTube censor felled or defeated? Well, I'm currently recording a read-through of all of Boat Murdered for my YouTube channel, and I'm not planning to censor any of the, like, curse words, so I expect to, like, have to ask people to support me on my blog directly, or on Twitch or something, because, you know, something, welcome to fucking Boat Murdered. It's gonna take a bit, but it's in the works. Yeah, I've got a pretty big list at this point. That's one of them, Redeemment. It depends on how well this one does, though. Hoy! This is exactly what I need. Oh, no. Well, you can't kill him because he got stuck in a cage. That's good. We can do a rematch. Still several left back here. I wonder... Okay. So, like... I could close this. And then get her to go into there. And lock her in like a forgotten beast. I think she's earned that. What do you think, chat? It was Flare Channeled and then later Arch Crystal were the two that I'm aware of people who claim that he won Dwarf Fortress. Let's see if I can do it. I'll try. Regardless, I need to close this gate so that I can let her through the cages under the other way. Okay, she runs to the end of the hallway, turns around. Oh, another goblin appears. Another distraction. Convenient. That's now shut. So she's now locked in. So there's only one place for her to go. If I crush her, I will be so sad. No. Where are you going? Where do you think you're Dwarfing? Oh. I guess you just... Okay, well, you didn't go get caught in those cages. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Oh, come on. Actually, hold on. Let me check something. I might be incorrect. Oh, no, this is an invader. The Cage of Autumn. Ooh. Nah, I'm gonna stick with the monolith. Otherwise, I would have given her a name like the Imprisoned or something, but... Come on, you can find that turkey. You can smell it. Alright, fuck it. I'll just catch you in a cage. It's safer. I mean, just put coins everywhere, trigger a massive battle? That's very true about the large amounts of blood. Oh. Well, she did turn around and kill the turkey. Watch me crush her. I hope he's so sad. Sag. She's got too much happy feet. Okay, now that that's open, should be able to just leave through here. Where's that other zombie? Oh, there he is. Going over here. Got caught. How about this? There you go. Perfect. All right, what's left? I say we clean up the rest. Once the other zombie is nicknamed. The steamy order. What do we name this guy? Shin. This is one big pile of schist. That is true. I'll see you later, peace. Thanks for hanging out, mate. Battle Brain? I kind of like Battle Brain, actually. Sergeant Donut. Oh, by the way, Sergeant Donut, I've got bad news. I'm not sure if you were here for it, but your dwarf did die. You died of getting splattered during a siege. It's very unfortunate. We all cried, myself included, but it had to happen. All right, let's open this first. So I can't stop the dwarves from cleaning the blood, but I can stop the dwarves from cleaning the bodies. And I want the bodies to stay in the arena. It's part of the look, you know? They will never get all of me. That's a grim statement. Here come the soldiers. I am the Groat. Fair. Sure. I'll give you that. The gate's open. And the dwarves clean what remains. One hell of a fight. I'm not sure where those bolts are coming from or going to. They may also be my bolts. I don't actually know. Just ran away in fear. It's not going to get you super far there, big doggy. Executing the remaining goblins. Charging the remaining beak dogs. You know, now I'm wondering why it doesn't smell like donuts in here. Oh, there you go. There's still a few more beak dogs remaining. Not much in the way of beak dogs, though. Just a few. And now we send all of the dwarves back to training. And I have to say, whoa, what a time to be a dwarf. What a time. What are you going to do with that information? Orange? And behind this gate, we have this. Now I need to be very cautious and turn this burrow back on. And then also tell all of my dwarves to go stand right there. Uh-oh. Huh? Oh. There's still a beak dog left. It was that moment that he realized that he had fucked up. I'm very sorry, dwarves. Can we please execute the remaining beak dog before it kills my dungeon master? That would be... or maybe lead it towards a cage trap. That's actually probably pretty smart. Me scar you long time. Should just get him dead. That's what I need to see moved. Actually, let's just... Yeah, we'll just wait until somebody comes and gets it. Somebody will come get it. Somebody will come get it. It is a sleep time in Norway. You'll be off. You'll be sure this fort stays exceptionally dwarfy. We'll be on tomorrow with the same fort, and I'm going to finish it tomorrow. I don't know how I can top today, though. This fort's got fucking ridiculous as of late. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. What kind of cage is that? Looks like pearwood. Of course the child's gonna go do it. Oh yeah, Redeemment. I don't know if you were here earlier to notice, but kids work now? They have a limited series of chores that they do, like hauling and such. Maybe the best change about this version. All of this is vanilla content too, Zanny. In case you're wondering. So I do get questions like that pretty frequently, actually. Kids work, yeah. These are all the and they do take longer to become adults now. They become adults at 18 now. But under this tab, these are all the tasks that they do. And you can manually assign whether or not you want them doing them. So they do feeding prisoners, milking, hauling of all sorts, cleaning and lever operations and burial, and refuse hauling. And you can teach them proper skills in guild halls. Time to purchase Steam Dwarf Fortress. They fixed Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, anyway. Balzaron, hello. Thanks for that prime. Appreciate you. Now I can go hit this put. And then the thing I gotta do is go all the way down to here and open this sucker up. Yeah, the children run the morgue now generally, which is also the main cause. Because like the way children AI works is they do a task, they play make-believe. They go to a different place, they do a task, they play make-believe at the end of the task. So if you have them hauling bodies, then they will pick up a body, carry it to the corpse stockpile, put it in the corpse stockpile, and then play make-believe in the corpse stockpile. So there's all these memes about kids playing in the corpse stockpiles. Which, you know, never really gets old. Literally, yeah, that's why. Monkey Mini. Or it's because they don't have nice enough bedrooms, one of the two. Probably some of both, honestly. Necron tier has been missing for a week? Fucking God knows what could have happened. I'll just pre-make a memorial real quick. It's bizarre that you can train beak dogs when they're invaders, although you can't actually train beak dogs when they're invaders. Like, it looks like you can, but you can't actually. And this cycle continues, although this one is extremely weak, but it has webs. A forgotten beast named Thorami Mafiao is come, an enormous humanoid composed of water. It has a pair of long antennae and a bloated body. Beware its webs. I'm not going to beware its webs, and I'm actually also wondering why it looks like piss. If you're composed of water... Also, I realize that's very similar to the color that I am currently because of the lighting coming in the room right now, but like, because the sun's going down. But, like... Anyway. Votok the Dyer's given birth to a boy. Chat room. What are you hauling? Oh. I can turn this off. It continues. The Forgotten Beast Nikmimi Evokamau has come. A gigantic quadruped composed of salt. Aye, it has a enormous shell and a gaunt appearance. The dishonest strangeness. Well, we'll have to go after this dishonest strangeness. Is Bone Doll still alive? I think so, actually. Yep, you are. You're in fact an exalted luxury. You're a religious figure of the Creed of Silver. You were formerly the Holy Taxes. Speaking of Holy Taxes, thanks for paying your Holy Taxes, Paul Harvey, and keeping that sub alive for a 33rd month. Welcome back. Sorry. A gigantic waterbed? If your waterbed is shaped like a human, maybe. Check, can I get a round of beers for the Holy Taxes? These dwarves are sparring in my tavern barracks. All right, ladies and dwarfs. Oh boy. Orange, thanks for checking out a pack of 5s. Thank you muches. Appreciate yous. if you're going to be around on Friday, chat, on Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific, Twitch is doing that thing again where if you gift 5 subs, Valorant gifts an extra sub with a chance of them gifting up to 50 subs. So I will be matching subs that day. So maybe hold out for Friday New Fort Day. You should have waited. I'm just saying, if you want to like resub right now, help level up the train, go nutsos. But like, there's some things happening on Friday. Yeah, I should open the front door. Let's see if I can catch another beast in a minute here. Maybe. Nah, they got too much cleaning to do still. Gonna take a while. Although, actually... Yeah, we gotta get these out of here and such. But yeah, that's the glorious arena. With many, many, many things still needing cleaning up. Let's go invade other stuff. What are we not at war yet with? Actually, wasn't I just gonna go take over a mountain home? Oh, I guess we failed. I tried. It didn't work. They demanded unconditional surrender by the Mountain of Dies, and it was rejected. Disappointment. Alright, then I'll attack Channel Sense instead. Let's go pillage them. You reject my gracious overthrowing of your pathetic excuse for a dwarven mountain home? Then I shall cut you into many pieces. Are we the baddies? I think so. We're just here to exterminate necromancy and anybody who may consider seeking out the teachings of it. You know, anyone. Oh, pfft. Bound Necron tier. That's unfortunate. So I do want to grab that statue of the Beetle Man. The statue of the Beetle Man. I'm just going to forbid it and unforbid it. Don't ever melt those down, by the way, because they're one of a kind. This is the other one. The other bronze Colossus we had. Put it right to there. You know, I really think that the vomit on the floor really makes the room. Like, it really holds the room together. You know, it wouldn't be the same without the vomit. So I'm going to put the monolith on her own lever. I think that's the way I'm going to do this. Is the monolith is going to get her own lever next to that other dwarf. And they're just going to end every siege for me. I think that's how we're going to do this. You mean the green? Hurricane? It's malachite if you're wondering. I'm presuming that's the color you're referring to. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm not talking too much about, like, chucking out gift subs and stuff today is because I'm planning on streaming on Friday. And then maybe again on Saturday? I don't know, it depends. Depends on how I feel Saturday. Because I won't be streaming on Monday. Or sorry, I won't be streaming on Tuesday because on Monday I won't be home and I will be staying a night on the mainland, not on the island. On Monday night, because on Monday I'm seeing Dragon Force and Powerwolf. So you're going to be able to see a stream on Friday. Yeah. Yeah. Just seeing where that other dwarf is. These are all beak dogs. Lots of beak dogs, man. Imagine being these goblins that narrowly escaped getting horribly murked by this team of murder dwarves. And the only reason you escaped and survived is because you managed to get caught in a cage trap. And then the dwarves are just gonna fucking put you back in the arena with that cage trap and make you do it again. Quite literally, like, that's what's happening here. Also, some migrants have arrived for some crazy reason. So lurking must end. You have a good day. We'll see you later, Zamo dear. I mean, it's been a long day, right? It's been almost 9 hours again. I think I said at the beginning of the stream today I was going to try and keep today under 8 hours, but whoops. Today got interesting. And we got another lovely raid, you know, which I wasn't expecting. I've had more raids in the last, like, 4 streams I've done than I've had in maybe the whole month. Or in the last 30 days, I guess. Let's just get a bunch of burial orders out. Want to get that body properly buried. Dragon Force and Powerwolf. That's what I said. It's also you want to know my favorite part about it, Zildy? Is it's Dragon Force. I've seen Dragon Force before. I haven't seen Powerwolf before. I've seen Dragon Force twice. They just dumb fun shows. But it's in a venue that's only seated. I'm so fucking happy because it's also one of those venues that's only seated and only seated in such a way so that even if people stand in front of you, you can see over them. So I just get to be a dumb old man and just buy beer and sit and fucking watch Dragon Force. Like, it's one of those, it's the Queen Elizabeth Theater, which is, like, where they show, like, classical music and opera and stuff. Like, I'm stoked. I also love a good mosh pit, but not for fucking, like, having, Dragon Force is a sing-along show, you know? Nobody moshes at Dragon Force. Like, some people do, but, like, I don't know, it's kind of like trying to mosh, well, it's not a Sabaton show, you know? Like, people are moshing at Sabaton. Most people aren't moshing at Dragon Force. Also, it's an all-ages show, so, like, kind of don't want to, like, you know, like, the people who are listening to Dragon Force in 2025 have kids, right? I mean, we tried to mosh during a sea shanty. Was that show I was at? I mean, I have moshed. I've seen Ailstorm. I have moshed during sea shanties. All right. Well, I think that today was a pretty successful day. Most of the blood has been cleaned up now. There's still plenty of vomit, however. And the skeletons remain as a reminder of the mistakes that the goblins made when they invaded my fortress. We are still invading the dwarves because they refused unconditional surrender to my peaceful committee of dwarves asking them to please join us. And because they refused my peaceful offering of their servitude to me, the next thing that we must do is, show them who's in charge. The plan for the next fortress, which I kind of hope to start on Friday, is going to be one of the other factions in this world. And I want to be at war with this faction. I want to fight my own fortress. And I want to do it with bad odds for me. So my idea is I'm going to do a fortress with no digging, because I haven't done that in a while, which requires a lot of, like, you know, building tree houses and such, and very creative use of the materials that you end up with. Lots of wooden spike traps and things. And I think that's me for the day, folks. I hope that you enjoyed this fort today. I was actually very worried about how I was going to end this fort and how well it was going to end. I think tomorrow with a full stream... Were you with you because you've turned into an elf? Well, no, they're going to be... No, the thing is, I'm going to settle as one of those, like, very, very demolished factions, like one of the ones that have lost most of their population, Contramen. And my idea will be that, like, or my bullshit lore reason for why I would do it, would be that they just have so few resources, they literally don't have any picks. That would be my idea. Because necromancers build stuff above ground, right? And maybe also use necromancy? You know? Like, use necromancy and the power of wood to fight back against the evil dwarves of Colorbeard. YouTube, folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you guys want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. With low migrant counts? It depends on which faction I play as. Some of those factions are pretty destroyed, but, like, not dead. So as long as they're not dead, it should be fine. As long as they have a monarch and the monarch is okay, it should be fine. I mean, it might. And if it does, then, oh well, we'll have to deal with what we deal with. Yeah, YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you guys want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow at the normal time with the more normal Dwarf stuff. Yeah, that. Laters, YouTube. Twitch chat. You guys ready to go raid somebody? You can see my monitor reflecting off of my glasses. That's trippy. All right, let me go grab the... That actually looks kind of cool.